Hey guys, this is Tom. It is a Monday night. It's about 2 days and about 4 hours since the end of the Ssfa draft. And we're doing our 2017 Ssfa draft recap. Now, I say 2017. Of course, if you're listening to this, you know it's January 2019. Okay. But Ssfa is a Strat-o-Matic football league. For people who don't know what Strat-o-Matic is, and I do get some viewers and some emails and some questions at times from people who don't know Strat-o-Matic or haven't played in a long time, and they're Googling on YouTube or watching some old football highlights, and all of a sudden one of our videos actually comes up, and they start watching it, and they're wondering what the hell is going on. But anyway, this is a spring Strat football league. So if you know anything about Strat-o-Matic, which is a great game, and you should play it, particularly the computer online version, they come out with a new card set every year. So in the year 2018, they came out with the card set reflecting the 2017 NFL season. So in the fall of 2018, you're actually using a card set representing the NFL cards of the previous season. So when the spring rolls around, it feels like you're a year and a half behind. And this league, Ssfa, run by NFL Ed, we number the seasons by the year of the card set that Strat-o-Matic is reflecting. So in this case, it's 2017. As I hear, there's Nathan. Hello, Nathan. There you go. I just started about 90 seconds ago. So you haven't missed anything yet. No Jets talk. Yeah, wait seconds. I got a lot of Jets talk. Let me lower this volume a little here. There we go. But anyway, I was just explaining what the hell this is and what we're doing, because I do get some people occasionally email me or ask me questions who are not in the league or haven't played Strat in a long time, whatever. But anyway, so we're going to do a Strat football draft recap for the Ssfa draft, which took place on Saturday at an incident near you. Dennis Crowley, my normal broadcasting partner, not really available tonight. But we have Nathan Baylor pinch hitting. So Tom and Nathan show. We'll see if the ratings are improved or decreased, Nathan, with this partnership. And we're going to get right into it here. You can see my screen okay, Nathan?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. And let me just lower some volume. Let me do some volume adjustments. Hold on, Nathan. All right, let's see. That should work better. Okay. And I think what we'll do with that, and I want to try to have maybe a little more disciplined and a little more structured show maybe than I usually do, than my normal 6.5 hour rambling. Well, only one 6.5 hour show, but it was 6:45. But who's counting? So maybe we'll try to keep the show down to about 3 hours. Maybe would be good. 2.5, 3 hours. We'll see how it goes. I know you might be in and out at times. And I think what Dennis and I usually did was usually we would just kind of go down the first round, pick by pick, talk about the picks and the options and things that guy may have been thinking about. And then we'll go through the team drafts, which I have organized here, thanks to Jay Villing. Clap, clap, clap. And of course, we'll interject as we see fit to talk about things like maybe positional depth and like where we had guys at that position and things like that. Sounds good?
Sounds good to me.
All right. And actually, let me bring up my draft prep, which I had a near disaster. It was, even though it was after the draft, where I deleted I unintentionally saved something over like the spreadsheet that had my rankings for the draft. Thankfully, this was after the draft, but as my voice program was acting up and I didn't notice it, and it was starting to do something. And the next thing I know, I deleted over it. But I think I saved an earlier version that's pretty much accurate. So we'll find out if I have some surprises on my own draft rankings.
Well,
starting off the draft,
next year you can email me your rankings, and I'll hold you an extra copy.
Thanks a lot, Nathan. I appreciate that.
No problem.
But I know that you are your own man, so I don't think that would have much of an impact on your decisions, would it, Nathan?
No, it wouldn't hurt.
That's true. We all wouldn't mind a little extra info wherever we can get it, or to see what the people are thinking about things. And I do really love on the forum so many guys in me for Ssfa, whenever we do this every year, are participating by writing their draft recaps, not only who they picked, but what they were thinking, what alternatives they had, and stuff like that. And I really think it's great. What do you think about that?
Oh yeah, it's awesome. Makes it a lot more fun because the draft's like
Yeah.
obviously one of the biggest days, even for the non-competing teams. That it's a huge day for them.
Well, that's true. Yeah, because like you're rebuilding right now. We all know I've rebuilt at times. When the games start, it's not like, all right, great, yay. Now I get to use who's your quarterback this year?
Yeah, mine, Blaine Gabbert.
Yeah, exactly. You're rebuilding. All right, yeah. Now I can use Blaine Gabbert. Like, I'm using Drew Stanton in order to win. He can put in like 50% of his NFL passes in an era where it's like 63. So you can imagine. This is like you said. This is your big day. This is the day that's going to determine your ultimate competitiveness, not what Blaine Gabbert does. A month or two from now. So you're right about that. I never thought of it that way, but absolutely. So I talked about that with Dennis in Strat-o-Matic, where I'm his GM. I was like, look, Dennis, he's like, oh, I don't have anything to do. I'm like, well, Dennis, you're the coach. I'm the GM. This is the part of the year where I'm doing things. I'm not going to be there in week 12 over your shoulder saying, hey, why are you running an off tackle here? It's like, this is when I do my thing, and then you do your thing. So we worked it out over there. But I'm just saying, so like you said, like if you don't have anything going on during the upcoming season because you're rebuilding, this is where it's all at for you. So, and how convenient that we have you here, Nathan, as the first pick of the draft was what belonged to you. Now you entered the draft. Well, tell me this, because now we had a few guys with multiple picks. You had multiple picks, including, of course, the big number one overall. I had multiple picks. Jay had multiple picks. Joe Golden, I think, ended up with a couple of multiple picks, I believe. Yes, he did. He was at least at 2-20. And now at one point there was 5 guys who had 12 of the top 24 picks. I don't know what it ended up at because of people trading and things like that. But at one point, 5 guys had 12 of the top 24 picks. What did you have before the draft even started? Like 24 hours before the draft, what did you have in terms of picks for the first, let's say, first couple of rounds?
I had I had the 3 first rounders. I didn't move during the draft at all.
Okay.
Everything I've got there is basically what I had. I didn't really do any trading just because no one really wanted to trade up, it didn't seem like. And I can't blame them in a lot of the spots. And then I didn't want to pay too much with a team that just has pretty much nothing on it to move up myself. Even though I did try to get ahead of you originally. I tried to get into that 3rd spot before I talked to you about getting that 4th spot because I knew Garrett was going to be gone.
Okay, yeah. That's interesting. That's one of the things that we like to talk about when we do these shows. And I think we'll go as long as we want. Too bad for Dennis and Jay. But so it's like, it's interesting. Like moving up and down is always tricky. We know that people will move up for the quarterbacks. I think people will also probably pay to move up if there's a running back like an Ezekiel Elliott or a Todd Gurley, where the guy was a high NFL pick and then also had a very good rookie year, because then it's like, oh, now I have a chance to get that next. Look, everyone wants that next, like Adrian Peterson, where he's going to be like the NFL guy for like the next 9 or 10 years, and is probably going to have a really good card most of the time and stuff like that. Those guys are very hard to come by. They're very few and far between. Although we have a host of guys now who might be vying for that type of role or competing. So when you were talking about possibly moving from, let's say, 6 to 3 with Dan Thorau, who was in the studio audience, what type of deal were you guys talking about? If you don't want to reveal too much, maybe you don't.
I didn't give him like a great offer. I gave him it was pretty similar to what I offered you, but slightly better. I mean, I was trying to give him like a 3rd round pick, I think maybe a 3rd and a 6th or something like that, because I didn't think anyone was going to actually trade up for Trubisky. And if they did, they could have got him at 5 or 6 pretty cheaply, I think, compared to what was paid to move up to 3. So it just didn't make sense to me that would happen. But, if he was worried about someone else doing it, then obviously the peace of mind of having it, of getting the quarterback, I would have rather, in his position, I would have rather tried to trade up to like 5, 6, 7, 8, somewhere in there, And if it didn't pan out, your team, you have Brady, you still have a good team. You could make a trade next year for a quarterback. There's a lot of good ones in that draft, and it's probably going to be easier to trade up.
It's an interesting way of looking at it, because like I know that with your team, you needed a franchise quarterback, and obviously with the year Mahomes had, even if you didn't, it's hard to imagine having any quarterback that would make you say, I'm not going to take Patrick Mahomes when the guy throws for 5,000 yards and 50 touchdowns in his first year as a starter. So, but for someone like me, Derek Carr seems pretty solid. I know he didn't have that great of a year in 2017, had some injuries. Or, if you have someone who seems pretty good and they're not that old, in those situations, I tend to not always scout the young quarterback so aggressively, right? So despite all my posting about Mitchell Trubisky, I really didn't come into this draft trying to make any serious evaluations about Mahomes to Watson or Trubisky, because I wasn't going to be drafting any of them probably. We all knew Mahomes and Watson were going to go 1-2. And then when Bradley traded up, it was pretty clear Trubisky was going to go 3. And I felt like someone was going to trade into 3 and take Trubisky. And if he had gotten to me at 4, I would have tried to trade down if anyone wanted to trade up a lot to get him. I don't know, but so you are not. So you are not a strong Trubisky believer. You don't feel like he's the type of guy.
The games I watched of him, he had a great defense. He had a pretty strong running game. Got a good offensive coach. He may not have awesome receiving options. I don't know. I don't pay that much attention to him, but he threw a ton of passes that weren't picked that should have been in all. It seemed like 3 or 4 games I watched, or that he did, or he did just get picked off a lot. It just, I had the feeling that if he was on a bad team, that he could have had a really much less. I mean, he did decent. His numbers looked decent, from what I have looked at, but I could see him having a really bad year on a bad team, or throwing more picks than I would want from a guy.
It's interesting that that I guess probably because I wrote so negatively about him, and then Joe Daly and I were going back and forth posting about him a lot, because Joe drafted him number 3 back in the summer in advance of Strat-o-Matic, which I criticized that pick, as I tend to do. Nathan, I've tried to work in the last couple of years on getting more negative. I think that approach has been a complete failure. I tried to work on getting less critical, less negative, more sensitive. I made some headway for about 6 months, and then I think I totally regressed in the last 12 months, and I'm back to being hypercritical, perhaps. But who knows what that's about? But maybe it's being married. I don't know.
Well, having an opinion, I mean, it's your opinion. I didn't. You just got to share your opinion, and someone's always going to have a different opinion. It's just a matter of, can they see where you're coming from, whether or not you, I guess, get along on that subject.
Yeah, I could perhaps work on a more sensitive wording, or a more considered expression of some of my views at times. But Trubisky is certainly interesting. I mean, he's definitely a guy where the opinions on him are mixed, where a lot of guys will look at the numbers, and say, hey, look, this guy was drafted number 2 in the NFL, only started 1 year in college. These are pretty good stats for a second-year quarterback. Now he's got tools around him. What are you guys complaining about? And I can see that school of thought. Then there's other people who say, well, something seems to be missing. I don't know if it's the decision making or what it is. So with some balls put up in play. And also I think, nowadays, I think there is a high bar for young quarterbacks. I wrote about this in one of my forum posts where it's kind of weird. I'm very critical in certain areas, and in other areas I feel like I'm less critical than the average strat football guy. I think when it comes to young quarterbacks, there are some guys, I think Joe Gold is this way. I think some guys have an unrealistic expectation. The bar is way too high. It's like if that guy is not like does not do what Patrick Mahomes has done, or does not or does not do even what's like a young Andrew Luck did, like his second and third year. His stats were real good. If the guy doesn't do that, he's like a failure. And I think that's a little harsh. I think if you look at some guys like Matt Ryan is a good example. I mean, his stats his second and third year, they weren't that great, but then again, nowadays there's so many young quarterbacks who do so well. So it's like sort of like there's a sweet spot in there somewhere where, the guy's not going to look like Aaron Rodgers probably in his second year. Mahomes is the exception there, right? But maybe the guy has to do more than a certain level. So I don't know where that sweet spot is. Trubisky did do better than I thought he was going to do, certainly. I do have concerns about him as well. And I agree with you. Personally, I would not trade up a whole lot. What was that trade? Can you, Dennis was always good
at 16 and a future first. And hold on, I've got it here.
There was Jason Kelce.
Yeah, Jason Kelce.
Okay, so I thought. Go ahead.
I don't know. I mean, it's not a horrible amount. I just think that if you really like him, then you do it. But I also think that he definitely would have been there at pick 5 or 6 for probably a lot less. Because I would have traded back for not all that much.
Okay, would you have traded back for that?
Oh, from his spot, I definitely would have. From 3 for the 2 firsts.
No. If you were, all right. If that trade didn't, if Bradley had approached you instead, if Bradley had said, where was he trading down from? 16. He said, I want to go from 16 to 6, and I'll give you my 1 next year. No Jason Kelce. Would you have done it?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Now, Bradley had told me, we talked about it, I think after the draft or beforehand. I think before the draft we spoke about it via email. And he had said that he just feels like Brady's getting older. He likes Trubisky. Again, well, this comes down to how you feel about Trubisky, right? Because if you like Trubisky, then you feel like, okay, good. I have a long-term young quarterback. Brady's getting older. I have a good team. I only give up a late 1 next year. To some extent, because Kelce's getting older, and he was surplus. So that makes sense. If you don't like Trubisky, or if you have questions about Trubisky, then you say, I don't know about all that. But even to move from 16 to 6 or 7 or 8, you would have to give something decent. So I guess just see how Trubisky does. But that was an interesting situation.
Well, spring drafts are different. So because you're basically looking at 2 seasons. You're looking at what you've got this year. You've seen 2 seasons on the guy, and then you're also looking at the whole group of quarterbacks that are going to come out next year. So
that's true.
Me looking at it in his position, if I wanted to do something like that, I would definitely just do the best I could for what I've got with Brady, if that's what I'm going to do. And then next year, trade up for one of the guys that I like more. Now, if you like Trubisky more than any of those guys, then he made the right move. But I feel like there's some options I'd probably like better next year.
Yeah, well, what's interesting with that approach, I mean, I think there's risk in everything. We're talking about general managing, right? There's risk in making a move, and then there's risk in not making a move, right? So with him, there's risk where if he makes the move, well, how do you feel about Trubisky? Then there's risk, well, if he doesn't make the move, let's say that Mayfield and Darnold, for example, both have really good years next year. Like, it would have been very, very hard, right, for anyone to trade up and get Mahomes away from you or Watson away from Joe Golden. So if you end up next year with the situation where I think Jay Villing is rebuilding, doesn't have a team, well, I know you're going to be up there in the draft, but if you end up in a situation next year where Mayfield and Darnold, let's say, really come through, and the top 2 guys in the draft need franchise quarterbacks, it's going to be extremely difficult to get a pick away from those guys, And
that's the part where I think my approach to replacing quarterbacks it's probably different. Like, he wants to have a transition where he doesn't, he doesn't have a quarterback. Like, I'm playing with Blaine Gabbert. Last year I played with McCown or something like that. I don't even remember. And I don't care.
Bad McCown, not a good McCown. It
doesn't work out that way. I'll just do a full rebuild and I'll get a guy within 2 years, So.
Yeah, that actually, you touched on something there that he did actually bring up to me, which was he had said that he really didn't want to go through one of those rebuilds with a whole lot of losing.
Oh yeah, that's understandable. And that sucks.
Yeah, and that's interesting to me also because I think Jay Villing wrote in his draft recap, and of course Jay's a tremendous coach and one of the most successful guys out there, that he wasn't looking forward to losing this year because his Ssfa club has entered into a full rebuild. And it made me think about with my that it seems to me, because I've heard from guys we know that Dan Morin, I'm sick of losing. Michael Reeves is I don't want to lose it. I don't go 4-12 again. And I hear guys say things like that. Bradley Miller we just mentioned, and I realized this is probably not a good thing. But I guess I'm much more comfortable losing. I'm much more comfortable losing than most of the guys out there. Now you are a fellow guy like me. You and I are of a similar mindset. I feel
started this league in the exact way I'm doing what I'm doing now. Exactly the same. Completely tore it down and built it up. And I can't stand being mediocre is what I can't stand. That's what sucks.
You don't want to be 7-9.
No, I can't.
No Jeff Fisher. No Jeff Fisher seasons in there. No, I agree with you in terms of I don't mind having a playoff team that's not that great. And okay, they're probably not going to go far, but this is kind of where I am with this team right now. I don't mind that. But I don't want to have a team, like you said, where I know they really can't go anywhere, and it looks like they're not going to go anywhere for the next year or two, but they're also not terrible. So it's what am I doing here? I'm going to be spinning my wheels for the next 2 or 3 seasons. That's no good. That's the first time I broke up my Ssfa team. I had a Michael Vick, older Jeff Garcia team that was going 9-7 and losing in the wild card. I'm what am I doing here? I don't have nearly enough good players that I'm never going to get to a 12-4 type of club. Well, unless maybe I sold off everything for a whole bunch of veterans, which is not my style. But so you don't like me. I enjoy. And I feel it's so easy in the spring because, like you said, you get the 2 seasons and you have the advanced knowledge of the next NFL draft to some extent. I enjoy tearing that roster down completely, having nothing, and having all these picks if you tear it down soon enough, and then building for a couple of years. And it doesn't bother me to go 0-16 like I did and like you did, and then to go whatever I was 4-12 the following year. Whatever your record's going to be this year, you're going to lose a lot of games. And those games, they don't really bother me. When you play those seasons, I know we're just kind of clicking through the games. You're coaching where you're supposed to coach, But does it bother you to have a season like that? It doesn't bother you at all.
Sometimes in the game, it starts to bother me, and then as soon as it's over, I'm thinking I should have won this game or pulled off an upset, and then when it's over, I'm glad I lost because that would screw up my draft. But I get pissed during the game that I'm losing, and I'm trying to beat guys, especially when I'm playing some of the better teams. It's more exciting. So there's some excitement involved with that, especially if I'm trying to do different things strategically. Sometimes I'll try different things that I don't necessarily want to mess around with in other leagues when I have a good team.
I hear you. And what I think is also fun in that situation is if you have your franchise quarterback, right now you have Mahomes. That is such a relief pressure wise, right?
Definitely.
It's if you happen to get a few upsets this year, so you're drafting 4th next year instead of 1st or 2nd. It's not, you're not oh man, now I don't have, now I blew it, my chance to get Baker Mayfield or whoever. Yeah. All right. Oh, I've got Mahomes. All right. Yeah, great. If I get number 1 next year and Mayfield's there and I could trade him for a whole bunch, awesome. But theoretically, if I end up drafting 3rd or 4th or 5th, it's not killing my team. Whereas if I'm rebuilding and I have no franchise quarterback, right?
Well, even on this team is a good example. I won a couple games with a horrible team when I first started my rebuild. I drafted Flacco my 2nd year. I could have had Matt Ryan with 1 more loss, and I think that probably would have been
there you go.
A big difference.
Well, yeah, because he's had a much better career than Flacco, it turned out. It's funny because in the Ssfa family of leagues, with this rule set, the rebuilding year doesn't bother me. But in Autumn Wind, which we're both in, I'm having my first, like, I mean, I've been building for the future in that league for years, and I've not done a good job GMing in that league, particularly with some of my drafting. And I've had some bad luck, but I would blame the drafting more than the bad luck. And this was my first year where it's like, okay, I'm like totally doing like an 0-16 style season, right? You know, Andrew Luck was injured and everything else. And in that league, with the double counting, right, you really take a merciless beating in those games when you go into the rebuild. Like in the Ssfa family of leagues, like even my 0-16 team, it's like, I might be losing like 23-10 early fourth quarter. It's like it feels more like it's not so bad. You're gonna get some dump offs. You're gonna get some white die sixes. Okay, I'm kind of like playing a game here. I'm not like losing every game like 35-3. But when you're in like autumn wind with the double counting, and you're poor, very poor, which my team is, you're poor, very poor in defense with like 6 zeros running around, and you've got like 1 or 2 zero pass blockings on your offensive line, and you got one of the worst quarterbacks. It's like, whoa, like you have like no chance in most of those games unless you get some horrible, ridiculous luck. Say it again.
So unless you're playing me.
Well, yeah, I had the ridiculous luck that game, but that's one. Look, any two teams in Strat, when you get one of those ridiculous turnover luck games, it doesn't matter. 85 Bears versus the, 81 Colts, you're gonna lose, right? But like most of the games, it's just like you just feel like you have nothing you can do. There's no option, there's no strategy. You're just gonna get your head kicked in. And having gone through that in that league this year, that's the only time I was like, you know what? I'm really not enjoying this. This is much worse than going 2-14 in the Ssfa leagues. So there is perhaps a natural disincentive to that system to going that way. So hopefully I won't be doing that anytime soon in that league, because I do have luck coming back. So at least even if my rest of the team's not bad, if you have a decent quarterback, you could do something, right? And I'll have a very high pick, so we'll see what I do there. But that's a different league. So anyway, stick Mahomes number one. Of course, you called it the easiest pick of your Strat career. Yep. So let me ask you this: so you rebuild. You went 0-16 last year. You're in year 2 of a rebuild. You come in with picks at 1, 6, 18. Then you had number 25. You had number 30. You had some other picks sprinkled around in there. Did you have a strategy coming in during this year you rebuild, any positions you're targeting, or you're just taking the best players available according to your list? How did you approach it as a rebuilding GM there?
Yeah, it's similar to last year too. I look for a lot of players that, worst case scenario, I could probably trade them off for about the same value next year, like in the 3rd and 4th round. If I don't just love someone, like I'll take a secondary player that's got probably get a good rating. I could trade them again next year if I had to. This was kind of a tough year for that. Obviously, you mentioned it. But I didn't want to get a running back in the 1st round. Otherwise, I definitely would have taken Kamara or McCaffrey. I just don't like drafting running backs. I have no idea what kind of card they're going to get next year. I mean, I would assume it would be good, but I don't know that. I mean, Le'Veon Bell has been one of the best running backs in football, and I hate his card every year. I have him in another league or two, and it's not worth the pick,
Well, Alvin Kamara is a good example of that, because a lot of people were very excited to see what his rookie card was going to look like. He had the 6.1 average, and then we got the card, and we're like, this is not what I was expecting.
I mean, guest right column, garbage.
Yeah, exactly. And his guest right column is garbage, and you'd have been expecting like a 6-7 short gain on like off tackle and end run, and maybe pop an 11 long gain in there also. This card has actually been effective statistically for a lot of teams that I've seen in the fall, but it's not the card that anyone was expecting. So that's a good example of that.
When a guy has that high of an average and that horrible of a guessed right card, his guessed wrong should have all kinds of extra yardage on it, and it doesn't. It's like, what's the point,
Yeah, that's a good point. Also, it's very nice receiving, but that
was the one part I liked, is his ability as a receiver long term. But looking at his numbers, even this year, I would want a guy that I thought for sure was going to be able, because I like a running back that can catch short and long, like for big gains. I would take that just to get the matchups, especially against the weak linebackers now.
Yeah, well, you mentioned Le'Veon Bell. And there's an issue with guys like Kamara and McCaffrey. Now, Kamara not so much as with his rookie year, but the sophomore year for those two guys, yes, they caught a bunch of passes, but for a very modest average.
Yeah.
And that Le'Veon Bell flat pass right card always seems to. Yeah, exactly. It's like I don't want to throw a flat pass right to Le'Veon Bell, you know? So, I mean, there is a strategic benefit. I mean, look at this, +1, +4. Of course, you get the big minus on 3 and 11. I mean, that's ugly.
And those are your dump off. That's one of your dump off guys, too. It's like.
Exactly, yeah. So those guys serve, I think, a purpose where, you know, guys don't want to leave them uncovered as much. But, you know, you want something more like the rookie card you're getting from Kamara as a receiver when he averaged 10.2. Like, look, if you're a running back, a modern running back, you know, you get to 9 yards, 9-yard average or above, you tend to get the yardage you're looking for as a receiver on the receiving card, rather, especially 10 yards or above. I mean, this is much more like it where, you know, +10, +9, +7, +6, all this type of stuff, and a reasonable short pass right card. And of course, he's got 9-15 deep, which is unheard of for a running back. But I don't know if he's going to get that next year or not, when his average was much lower. You and I think, differ a little bit in that approach. I don't like drafting a running back too highly. I don't like drafting a running back too highly early in the rebuild. But if I really like the running back and I don't think I'm too far away from competing, I'll do it. You know, and you probably feel the same way. Like if it was if it was this time next year. Now, I don't want you to tip your hand, Nathan, but if it was this time next year and you happened to like Saquon Barkley a lot and he happened to have a really good sophomore year, you probably wouldn't have a problem drafting him.
No,
very highly. Is that fair to say?
Definitely. I mean, there are certain guys that, you know, I just don't know for sure. Like McCaffrey, as a rookie, didn't get a good card, so I don't know what type of card they're going to give him. That's the other thing. I would have been really torn if McCaffrey got to me, because I might have taken him at 6, even though I didn't want to take a running back. I just don't know what with him. It was more like, I don't know what type of card they'll give him. I don't know if they'll give him the type of card where, you know, I end up with Le'Veon Bell again.
Yeah, and McCaffrey, I think it's fair to have those questions about him. And he's a different back to consider in Strat than, let's say, an Elliott or a Gurley or a Barkley. Like those guys, like top 2-3 pick. Well, Gurley was 10th overall, but, you know, I mean, McCaffrey hasn't had the carries from scrimmage that those guys have had or look like they will have. I do think McCaffrey will get a pretty good card next year. I hope so. He's on 2 of my teams now. But I could certainly see having some reluctance there. Now, if your team was further along in the rebuild, like let's say you had everything except the running back, right? And you were picking 6 and McCaffrey was there, would you have felt more inclined to take him and hope that he gets a reasonable card next year?
I think I probably would have, because I'm sure I would trade a lot for a good running back card or towards the top of the draft, you know, to get one like that. The thing is, you have to match it up to your. I almost feel like you have to match it up to your quarterback, like what your quarterback's good at. You know, if they don't complement each other, your offense is going to be, you know. I mean, if the guy can do everything, then it doesn't matter. But if you have a total pounder and your quarterback is awesome on the short and long, but he has a lot of holes on the flat, that's not a very good compliment, I don't think.
No, yeah, I hear. So, well, I mean, nowadays, I think you made a good point. We were talking about quarterback cards on the forum somewhere, that basically being good at the flat is almost a requirement nowadays. Because so many guys are, that when your guy isn't, it's a real disadvantage. I would say,
or at least a ton of must runs that for decent yards with a pounder, that works too. You know.
Sure, yeah, something that can help you. So it's not all or nothing, I guess, in the passing game. All right, so moving on. So you took Mahomes number 1. You talked about your old draft strategy. We dropped down to 2. Joe Golden takes Deshaun Watson, who has been very good statistically. I think for most of us, the questions about him are just simply about his health. Do you feel the same way about Watson?
Yeah, he's a smaller guy, but they did adjust their offense. I don't know. There was a week where it looked like he had like possibly punctured lung or something. Like they were worried about him. I don't know if he actually did, but they just stopped with all the standing there getting slaughtered, and their numbers improved. It seemed like for sacks for the rest of the year. But I mean, I like him. He's a heck of a player. They just need to cut. They can't let him get hit like that.
If you had been drafting number 2 only, and needed a franchise quarterback, do you just take him and cross your fingers?
Yeah, I think you have to. He's good enough that.
Yeah, I think that tends to be the consensus. Is we all like him. He's a good player, but there's some of these quarterbacks now. Some of these running quarterbacks who look like they're built more like wide receivers. I guess maybe Michael Vick was the first of those. Watson's like 6'2", 215. He's not like 6'3", 235 or something. And they run a lot, and they're going to get hit a little bit, and you worry a little bit about that. And Russell Wilson has been a magician at avoiding getting hit, but not everyone has that ability. And Watson's been pretty good about it when he's running, but of course they don't do him any favors with that offensive line they have. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with Watson. And Joe's got a couple shots there. He has Jameis Winston to get Bruce Arians. That'll be an interesting matchup, interesting combo with Arians and Winston. But yeah, I think we all feel the same way. You take Watson number 2, and you hope that he can be healthy, which he might be. They say he's very smart. Now, one of the things I like about Watson is when I was scouting him after his rookie year, he's a very good pocket passer. He doesn't need to be running and doing all this stuff. Like with Trubisky, one of the criticisms I read, and I think it was something I saw on PFF or somewhere, or maybe Peter King, or maybe both, was that basically he wasn't going through his progressions and hitting guys who were his secondary and tertiary receivers. Like if the first guy wasn't open, he would run, and just not really go through his progression that much. Whereas Watson, like he will sit back in the pocket and go through his progressions, and he's very accurate. And I don't know, I like Watson as a pocket passer maybe more than I would have thought when you think about a running quarterback. So we'll see what happens there. Then Bradley made the big trade up for Trubisky number 3. We already spoke about Mitchell, so let's not get too much into that. And then I came up with number 4. This will be the long portion of the show. This is interesting that you're here because we could talk about potential trades. But it's funny because I didn't know what I wanted to do. I was drafting 4. I have Joey Bosa and Danielle Hunter. I wrote about this, of course. I'll try not to get too carried away with my team. But I've been thinking originally I was drafting 4, 11, and 15, and they're drafting 4, 5, and 9 after trading up. But I've been feeling like, am I being stupid? Am I being too Tom Cookie if I'm going to take Myles Garrett when I already have 2 defensive ends who are young and really good? Let me ask you, if you were in my shoes, right, and you had Bosa and Danielle Hunter, and you had no running backs, and you had a good team for the current year, very good team for the current year, how would you approach this pick at number 4?
Well, I don't know how I would approach it necessarily, but I don't think you could have done any better from how it all worked out. I mean, I had a feeling as soon as you posted that Bosa might be available like a while ago.
A month ago, yeah.
I started thinking that because I saw that other mock draft where I was getting Garrett at 6. I didn't think that would happen anyway because I remember what's his name, Dave, freaking out in the S28 draft when he didn't get Myles Garrett. And I don't know why you wouldn't want him at 5 in this draft.
Yeah, so, yeah.
That's why I tried to trade up to 3. I mean, you take Garrett. I know you don't like having the injury-prone players at all. I don't think Bosa's injury-prone necessarily, but also don't like having a foot injury. I mean, that's kind of scary.
Yeah, a couple. You mentioned that, someone else posted that, and I was like, "What's the big deal? Why can't his foot heal?" In my head, that's what I'm saying.
You traded Jason Barrett off pretty quick. I think maybe in 2 leagues when he was starting to get hurt, and the guy keeps getting hurt. So I mean, when you've got a guy that's that good, if you can get someone like Garrett, who's probably going to be better than Bosa, in my opinion, and you can get some good quality back. I mean, why not?
No, yeah. I was just wondering what you thought of the whole situation there, because it was a weird situation to be in for me. I mean, because the way I feel, I know I did trade off Jason Verrett in a couple of leagues, but I think he had torn his ACL, and I think he had a significant injury in college. So that combination made me feel like, and also I had a ton of corners. I was like, let me get rid of this guy now and protect the asset. Now, I mean, if Myles Garrett was not in the draft, right? Mm-hmm. Or if I was picking 1 slot lower and I knew he wasn't going to be there, I would have been very happy to keep Joey Bosa. I like Joey Bosa. I still like Joey Bosa. But I get I mean, I guess it's a good position to be in to have to be in a position of plenty instead of a position of need, right? But you know, if I've got Bosa and Hunter and then Myles Garrett's available, it's just once you get past the quarterbacks, it's very hard to pass on Myles Garrett. Do you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. That was definitely. I mean, I basically had it as Mahomes, Watson, Garrett. I mean, that's it.
Yeah, it would have been interesting to me if you had offered me something more. Like Nathan, everyone listened. Nathan had inquired when I talked about maybe trading down or something, and was posting something about Bosa. You offered me an early 4, pick 78. It was turned out to be Romeo Aquara to move up from 6 to 4, and it's like I was at that point I was like kind of looking for someone to rescue me. I was like, if someone just makes like a reasonable offer, I'll move out of number 4 because I like Bosa and I feel like I'm being, you know, we all know, like a lot of us have strengths and weaknesses as general managers, or certainly tendencies. My tendency is always to go for the future, and maybe I would say for my own self criticism to be a little too cute at times, you know, instead of just, you know, what about, maybe I should use the KISS system at times, keep it simple, stupid, right? You know, and end up costing myself maybe some more competitive seasons by always focusing too much on the future. So I was like, I was almost looking for someone to rescue me and say, just give me a reason to trade out of 4. Give me something reasonable to trade out of 4, you know, and I'll do it, you know. But I didn't want to say that because there was another part of me going, Tom, Garrett's really good. You'll just take him. Don't be stupid. Just take Garrett, right? But on the other hand, I need a running back. So anyway, but it worked out that when I saw that Dave was looking to trade out of 5, and I kind of like, if you, you know, like if you had offered me something pretty good, like if you offered me like 3.1, I would have moved, you know. But I didn't want to counter you with something. I don't want to counter you with something that I would do because part of me didn't want to really move, you know. So it's like I didn't like look at it. That's like I said to you. Like I usually make, like if I want to do something, I'm going to make a guy an offer. I'm going to make him a counter. But if I'm kind of reluctant, I'm like, look, I've got mixed feelings here. So you got to come to me, you know. But like if you had off, I wouldn't even say that to the guy because I had mixed feelings. It's like, I don't want to be stupid and be like, all right, I'm going to draft a 3rd defensive end when I have no running backs, and this guy's going to sit in the bench all year because I have better defensive ends for the year. And next year, both is worthless.
I was hoping that you'd be like, hey, I'll get this extra piece, and I kind of thought you might want McCaffrey, maybe Kamara, and that you'd be like, well, if he takes one of those and the other one goes, and then I get Garrett anyway, which that's, I mean, it was kind of a Hail Mary because like I said, I tried to move up to 3. I can't afford to give up too many pieces, especially since I do have Mahomes next year. My team's going to be pretty competitive right off the bat, I think, with a good quarterback.
That's true.
So
that's true. And we know that you're
going to be, you know, middle to end of the rounds, I would think.
Yeah, well, it's interesting with you, and actually, it's good to have you here, a different perspective, like talking to you at length here, you know, because usually it's just Dennis and me. What's interesting with you, since you mentioned that Mahomes next year, is you're very comfortable and very good at going either way. You will tear down the team and do a complete rebuild, right? But then you will also make all kinds of trades to really build up the team for that season when you feel like you have a good team. And I think it's unusual to have somebody who's comfortable both ways. Like I will tend to not go nearly as far as you will to compete for one season, you know. So it's like you'll have like your Tom. So Nathan, you have like a split personality. You'll have like your Tom Cook years where you're rebuilding and going future, and then you'll have your Dennis Crowley years where you really trade a lot.
Well, maybe you start rebuilding? Because I remember my first year in the league, you were one of the guys I was trading my veterans to.
Well,
I slowed my team down right off the bat when I started in almost every league I was in.
Yeah, you were not an initial drafter in Ssfa, right? You said you joined the second year. Yeah, well, that was the difference. That's why like you. It's funny because you and I teams kind of our franchises kind of mirror each other. You're like 1 year behind me in each cycle, but no, I drafted my Ssfa team from scratch.
Okay.
And so I drafted focusing entirely on the future. So right away, I think I went 9-7. I went 9-7 the first year, but with a lot of young players. And then I went 8-8 the second year. The only year I missed the playoffs out of the first like 8 or 9, and then bang, the team was real good. You know, so yeah, I think you traded me Kerry Rhodes.
Kerry Rhodes. You gave me Tony Scheffler and a first.
Oh, Oh yeah, late one. Yes, Tony Scheffler. That was the Nathan type of tight end. So
I was actually able to trade him for a first following year.
Yeah,
he got a really good card.
Yeah, he was a good. What was he in Houston? Was he a Houston guy?
It was Kurt, actually. Kurt won the championship, and I didn't want to trade it. Dennis was asking about it. I didn't even know Dennis, and Dennis and Kurt were both asking about him, and I was going to trade to Dennis because I liked Kurt's team better, and Dennis said I was out of my damn mind, and so I traded him to Kurt, and Kurt won the championship.
Yeah, but Tony Scheffler, was he was a Houston Texan, right?
He was on the Denver Broncos.
Oh, Broncos, okay. It was a Kubiak, though, right? I think it was when Kubiak was coaching or coordinating or something, running the offense, certainly. Okay. But yeah, probably if you had offered me 301, I would have moved. In hindsight, do you wish you had done three? Would you?
I actually won't, because that's the thing about this draft. Like when I'm like, oh, I got to take Lattimore at 6. The only reason that's kind of a bummer is because of how many good guys there are. Where if I traded back to 13, where Humphrey's at, or even like William Jackson in 19, that's why I said I would have taken less. Like you asked if I would have traded back for 16 in the future. Well, I would trade it back for 16 and probably an early 3 or a 2 or something, like a mid 2.
Okay, because you're getting, like you said, like a William Jackson or a Marlon Humphreys, a player who you feel like might not be that far behind Marshawn Lattimore or something like that. And
I figured guys like Jalen Smith would be there. I like Kittle a lot, but I'm in love with tight ends. There's a ton of safeties and corners that I liked that I thought might be in that area.
Okay.
So,
but I agree with you in the terms of, like you're building, you still need a lot of pieces. You're better off with Cooper Kupp and Marshawn Lattimore than you are with Myles Garrett, probably. That's one fewer piece. Cooper Kupp's going to have a good card next year. That's one fewer piece you need to get next year. And next year, you could easily become very competitive when you have the best quarterback card in the set.
Well, yeah. The thing on the receivers, too, I mean, they can get hurt. Like, look at Gronk's card when he was injured. You can have a receiver or a tight end get hurt and still have a good card. I think he's going to have a pretty decent card next year, Cooper Kupp.
I agree with you. He's in my Ssfa team. And he's on our Strat-o-Matic team. What you have to look at is they definitely prorate they don't do it with the running backs for some reason, to some degree, but with the receivers, just like the quarterbacks, they pretty much prorate the receiver stats. Like, it's like, I remember like Alshon Jeffrey a few years ago missed like half the season, but had but he had like 36 catches and a good average, and he had, he had like that maxed out type of card, that you want short and long or whatever. The Cooper Kupp is similar. I think he averaged. I think you prorated him, you get like 72 to 82 catches somewhere in there with a good average. So he should be maxed out short. And who knows if they give him better flat or long? We'll find out. But the card should be a very good card. I agree with.
Even if they're not maxed out, like I didn't really aggressively shop Marquise Goodwin. He's about the only guy I didn't, because he's got a good card this year, really good actually, but. Next year, he has a low amount of catches, but it's a good average. I've looked at some of the long numbers. I think he's going to get a good high yardage card. So receivers, they don't bring much back unless they're elite. And, even when they're hurt, they still have a huge strat season for you.
That's true. And we all know that you like to run the 3 wide with that third guy being able to go deep more than anybody. Dale Ripley runs the 3 wide, but he's not as obsessed with that third guy being able to go deep. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I definitely don't like only being able to go I want to be able to hit all the zones. I want to be able to run any kind of offense and throw flat, short, long, wherever you can attack them. It's nice to have the option.
Yes. And this is also great to be talking about the strategy with you, which you haven't done before. And, both GMing and coaching and stuff like that. And also all the different ways there are on Strat to do things. And we popped in earlier this morning for the 4th quarter of the Ssfa playoff game between Zeb and Joe Golden, and Dennis was calling. I joined him in the broadcast. So all this stuff is really great to have going on. The draft show, the stuff in the forum, the Ssfa playoffs going on now. And I'm going to get more into them probably the next day or two and maybe do a little playoff preview the rest of that postseason, but a lot of good stuff going on. So moving on down the line, I took McCaffrey number 5. The part of the reason why I didn't want to trade down to 6, I wanted Garrett and or McCaffrey. Those were the 2 guys. I like Kamara. I would have taken Kamara after those guys if I wanted to take a running back. I like Juju, of course. And my 8th guy was Jamal Adams with a little extra bump because he's a Jet, okay, which is not common for me, but to give someone a bump for being a Jet, but finally a chance to get a good Jet on my team. So I don't want to, like, I can be a little risk adverse at times, and I'm trying to gamble a little more, channel some of that inner Dennis Crowley and not be so risk adverse. I make a lot of moves and I make a lot of aggressive moves, but at the same time, it's like, okay, I don't want to trade to 6, and then you take Garrett 4, and Dave takes McCaffrey 5, and now even though I love Juju and I like Kamara, and I would have probably taken Kamara actually for this team because they had no future running backs. I just didn't want to sit there and say, yeah, but the 2 guys I really liked and really wanted now, so I could pick up like a 4 on a team that already has plenty of assets. I just cost myself one of these 2 guys.
Yeah, gambling in the first round it's a lot different than the second or third or fourth or late in the first round even, You want who you want, especially when there's a cutoff for you. I only even tried to trade with you because I hoped that you might basically
like greedy ass
get the running back I want, because I thought you'd probably want McCaffrey also.
Yeah, well, I took him in the fall and he had a good year, so why wouldn't I want him, right?
Yep.
So he fits nicely with where this team was right now. All right, so then moving on. Yeah, so then I got Garrett and McCaffrey. I did the trade up, which I wrote about, so I'm not going to talk about too much about that. But I traded up with Dave Gavin from 11 to 5. Dave was looking to trade down. I gave him offensive tackle 4-7, Juwan James, who's also young, didn't have a good 2018, but he is young and a former NFL first-round pick, and at least a long-term starter. So hopefully Dave gets something out of that. And the Bosa trade, I had a deal in place. John Madden, who's back in the Ssfa family, who's an excellent GM and a good head coach. So he's going to be building and getting good in no time. I'm sure you agree with that, right, Nathan?
Definitely.
Yep. And he had a monster Ssfa team when he's an early great drafter back in the first wave when like Paul and Ed and TJ was building a team in John Madden, and these 4 guys were probably light years ahead of the rest of the Ssfa league in evaluating talent, and they built these tremendous rosters. But John drafted a hell of a Ssfa team that was there for a long time, being very, very good. Made 2 or 3 Super Bowls. It didn't win any, but he was there. And he beat me in the Ssfa playoffs when I had a tremendous team, maybe my best strat team in the Ssfa league ever, and I lost in the first round to him. I committed 5 turnovers. Peyton Manning was awful for me those 2 years I had him. Like the NFL playoffs, he like 2 touchdowns and 7 interceptions in like 5 playoff games for me. I kept winning close games until I ran into Mike Glennon.
I had a 7 or 8 interception first half with Peyton Manning one time in Ssfa, and I actually ended up winning the game.
Oh boy, yeah, I don't know that Peyton Manning. I'm glad he's. Well, I don't know, whatever. It was disappointing that I lost it. That I did not win a Super Bowl with him, because that team was a bomb squad. Then I added him to it, and then I did win a championship and lost 1916 to the Glennon team. But really that John Madden game, I had bad luck, and then I had 2 fourth-quarter fumbles with C.J. Spiller, who was like a 6.0 fumble number, in like a close game, and he had a great card. Both I guess wrong. I was like, come on, like end run wrong. C.J. Spiller, nobody there. 2 fourth-quarter fumbles, like one with like 4.5 minutes left. It's like even one of those not being fumbled, I'm probably going into overtime or something. But anyway. But that was quite a few years ago. But John's back, and he had offered me number 8 straight up for Bosa, and which I thought was fair, and which I was ready to take. And I had 8 guys. Now look, for every team, we might have different needs or different desires and different cutoffs, right? So for this particular team in this particular year, I had sort of an 8-man list. I knew Trubisky was going to go 3, so I said, all right, I got the 3 quarterbacks, and not in any order. I got Myles Garrett 4, I got Juju 5. I got McCaffrey and Kamara, that's 7. And then I had Jamal Adams because I had a big hole at safety, and he obviously looks like he's the real deal. And he's a Jet, and it's like, you know what? It would be really nice to just say, I need a safety. I got a Jet, like all-pro caliber guy, number 6 pick in the NFL draft. I can just put him in there, and I'm done. And wow, I actually have a great player on my team who happens to be a Jet, which is rare, also because the Jets don't have too many great players. But anyway,
if I didn't have Kevin Byard on my team, I probably would have taken Jamal Adams at number 6. Okay, I don't like drafting safeties because I feel like you can get a lot of them, but when they're really good like that, I would have taken him, just like I did last year with Byard, but that was like at pick 15 or 18 or something.
Yeah. Could you? Yeah, when they show up and it looks like, oh, this guy's going to be like the next Earl Thomas or Palomalo in Strat, where they're getting a 6 every year. It's like, yeah, why not? They got Derwin James. I'm sure you feel similarly about that in the fall. Yeah, sure. I don't like taking safeties early, but I'll take Derwin James early.
Yeah, I might draft him next year. That wouldn't be a stretch.
Yeah, that type of guy where they have the draft pedigree and they're playing tremendous. A lot of noise in your background there, Nate. Is that you?
No, that's not me. I think it's whoever just joined. Joe, maybe.
All right. It's Joe. Is it Joe Golden? Or there you go. He muted his mic down. Good job. Thank you, sir. Yeah. So wait, let me get the right screen up again. All right. So anyway, yeah. So I took McCaffrey and so I traded into the. All right. So that's what I was talking about. John Madden offered me number 8 straight up for Bosa. And Jeff Bevy had expressed interest in Bosa, and he was trying to sell me on a package of second-round picks. I was like, this team is already really in good shape. I need the high-end players now. I don't need all the assets anymore.
Yep.
And I told him I wasn't going to do anything that didn't involve his number 9, and I'd already received a better offer, which I had, the number 8. So then I was like, you know what? I really would rather just have number 8. I'm guaranteed to get one of my top 8 guys there. I don't want to be cute and like miss out on like Juju, and I'm picking 9th, and now it's like nothing against TJ Watt, who I would have taken, but it's like, yeah, but I kind of really wanted like Juju or Adams as like my last guys from the top group, right? Juju would have been nice to put opposite Brandon Cooks, and I got McCaffrey, and you see good things happening there, and I have a good defense, right? And I'm going to make sure he's got a decent running card. So I was like, I'll make Jeff like an aggressive offer that I know he's going to turn down, so I can just take the number 8 from John and be happy, okay? So like, all right, so look at Jeff's roster, and like he'd thrown some names out, and Eric Kendricks was one of the names. I was like, you know what, I'm not a huge Eric Kendricks guy, but I need an inside linebacker for the year, and he is only 26 in the NFL right now. He's a pretty good player, even though his grades next year kind of sucked. He'll probably bounce back with some good years, right? And so I'll offer him Bosa for number 9 and Eric Kendricks, and he'll tell me, that's way too expensive. Forget about it. And instead, he said yes. I was like, oh, okay. Like, we were supposed to say no, so I could just draft number 8 and make sure I got Juju.
So everyone watching the show, keep in mind, Tom's expecting a counter offer on these trades.
Yeah, well, I was expecting. I was hoping for a no. That was the counter offer I wanted. It was just no. Oh, you counter, and then I'll say no, thank you, and I'll keep the number 8. But he said yes, so I was like, okay, great. Now I kind of have. I no matter how many ways I analyzed it, 6 ways from Sunday, I could not turn down number 9 and Eric Kendricks for number 8. Do you agree, Nathan? No. Yeah. So exactly. Plus, linebackers are hard to find, and plus, this team needed an inside linebacker long term and for the year. I was like, well, I guess I got to do that. So I did that, and I figured, look, as long as one guy goes in the top 8, not in my top 8, I'll get one of those guys. And if not, I'll take TJ Watt. He's still a pretty nice consolation prize, even though he doesn't have a good pass coverage grade next year. He's got all the sacks. I'm sure you would agree that TJ Watt's a fine player to have on a young team, right?
Yeah, I'm actually kind of going a different direction with my defensive building. That's why I didn't take any of these linebackers. I considered them at 18, and I don't know that I'm gonna build the same way. I don't think I'm gonna run as much 3-4 with the outside linebackers because of all the 3 wide sets and the way they're rating them on the pass coverage. I kind of have a different idea about what I want to try.
You're gonna go for 5-6s and just bring your guys up.
Yeah, I might play some dime. Like
I play some dime.
Okay. A lot of dime. I'm thinking. I don't know. If I have enough guys to do it, I would play dime a lot, especially against guys running a 3-receiver set. Because a third of the time they run, they're already guessed. Who guesses run against 3 wides very often? I mean, if people guess it 25% of the time or 20% of the time, they guess it like 5% of the time against 3 wides.
Yeah. I'll try to guess it a fair amount. I don't know what the percentage is, but it's certainly a low number. Maybe 10, 15%, maybe, or something like that. So if I do the math on that, interesting. I like to have the option of doing it depending on what the guy is using. But if his back is not very good, I will go for the dime at times.
You use that against me. My first playoff season, when I first got this team going, you ran it when I had Darren McFadden, who had a limited amount of carries. You ran it a lot and just let me run the hell out of him, actually.
Yeah, and he got fatigued, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Did I win?
You beat me in my first playoff that year, and then you beat me when I went to the Super Bowl, obviously.
Well, yeah, I remember that kid. Joe Flacco got injured in the early fourth quarter. That was a back and forth, high scoring game.
I think that was the season I had 42 touchdowns with Flacco. The one where you ran the dime against me.
Okay, I think you probably won that game. I think if Flacco hurt, just a feeling I had, but certainly we'll never find out. But it was certainly a lot easier once that mediocre Mark Bulger card came in, which was not bad for a backup card, but your team was great and my team was great. There was a lot of firepower on the field.
And what hurt so bad about that play, it wasn't even just the injury. It's that a penalty called back like a 55-yard touchdown run for Darren McFadden.
That was a tremendous Darren McFadden card.
That one play, I lost my touchdown, and I lost my quarterback.
Yeah, well, that sucks. Everything else.
But you were beating the hell out of me early in the game. I had to come back to even be in it. So.
Yeah, but that was But I remember those two teams were both great teams. They were really great teams. Those two teams. But I was nice to get that championship. Was that? Oh, that was with the Philly Michael Vick, right?
It was who I traded you, of course.
So yeah, I took him first overall in this ring league. I did a great year. Then he only had like a mediocre second year. And that was it. I gave 1, 2, and 3. I think like around number 8 or number 10 or something like that to get him. But we're moving off of that. We're talking about dimes. Well, yeah. Well, sometimes run into a bad team. I think I did. I don't know if I did the Dan Thorhour last year. You run into a bad team that doesn't really have enough carries, and you can go like dime, like just for the hell of it, and let them run themselves tied in the first half. It makes it pretty easy, Well,
if a team's running a 3-receiver set a lot, they're not going to be able to do what they want to do against. If you have a dime that has a 5 at every position, they're going to have a hard time, in my opinion.
Yeah, you could be right about that. But you go for 6 6s. How about that? What kind of dime would that be?
That'd be all right.
Yeah, the 1 to 6 time. Well, it's interesting because in my Ssfa team, I've got projected asterisk 3 corner 6s next year with Patrick Peterson, Byron Jones, and Kyle Fuller. And I'm like, am I going to want to trade with? I mean, we'll have another NFL season to base things on. But like, am I going to want to trade one of these guys? Is it going to? Am I going to have fun playing with a 3rd 6 there when they go nickel? It's like, what am I going to do there? So, yeah, these things, a lot of decisions come into play with those types of things. But I'll probably trade one. We're going to figure out the right one to trade. We'll see. That's how you ended up with Hopkins in the fall. I had 3 great receiving cards. I'm like, what am I going to do? 3
Anthony Barr and a pick. I think I tried to offer you a better deal.
I don't remember. But anyway, let's see. So we were talking about the trade there and the deal. So I made that deal with Jeff. That's how they were 4, 5, and 9. And I took McCaffrey 5. I like McCaffrey. I liked him in the fall. I liked his highlights. I like a lot of things about him, and he had a good year. And my team needed young running backs. Period. And I knew we needed a running back for the year also. And but I just didn't like any of these cards. Like we talked about Kamara's card. Kamara's card isn't good enough. That to me, it's like I've got a really good team. I take him as a lead back, and now I'm set. It's just not. I talked with Nick about Marshawn Lynch a lot, and I thought we were going to work something out. And then I think it was Dale Ripley swooped in at the last minute and made a better offer. It got Marshawn Lynch. And then I was thinking, well, I need to remember for the American Kareem Hunt in the second round. Or otherwise, Oleon Darko was my big fallback guy who I figured I would get a 307. I was eagerly trying to trade Bradley Roby or Brent Grimes or Deron Harmon, all these extra corner defensive back 5s I had for like a high 3rd round pick specifically so I could get Darko if I had to. Because I felt like he was the only guy, like the last guy in the draft I could get and feel comfortable with him as my lead back, even though he still was something a little better. I feel like his card is good enough that if the rest of your team is real good, you could win with him as a lead back. Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
Oh, yeah, I've got him in Ssfa. Got him pretty cheap, I think, in that league, and he's been really nice to have. Runs to all the zones, runs guessed right and guessed wrong.
That's right. I think I played.
Good back.
I think I played you in Ssfa.
Yep.
in the regular season. I had a lucky game against you in that game too, although that team at least is better than like the AW team. But I remember Nathan Dennis saying that you were doing very well with him that season. And you're in the playoffs, of course. You're like 11-5 or something like
that. Yeah, I finished 11-5 in that league.
Who are you playing in the round?
I think I'm playing in it automatically. I think we both have a bye, but I think that's who I'm playing.
Okay, I'm planning on broadcasting all those games. I want to do the whole postseason, but it didn't work out with the scheduling. Guys were a little impromptu with the 2 wildcard games, but now we're on to the round of 8. So anyway, so I took McCaffrey there. Then you went 6th. Marshawn Lattimore, I definitely had him as a number 1 corner. A little luster has fallen off of him from the fall, but I still think he's outstanding, and long term he will be outstanding. And maybe you want the guy who just shows up and doesn't do anything wrong, like Myles Garrett, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to, or Juju Smith-Schuster, where you can't find a chink in the armor, right? But there's very few guys like that. Lattimore, slight chink in the armor because the coverage grade wasn't the way you wanted as a sophomore, but I think we all still like him a lot long term. You're not worried about Lattimore, are you?
No, I think he'll be a 5 at least every year, and I think he can get some 6s. So he's on a good defense, a young defense, that has a good offense to go with it, especially with the running game and all that. So, I mean, everything makes sense for that to be like a nice, safe pick at one of the most valuable positions. And that's just basically why I went with him.
When you were looking at these other picks, once you had Mahomes and once you weren't going to get Myles Garrett, you'd already said that you really didn't want to draft a young running back highly, certainly not in the first round when you're rebuilding. How much attention did you pay here to position, or was it more about player?
It was both. Lattimore, I liked him more than the rest of the corners as far as he felt safer. I mean, a lot of them I liked, but I just felt safer drafting him there. The running backs.
I had him number 1 on my board also. Good.
Yeah, the running backs. I mean, like I said, I would have been torn if McCaffrey was still there. But I just don't know what kind of card he's going to have. And I would hate to draft. I didn't love picking anyone in that spot at 6 because, it felt like it should have. A lot of them I felt like I could be getting later anyway. I wasn't going to take Juju even though I liked him. I didn't want to take one. I figured that the position itself, long term, had the most value. So I took the corner. Because even though this is a corner-rich draft, I mean, I'll trade these guys in the future if I need to, and those trade easier probably than anything, usually.
Yeah, you can always get value for corners. I remember one year I was rebuilding, and all these corners in the second round were going to be at least 5s the next year. I wasn't always thrilled with some of them, but I kept drafting them, and I did what you said. I traded some of them. Well, I traded Jason Verrett, who I drafted, I think, in the first round, and I traded Rashad Breeland, who had gotten a 5. And I still end up with, Patrick Peterson and Kyle Fuller and Byron Jones. So it's still okay there. So I agree with you on that. Okay. So, but you were saying also that you felt like I agree with this. This is why that draft chart never works for me. Right.
Because that's why I included it in my offer to you. You'd love that.
That's right. Yeah. But it's like if I'm trading up to number 2 to get a quarterback, or if I'm trading up to number 2 to get in a year with no quarterback, it's a huge difference, right? So, and also there are tiers. Like you said, you felt like at number 6, you really didn't like being in that position. If you'd have been down at number 11 or number 12, you might have got someone who you felt similar about. You might have even got Lattimore still. So, is that one of the things that you were saying earlier, that you kind of wish you could have dropped down and maybe been a little lower, or you're comfortable staying at 6?
Well, that's also why I was saying I thought that Houston, who got Trubisky, but it sounds like you think someone else might have got up and got him at 3 or 4 or 5. I was thinking, he can get him at 5 or 6, and I don't know what based on what Dave traded back for, I would think that he could have traded with him pretty cheaply.
Yeah, but Dave was. Yeah, but I think that Dave didn't really go for that until 24 hours before the draft. I think Bradley already made his move up. But yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah. But then again, I can't blame the guy for making sure he gets the quarterback, because you don't want to trade it to 6 and you don't get the quarterback.
If you really want him, I mean, that's good. But
and we don't know if Dan was negotiating with anybody else. And actually, Dan is in the studio audience. I don't think he has a headset. But Dan, do you have a microphone?
I had tried trading with him, and he had mentioned that there wasn't a lot of action going, but he was doing his due diligence on it because, I basically didn't think it was going to happen. I didn't think anyone was going to trade up for Trubisky, but he basically said, it's got a whole week, and he saw what you got last year for where you drafted for your guy, and I mean it makes sense, especially since he got the deal done. So maybe he must have some kind of talks going.
Hey Dan, even if you have no headset, this is Dan Thorauer. I'm asking Dan Thorauer. Even if you have no headset, type in on the side. There's a group chat function. Dan Thorauer has told me that he does have some technological challenges when it comes to interacting with a PC. But on the top left of your screen, Dan, there's a little blue thing that says chat. You can click on that, and it'll bring up a sidebar, and you can type in if there are any other people expressing serious interest in trading up for Trubisky with decent offers, or if it was basically just down to Bradley Miller. And we'll see if he responds. Try to keep an eye on that, Dathan, if you can. All right, so moving on down to number 7, Washington takes Alvin Kamara. Keith Mowbray, another reason why those recaps are so nice in the forum is now when we do the show, we can talk about what guys mentioned. He said he was planning on taking Juju or TJ Watt, but when Kamara was there, he took Kamara. And I forget who I mocked him to take in the mock draft, but this is nice now. I had Jay do a version of Ed's roster file in order the first round, so now I can just scroll easily down to the next team instead of having to hop around, which can be a problem for me. But he had LeGarrette Blount, who has got that really nice off tackle column, but I felt like Alvin Kamara would be a nice addition to a team that has Phillip Rivers and LeGarrette Blount, and Kamara doesn't have to be the lead back this year. I think you posted on the forum that you like the way Kamara's numbers look for a potential rushing card next year, which I agree with.
A short game machine to me is what he looks like.
Yeah, he only had one run, I think, of 20 yards or more.
Yeah, that's crazy.
The Saints' rush average was higher this year than I think it was last year. And they ran the ball quite a bit for a modern team. They also still passed a lot, but and also with Ingram missing so much time, Kamara had to be the lead back at times, which I think might affect Strat's consideration of him as more than just.
Yeah, he should get some better guest right runs for sure, I would think.
So I think with this team, you got Phillip Rivers, you got Julio Jones. You don't have a future running back. The rest of the team is good. I really like Kamara to Washington here, and I think a better fit than Juju, as great as Juju is. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, I like Kamara. I almost drafted him. I probably would have taken Kamara if this was next year's draft. I was in the same spot.
Exactly.
Because then I'd have Mahomes. I'd have a guy that if I get a good running back on my team, it's costing me draft position the next year. So that's part of what I'm thinking about. Plus, it's also an unknown. I don't even know what he's going to be like. I kind of wish he had some longer catches, for those same reasons. I want him to have. If I drafted him, it's because I would want him to be like a unique, deep passing running back. I would want him to be a guy that catches bombs. That's what would have really made me excited about McCaffrey.
You're talking about for next year?
Just in general, he's had like a 40-yarder, a 42-yarder. He's only had the one run over 20 this year. So while as a runner, I like those kinds of running backs, I kind of want to see him, I don't know, with a little more. I don't know if I can say Kamara's slow, but I just wish he was having some of the longer, catches. Same thing with Gurley, I guess, but Gurley gets like the 80-yard receptions, and yet he doesn't get a bomb card.
Yeah. Well, it's pretty hard to find a running back who you can regularly rely upon for deep threats. Kareem Hunt was doing that with the Chiefs on the rookie card. I don't know what he did in 2018 before he got released, but anyway. But I do like Kamara here in this team with Phillip Rivers and Julio Jones. And he doesn't have to be the lead back this year because of Blount, but he can be probably your lead back next year. So I think it's a really nice fit for Keith's team. And Keith was very harsh on himself in his self analysis of his draft. I mean, you got Kamara number 7, and you got Kenny Golladay in the second round.
I love those 2 picks.
I know.
Would take Golladay with my second round pick that was coming up there instead of Marlon Mack if he hadn't taken him.
Yeah, I mean, I like Golladay had a tremendous second season. I liked him in the fall. I had other guys. I think I had Cooper Kupp ahead of him in the fall, but I also still liked Golladay. You know, just because the guy is not my number 1 or 2 guy, I didn't like the guy. You know, and he really put the numbers. And they got rid of Tate, and even Marvin Jones, I think, was banged up or took a back seat. So I mean, Golladay seems to be the man over there. Yeah. So I mean that to get those guys in your top 30 there is nice. And so I think they finished.
Dan did type in. He said no serious offers.
Okay, we'll get back to that in a minute. Let's finish up with Keith's team first. But you know, and the way Keith likes to play, you know, he likes to throw the bomb. You got Phillip Rivers, you got Julio Jones, you got Kenny Golladay, you got LeGarrette Blount with a nice off tackle card, you got Alvin Kamara as your, like, you know, scat back type of guy off the bench, also the great kick returning, and your receiving back. And this team's got some good defensive guys. Need some help at linebacker, but at least he's got Bobby Wagner to take care of things.
Well, look at his pass rush in the middle, too, even inside.
Yeah, so I really feel like both for this year and next year, hard to find a better match of players and team need than Kamara and Golladay going to first rounds to Washington. I mean, that's really nice. So Keith, he gave himself a D+, Nathan. I guess maybe he was thinking that Mahomes and Garrett were going to slip to him in the first and the second round. I don't know what you want there. I mean, Kamara and Kenny Golladay in the first and second round, and you give yourself a D+. I don't know, Keith.
I think sometimes it just doesn't go exactly how you thought, so maybe you feel a little flustered. I mean, I know when I have a lot of picks, sometimes I'm like, I kind of lose track of what I'm even trying to do. There's so much going on. I don't know what guys to take in what order sometimes. It's overwhelming.
Yeah, we got to be ready to do anything, you know, and have your list and whatever. Like I did that year, I screwed up things in some when I didn't trade up. I want to give JLA 3, and it cost myself a franchise offensive tackle that I sorely needed.
Who'd you draft instead?
I was drafting 20 and 21, and I thought about moving up with Jay to 15.
I remember. I watched your shows.
Yep. Once Bob Ojak took Larry Tunsil, and I was like, I didn't think Bob was going to do that because he didn't have that type of track record. Then made all the other tackles go up one, and I thought about offering Jay a late 3 in that very draft, a very late 3 to move up from 20 to 15, so I could take Ronnie Stanley or to 14, whatever it was. And I was thinking about it. Jay expressed interest in doing it, and then he announced the pick while I was like being indecisive, and I ended up with Artie Burns, who right now sucks. I got a 5 out of Artie Burns last year, but I mean, he fell off horribly this year, was on the bench, and all kinds of problems between Tomlin and him. And
you should have traded Artie Burns to me for my 1 next year.
Well, did we talk about that at one point?
Yeah, I offered you my first. You wanted DeAndre Hopkins, and I told you I'd give you my 1 next year. But I also said, you know, I mean, you could trade him off in the future, but the draft was so good with corners, I knew I'd probably get someone decent, at least a 4 that in the future.
What was I supposed to give you, Artie Burns and a 1 the next year for Hopkins?
No, I was going to give you wanted to give me Artie Burns straight up for DeAndre Hopkins. And so Mifa, I offered you 1 next year for Artie Burns.
I offered you a 2 also. It was Artie Burns at a late 2.
Whatever it was, I doubt it, but
I Nathan, when this show is over, I'm going to go through my emails.
Well, I might
find his email.
It might be. It doesn't matter, though. I mean, I wouldn't have done it, obviously.
No, you said no. You didn't do it. But it was not straight up. I knew I had to give you more than Artie Burns for Hopkins at that point. So I think it was Artie Burns at a late 2, I think was the offer, but I could be wrong. But I'll double check after the draft and email you. But anyway, so moving on to Artie Burns. Artie Burns sucks. I don't know we got him. Offensive tackle indecision. That's what we were talking about. Moving up for guys. Don't know how we got on that. But that's right. It was about having a plan in case things don't work out the way you go, and then picking somebody. So hopefully Artie bounces back, because I mean he had a very solid first 2 years of the NFL, and that's very odd. It's odd for a guy to be an NFL first round pick, even a late one, has a solid rookie year, has a very good second year, and then falls off a cliff, and it's not because of like drugs or PED or beating his wife or anything like that. So I don't know what's up with Artie, but he better turn around in a hurry, because all of us Artie burners right now are saying what blank happened, and we don't say blank. So moving on, number 8 was Tennessee. John Madden making his return to the league, grabs T.J. Watt. Now, you talked about the linebackers, talked about going dime, Nathan, as a potential strategy against these 3-wide offenses. Linebacker is so difficult right now, where almost no one is getting a 5+ in pass coverage. And so what do we do? So how do you handle, now you like pass rush.
In
right?
years past, T.J. Watt would have been like, it would have been like Mahomes, Watson, and then Garrett and Watt. Like, it would have been no doubt. Those two would have been maybe even, I might have even switched them around. But you can't even use the guy against these 3 receiver sets if they're running the offense right.
Now forget the 3 receiver sets for a minute, okay? And forget about taking a guy in the top 8 who's not going to be good against the pass next year. And this is going to be an issue in the fall. Where is Bradley Chubb? Is Bradley Chubb going to go in the fall when he's like a 0.512 with an asterisk? Right? Is he going to go number 8 or number 9 or number 10? Or is he going to slip down lower? What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, if he's a 0, no one's going to take him in the top 10, I don't think. If he's a 4, he could be top 5,
I think he's going to be a 0 because he had hardly any snaps in coverage. Also a 0. Well, he made he might have made the Pro Bowl. He might get a 4. Well, it's all hard to say. Watt will be either a 0 or 4. I don't know if they're going to give the Pro Bowl sack guys a 0 on the outside. They gave Von Miller a 4 last year when he hardly spent any snaps in coverage. He was Von Miller. But I'm just saying, if Chubb gets a 0, right, and I've counted like 12 top premier type guys for the fall already. If Chubb gets a 0, let's say he's a 0.512 with like a 5 asterisk, just throw it out there. Where would you see him going in the fall?
To me, that's, I used to be able to find guys like that in the 6th or 7th round. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Well, he's not going to go in the 6th or 7th round.
No, he's not. I'm just saying, that doesn't excite me at all. So for me, unless I think he's going to get defensive end ratings, like if he's like Khalil Mack, all of a sudden it becomes like a superstar again. As a 0.5, whatever he is, it could be a 12-12. It's not nearly as good. You have to be able to run a 3-4 with a guy like that.
Where? You're not answering me. Where do you think he will go?
Oh, where will I think he'll go? He'll probably go 10 to 15, I guess.
I would agree with that. But you feel like for yourself, you would want no part of him as like the 13th pick in the draft.
It depends on what's there, but probably not. I mean,
interesting.
Look at what Strat's doing. They've made a deal with the slot corner, and they're doing that for a reason, in my opinion. And look what they're doing with the running backs and all this stuff. To me, looks like they want you running 3 receiver sets on offense. And these guys just, you got to sit them on the line. But in Strat, you can't throw. It's hard to throw short against when you're running a 3 receiver set because there's 4 men in zone. And then, I'm going to make it easy on them by just throwing short into 4 men in zone when they're blitzing me with these linebackers, or am I going to throw at the linebackers the whole time? And then when they're not blitzing them, burn some 4 or 0 on a bomb. Yeah, and that's kind of what it looks like.
Yeah. Well, you were running that style, a couple of years ago already. Dale Ripley does not throw the bombs the way that you do when he runs his 3-wide. But I hear what you're saying.
More of a reaction to how if they start getting up in the zones with their safety and doubling the guys that you're targeting a lot more, then that's when that's more of a reaction almost.
Well, yeah, but like you're saying, I mean, they're gonna be bringing the same. Look, unless they've got at least 1-6, if they sit there with just the 3 linebackers and you got Kirk Cousins or whoever, and you're just throwing flat pass, the odds are the defense is going to lose because you're going to just make your way down the whole field, as I've experienced firsthand. So as a defensive coach, if you're in the nickel, you got to bring that safety up, or you got to double. You got to do something to try and stop him. And so obviously that's, a guy like you is going to take his shots down the field against a coach who's doing that.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, it's like there is going to be a lot of base offense. The pass rush is still nice to do things with. So, but yeah, I don't know. I'm certainly not going to argue that a guy who we are projecting to maybe eternally be a pass coverage zero is worth. Now, Bradley Chubb will probably make a lot of Pro Bowls, so maybe he'll get a 4+. But that he's worth taking, over someone who doesn't have that major negative. But I don't know. It's interesting because he's a major pass rusher also. It'll be interesting what happens with him. So let's move on a little bit here. But
I don't like not having options on defense to do things. And I feel like if someone wants to, they can take that guy completely out of the game.
Yes. You did TJ Watt make the Pro Bowl, regular Pro Bowl? You're not sure. Let me Google that.
I'm not sure on that.
Spell one off. Try to get up the.
Says here he was added to it for Jadeveon Clowney.
Okay, so he's not a real Pro Bowler.
Yeah, he's one of the 10 or 15 that they'll add.
Yeah, one of the hundreds of that. Well, they had him. That's JJ Watt. That's by team. Why they by? I don't know by team. What by position? Let's see. There's NFC. Derwin James. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you got it. D Ford made it. Mr. Offsides.
That guy pissed me off yesterday.
Are you a Kansas City fan or you hate New England?
Both. I kind of like Kansas City. I mean, I like Andy Reid. I love Mahomes. Always like Kansas City.
Yeah.
The Rams are my favorite team, but I'll root for the Chiefs a lot of the time.
I hear. Yeah. Well, he was clearly offside. I mean,
wasn't even close.
You got to line it better than that. Yeah. I mean that was. They showed the blue line is almost like way past. Like, dude.
Yeah.
And my brother. I don't know. You ever play? You didn't play Strat against my brother, did you, Nathan?
I don't think so.
Yeah, but like the first 10 years of online Strat, he was very active. Me and him were known for both playing a lot of stock leagues, a lot of retro leagues. We were both in the old IFL together. But he stopped playing Strat about 8, 9, 10 years ago, and he never did the modern draft leagues. But so he doesn't follow modern football as closely as I do. And he was like, "Oh, is this guy?" He's like, "Who's this guy? Is he any good?" I was like, "Yeah, he's probably gonna get a ton of money this offseason." and he's like, "Oh," he's like, "Oh," I was like, "Hopefully," I was like, "Possibly from the Jets." And he's like, "Oh no," because the guy's doing a knucklehead move in the big spot. So it's the only reason I said that. But the Jets need an edge rusher, and he's a free agent, and the Jets got a ton of money, so you could put 2 and 2 together, right?
Yeah.
And McCagnon seems to like the physical attributes. That's part of why he drafted Christian Hackenberg in the second round. So D Ford has those. So I'd be surprised if he gets signed with the Jets. Anyway, back to Strat. TJ Watt. So all right. So let me ask you this. So TJ Watt, with the way the linebackers are, all right. So let me ask you this. So how do you want to approach right now as a modern Strat GM? We all have this dilemma right now. How do you feel like you want to approach the linebacker position in terms of drafting and trying to get guys long term?
I want my pass rushers on the inside if I can get them, and I'm probably going to start playing a lot more 4-3 because I could play a dime 4-1-6. I could have a linebacker at any position. So if I have a good pass rusher on the outside and I want him in there, I can do it. And if I want, if I have my middle linebacker, who those are the guys that are getting the ratings, then he can stay in. And I just won't as much. I'll have more coverage. I'll play coverage on the flat and short and long, I guess.
I'm so used to playing a 3-4 that when you said dime, I was thinking 3-2-6. Dime 4-1-6 with good extra defensive backs would be pretty good against that That would be excellent against a 3 wide.
The run almost,
you got the 4-man line
on the D card. The run only changes on you know, on the offense when you're not calling it. But you know, let's be honest, that's pretty common anyway. I mean, if you told me someone called to run 33% of the time, I'd say that's pretty high. But that's basically what you get against a 3 wide set.
Yeah, no, you know, unfortunately, I think you just revealed a great strategy to the entire league. Before you've had a chance,
there's ways around it. Start drafting
before you've had a chance to implement it. But interesting. So all right. But when you talk about running a 4-3, well, my question is, what type of linebackers are you going to be targeting when you're drafting long term, like the outside linebackers? Like, because basically you've got two types of outside linebackers, right? You've got the NFL 4-3 outside linebacker, the guys who were on the Vikings or on the Bengals, who were on the Buccaneers before Todd Bowles showed up there, because they'll be going 3-4 presumably this year. Or you've got the edge rushing guy, you know, the TJ Watt, the Bradley Chubb now, you know, the Ryan Kerrigan. So when you are evaluating young linebacker prospects for the draft, are you targeting one of those types over the other?
Yeah, I basically completely switched how I used to target them. Now I took Myles Garrett in this draft last year. I took Myles Garrett in Ssfa draft last year. And I have Anthony Barr, who it seems like he gets some pass rush too, but he seems like a coverage guy. I normally wouldn't go with a 4-3 linebacker that doesn't get sacks, but now that's kind of exactly what I want.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I want to incorporate the pass rush. I don't mind taking the blitzing guys, but I kind of would rather get, you know, you want the next like Levante David. I'd kind of rather get the 4-3 guys on the outside, because it's you know, these guys are getting zeros. You know, I mean they're not even getting a 4, they're getting zeros, and you know, you go 2 tight ends, 1 running back, and the guy's got a 0 covering a second tight end or a decent receiving running back. That is, in my spreadsheets, that is really, really good for the offense. Yeah. Like these zeros, like they're brutal. They're brutal in coverage.
I have Gronk and Kelsey and Ebron in another spring league, and it's just like, you know, when Gronk was a blocking back, I could pick who I wanted him on. You know, I could put him on a blocking back. I could put him at tight end. I could throw one of the other guys at the other tight end. It's, you know, it's just when you've got those options, who you're facing against, it's a problem.
You could run the actual quote unquote tight end offense with Gronk at fullback and your other two tight ends at the field. You know, that's not great, because I know the guy moves into zone at the flank, but just being joking about, you actually get 3 tight ends in the field that way. But yeah, so it's interesting what's going to, I mean, I still like to have the big pass rush. I've kind of been trying to incorporate that style and learn how to play that style better, because I think I've done myself a disservice at times by neglecting it, which you brought to my attention many years ago. But still, the outside linebackers, that's why I give up a lot for Anthony Barr. I mean, I gave up the 20th pick in the draft and a 3 next year for Anthony Barr and Rhett Ellison. So it's mostly Anthony Barr. And what does not even have,
5, you know, or could get a 6s.
Yeah, but although he does not have a good coverage grade next year, but I'm like, I'm gonna have a pretty good team this year. You know, I think he made the Pro Bowl as a regular, which Joe was quick to tell me when we were negotiating. Yeah, he did. He made the Pro Bowl as a regular. So like, all right, even if you got the bad grade, they had to give him at least a 4, because he can't sack anybody, and he made the Pro Bowl. So they got to give him at least a 4, and he's only 26 or whatever. So hopefully for a few years he gives me something. You know, we'll see what happens. But yeah, this linebacker situation, it's like an emergency. It's like a dilemma, catastrophe that we're all having to deal with.
Look at the price between a 0-0-10 outside linebacker and a 0-5-12 2 asterisk linebacker. Like, you know, I'm not saying Watt's going to be like that, because he does cover at least some, but you know, Chandler Jones or you know, even Von Miller as a 4, like the price that I paid to get that guy in another league versus what he is now, I'd just use those assets elsewhere. If I want the guy blitzing on the outside, I go pick up a 0-0-10 for cheap.
That's true. That's a good point. That budget pre was not going for, you know, the price that some of the other guys are going for. That's true. All right. So now what do you think? So having said that, now we know you get some of these guys, though, when they become like real good, like Justin Houston or like Von Miller, that Strat will give them the 4s or the 5s. Nowadays they're not giving them the 6s anymore against the pass. Having said that, do you feel like TJ Watt is a fine pick at number 8 overall, or do you feel like because he's going to be a 0 next year, I don't want him that highly? I'd have to take him
if
lower.
I assume he's a 4-5 or 4-6 every year with a good pass rush, I like him, but I also have to be aware that anyone that is capable or wants to can totally take advantage of him and take him completely out of the game. Like if I'm playing against TJ Watt, I'm probably not going to run. If he's got TJ Watt and maybe someone on the other side similar, or he's got a big pass rush on the line with TJ Watt, I'm probably not going to run 2 tight end set, and because I'm assuming he's going to be on the side of the running back, I'm probably not going to do that and throw a lot of short passes. I'm probably going to run 3 wide, flat pass the hell out of him, and then take my shots when I know the guy's never coming anyway.
Okay, interesting. So for you, if you take him, you got a limitation there. So you're probably going to drop him lower on your board.
Well, yeah, I took Desmond King in the 2nd round, and there's a good chance he's going to be a slot corner. Like I know that. Otherwise, I assume he's probably not going to go there because he's definitely going to be a 6 next year, I would think. In the
he has to be. Yeah. Yeah, so, but that's also that's pick 25. That's not top 10.
Well, that's kind of that's I don't think TJ Watt should go at that late, obviously, but for me, he definitely dropped a lot because of what's going on.
So to you with TJ. So let me ask you this: with TJ Watt in your top 10 in this draft class right now?
I kind of do it like you. I just list them all, and I know where some of them are going to go pretty high. Yeah, I've got him at 10, but to be honest, I would have probably taken I definitely would have taken some other guys ahead of him in this draft.
Okay, you like Marlon Humphrey, right?
Yeah, I probably would have taken Humphrey in front of him, or Jamal Adams, or Juju.
All right, well, Adams and Juju we could see, but so Marlon Humphrey or TJ Watt, you think you would have taken Humphrey? Let's say you were drafting 12.
You know what I would have probably done? If I'm drafting 12 and they're both there, I'd probably go with someone like Jalen Smith. That's what I probably would have done.
Compromise. Okay.
He's got pass rush. Okay. So does Jalen Brown. They had a lot of sacks and they're on the inside and they're getting good pass coverage ratings.
Jalen Brown might be like a 54-10 or something. He had over 5 sacks, I think, didn't he?
They both had a lot of sacks.
Yeah, usually I heard the rule of linebackers, you double the sacks to get the PR rating. Maybe you take 1 sack away and then double it, something like that. It just tends to work out fairly well.
The inside guys get really nice ratings.
Yeah, all right, so moving on past Mr. Watt. But it's an interesting dilemma. What do we do with the pass rushing edge linebackers who may be getting 0s now in coverage, 4s at best, it seems. And our guys can look for the 4-3 stand around outside linebacker, the Mike Zimmer system outside linebacker, as opposed to the Wade Phillips edge rushing outside linebacker. So it's really a dilemma of what guys are going to do. So now I was up at number 9. I took Jamal Adams. With Jamal or Juju, I think Juju would have been the better pick. I love Juju. He's a great player. He would have fit my team at least as well as Jamal Adams. But I went for a little hometown cooking, which I never do. But if you're going to do it, Adams, I think, is pretty much a can't miss. Everyone likes him a lot. And also, I'm going to have corner 6s next year. I'm going to have a safety 6 also. I've got Kenny Clark, Myles Garrett, and Danielle Hunter on the defensive line. I kind of like the way all of that sounds going together. I'm like, you know what? I could find a number 2 receiver, but look at all these 6s I'm going to have running around. That's going to be pretty nice to play with. I'm sure you would agree with that, right?
He's a free safety, right?
He's really he's more of a strong safety for the Jets, really. But I think he's going to get a 6 against the pass anyway. So for me, I don't know what he's going to play. Marcus May and Darryl Robb
moving him up is also a nice option.
Yeah, no, I can play him at free safety and move him up. I'm saying, wherever I play him, and for me, I'll probably play him free safety, try to get a strong 85. So he could come up and shut down the flats. That's another thing I think with these linebackers being so terrible. Free safety 6 is really, really big, even more so I feel like now, because you desperately need the help in the flats, and bang, that guy really shuts down a flat. So I mean, if you get 3 excellent short pass defenders and a free safety 6, I might take my chances with you throwing long, no men, especially, and that's where the blitzing can come into play. So we have to have a good edge rusher and good short pass defenders and a safety free safety 6. I can bring them up and blitz the other guy. There's something going on there, but free safety 6 thing is really helpful right now. So anyway, more so than before because of the weak linebackers. So I took Jamal. That ended my first round with Garrett, McCaffrey, and Adams. I was pretty happy with. Then Detroit goes number 10. That's Mick. Just to make it confusing, Mick was Tennessee last year and moved to Detroit in the offseason. Well, Detroit, Don Mington left the league. John Madden took them over, and he moved to Tennessee. So Detroit was Tennessee, and Tennessee is Detroit, just to make it easy.
I like that actually because of Ssfa. I think of them that way, Detroit and Tennessee.
Well, Mick is a Detroit guy, and John Madden has always been Tennessee. So for us long-time guys, that makes sense. Juju number 10. I think you have to be very, very happy to get Juju at number 10. I think if I was picking 10, I would have thought he wouldn't have been there. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I thought about him as an option, but just not that point in my team yet where I want to do that, and he's not. He looks pretty awesome.
Yeah, he was. I mean, I felt like he was a legitimate consideration at 5, 6, or 7 for Oakland, for your team, or for Washington. And then if I wasn't a Jet fan, I would have taken Juju number 9. If Jamal Adams was on the Titans, I'd probably taken Juju number 9. And away you go. I mean, these receivers who are this good, they tend to last for a long time. We talked about positional length and stuff like that. So he'd have been fine there. Great pick by Mick. He made out very well. And Mick's draft went pretty well because he ended up, we'll get to the teams later, but let's get through the first round. Number 11, Oakland. Dave Gabbard traded down. Took John Johnson here, which was interesting to me. I like John Johnson, very solid player, had a good rookie year, had a good grade as a sophomore, so he should be a 5 against the pass. I think he's solid. I don't think he's the Pro Bowl 6 type of player.
Yeah, I didn't like him that much just because it's a safety, like you're saying. He's not like Jamal Adams, or maybe I'd rather take a risk on Eddie Jackson probably, to be honest. But I also watched a lot of Rams games, and I know their personnel, and I don't know that I would ever expect him to get a 6,
Yeah. I feel like I like John Johnson. I think he's more of a second half of the first round type of guy. I don't see 6s in his future, like you said. I had Eddie Jackson as the number 2 safety, and the guy had a 95 coverage grade.
He's on a great defense too.
Yeah, now they do have a different coordinator coming in now because Vic Fangio left, but they still have so much talent that you'd have to really be lousy to mess that up, But Dave made so many moves for the year. I think he just felt like, look, I've got to solidify these final moves for the year. And I think Dave is still feeling his way a little bit with these online keeper leagues. So I could see, if you look at his team, saying, look, this pick perfectly fits my team. And having picked up Juwan James and now John Johnson, now my team is pretty solid all around for the year. He's got Big Ben and Mark Ingram. So I could see it from that standpoint. But I would also say you could have found a safety 5 elsewhere. I mean, I was talking with him about Deron Harmon. He didn't want to give me a 3rd-round pick for Deron Harmon. And then you force yourself to have to trade, have to trade at a 5 and grab John Johnson at number 11. I mean, if you just give me this stupid 3rd-round pick for Harmon, you could have maybe stayed at 5 and taken Kamara or Juju, who fit his team, or something like that, or taking someone else maybe like better long-term at number 11. I think John Johnson's a fine player. I think he's a solid player. I think I had him mocked in the last third of the first round. But I agree with you. Solid player, good player, not a perennial 6 type. But I felt like the draft here this year was falling off after like Jamal Adams and Juju went. That there was a real drop off from like Jamal Adams and Juju at the end of the top tier to the rest of the guys. The rest of the guys start to have some warts and some questions. Do you agree with that when we talk about tiering here in this draft class, or no?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I kind of liked the linebackers more than where I thought they were going to go, Jaylen Brown and Jalen Smith. But
yeah, I like Jalen Smith. Jaylen Brown had the really good sophomore year, but I just don't know if I see him following up with a lot of grades that way. I mean, the guy did have a really good year. There's nothing negative you could say about him, but just a little concerned that he might not end up justifying that number 16 pick overall. I liked him better in the early second round as for that type of guy, but I could see someone taking him because of the numbers. So you like Jaylen Brown long term a lot, though, is what you're saying?
I mean, I'm just saying that I'd feel better about drafting him probably than John Johnson, just as far as like value, because he is a pass rusher apparently, and Jalen Smith actually quite a few sacks too. They're going to get good coverage ratings. You're going to need linebackers, and having one in the middle is nice because you can move him back and forth, to try to deter some of that. But
you still, but you agree about the tiering. But now, but forget about John Johnson. You like, in general, you like Jaylen Brown long term, or just feel like, hey, the guy had a good second year, so who knows? Why not?
Yeah, I'm not in love with him. I mean, like, I like him, but I couldn't sit here and say, yeah, I think he's gonna have a great career. I would say probably Jalen Smith. I'd feel a little better about that, but I just meant that there were some guys back there that, like Joe Mixon and Jalen Smith, and maybe even Dalvin Tomlinson, William Jackson. Obviously, I liked Kittle. That I didn't feel like there was like I'd be willing to trade back to that area for less than normal because I thought those guys were worth it enough to go down and then get something extra out of it.
Yeah, no, yeah, I think that's a good point. We talked earlier about the idea of the draft chart and how not all drafts are not created equal. There are definite tiers in every draft. Look at this. In this draft, let's say I'm number 20. If I trade to 10, I'm getting Juju. If I trade to 11, I'm getting someone who's not on the top tier. So, I want to trade into 10 way more than I want to trade into 11 in this draft. Like I made the Bosa trade, at number 9, I was like, I really don't want to go to 9. I really want to go to 8. But all right, fine, I'll go to 9 because I'm also getting Eric Kendricks. But I would not have even wanted to go into 10 because I said I would have guessed at number 10 I'm not going to get Juju or Jamal. And those were the last two to me top 8 guys that I really, really wanted. So when you talk about trading into a spot in the draft, I agree with you. Like there's certain drafts, like in this draft. I mean, how much difference is there in this draft between number 11 and number 29? There's so many guys that I like in there. Yep. Like you mentioned, back at the end of the first. You mentioned end of the first round. And you're talking about Eddie Jackson and Dalvin Cook and Joe Mixon, and then Desmond King and O.J. Howard and Kenny Galladay. Those guys are all really good. Are those guys that much worse than Marlon Humphrey? Well, Ryan Ramchik's pretty solid, but I mean, I would even argue. Look at this group of players from 21 to 29. I got Eddie Jackson, Jalen Smith, Dalvin Cook, Joe Mixon, Desmond King, Taylor Moton, Kareem Hunt, O.J. Howard, and Kenny Galladay. But let me focus on the ones I like the most. Eddie Jackson, Jalen Smith, Dalvin Cook, Joe Mixon, Desmond King, O.J. Howard, and Kenny Galladay. That group is very good.
Yeah, it is.
Let me compare that group to, let's say, 11 to 17. John Johnson, Adoree Jackson, Marlon Humphrey, Ryan Ramchick, Tre'Davious White, Jaylen Brown, Marcus Williams. I think I'd rather have the second group almost.
I would.
You could argue that they're so similar. Why in the world would I trade? Why in the world would I trade a lot to go from 27, where I can get O.J. Howard and Kenny Galladay, into like 13 for Marlon Humphrey? I mean, the ability. I like Marlon Humphrey a lot, by the way, but the ability is so similar at times. There's so many drafts I see where it's like 10, 11, or 12. It's not that much different than like 28. And sometimes you do move up for certain guys if you really like a certain guy, absolutely. But there's just so many drafts I see like that. I love like what I call lottery twos. I used to be in a baseball league where there was a lottery, but I love those like non-playoff twos. Oh, I just feel like you get these guys at like 28, 30, 31 that are just as good as like mid-first round picks so many times.
I got Sean Lee, I think, in a first 5 or 6 of a second round. I mean, I traded a future first to get him, but I just couldn't believe he was slipping. You know, that's
Yeah,
the type of player you get.
I think you made that deal with me. I think you traded. I think I gave you the high 2 to take Sean Lee, and he gave you the 1 the following year.
You
And
might have. I
you were
don't
mad
remember if you're the one I traded with or not. I just knew I
think it
got
was.
him.
I think it was at Ssfa because you were mad when he was rookie, only a rookie 5. Like, oh, you're like, if you knew, second sophomore 5. Like, if I knew he was 6, I wouldn't have traded for him. But then you were happier after that. He had a very good career, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, so I think like the draft. That's why the draft chart is stupid. And there's different tiers in every draft. Like, I agree with something that Ed said, that somewhere in the middle, maybe the middle of the second round, I really felt like this draft was thinning out. And then, like, in a weird way, it picked up again, like in the 4th round. And what I mean by that is, all right, there's guys like, if I'm getting a guy in the 4th round, like, you know what? I like this guy as a 4th round pick. But if he's very similar in talent to like the late 2nd round, I don't like the late 2nd round guy as much then, you know what I'm saying? Or the early 3rd round guy as much then, you know? And I felt like there was definitely
talent. It's just that, you know, that if you could move back, you'd be better off with that extra pick.
Yeah. Like we also like, there's a certain round where you like a guy, like Darian Conley is a perfect example. Mid to late 3rd round pick, yeah, sure, I'll take Darian Conley there. I don't want him as a mid 2nd round pick though, you know what I'm saying? And John took him mid 3rd round. Okay, I can see that. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it doesn't mean we don't like Darian Conley or you're not interested in him. But, you know, there's a certain spot where he seems appropriate, and there's a certain spot where it seems like it's too high to get him, you know? And this was interesting because I had loved this class back in the fall, and I felt like this class, like certain classes will improve in the fall for the spring or will go down in the spring. I feel like this class really went down in the spring in terms of not those top 10 guys, but in terms of I would say for the mid 2nd round on. Do you feel like this class reduced itself in value going from the fall to the spring, or it came up or stayed similar?
Probably went up a little.
Really?
Just because of all the running backs, it seemed like they've got some more value, and there's some guys that kind of came out of nowhere. I mean, Kittle. I mean, because a lot of the 5 corners are still going to stay in a reasonable range. Although I guess some of the running backs did drop too. I guess I don't know. I guess it's probably pretty similar. But you got guys like Connor and Breida and Marlon Mack and Jabril Peppers played a lot better. Maybe I just didn't notice as much not having as many picks, but I liked this draft.
I hear. Well, I guess maybe for me, maybe I'm so corner oriented. The corners all had disappointing sophomore years. I mean, even Lattimore. I mean, as outside of Ball and Humphrey, you know, I mean, Lattimore and William Jackson and Tre'Davious White particularly. It's like, man, I thought these guys were so solid, and then none of them might be a 5. They might all be 4s. White might be a 0. You know, and Peppers did step up, but of course, Mahomes adds a lot to it. I guess maybe there's just some players that I felt dropped off more, and I'd like to draft more in the fall. But you're right with the running backs as well. So maybe I'm wrong with this. And look at the 2nd round. There's a hell of a lot of good players who went here. So maybe I need to revisit that thought. Okay, so moving on here. We're still in the middle of the 1st round. Adoree Jackson, number 12. So he ended up being the 2nd corner off the board. I know that's Bob Ojak, and I know he likes to take guys who help for the year. And I thought that because of Adoree's return ability, I think I might have even mocked him as taking Adoree. I don't recall. But I did not have Adoree as my 2nd corner. My corner rankings, I think I actually had Marlon Humphrey 2nd. Now, again, just like you said, I will slot guys. It doesn't mean that's where I'm going to take them. I had Desmond King 3rd here, but I'm not saying that I would definitely take it one of the other 2 guys. Desmond King is so tough right now to know. You know, the guy's a great player. And I think that he played so well in the slot that I think that Strat is going to let him be one of those guys who can play on the outside next year, and he'll certainly be a 6. And also because the Chargers defense played well and they had some injuries at that corner spot, I think they will let him play on the outside next year as a 6 in Strat. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it would make sense, but I don't know. I mean, I never know. It's a new thing for sure. So It seems like people avoided him in both fall and spring, and I got him in both the Ssfa and this league. Although I drafted him much higher in this one, I got him in a late second Ssfa after they took what's his name, Ramon Williams.
That's right. Yeah, well, I think you got him in the right. Yes, excited in a negative way, agitated. But yeah, this was a great. It's a good spot to get him there. So Dory goes number 12. He dropped off the second year. Marlon Humphrey third to the Jacks. I like Marlon Humphrey a lot. I know Jay wrote, I'm concerned that he wasn't able to automatically be a full-time starter the whole year. But, you know, the NFL, you talk about Strat trying to get us to go 3 wide. In the NFL, they play so much 3 wide that nickel corner is pretty much a starter. And, you know, the Ravens defense played so well, and I wouldn't be that concerned that Humphrey wasn't a quote-unquote full-time boundary starter next year. He had the good grade. I liked him as a rookie, though. I had the other guys ahead of him in the rookie class. But, I mean, he had well, this says 79. I don't think this is right. 82 coverage grade in plenty of snaps. 16th pick in the draft, very young in 1990. All these guys are born 94, 95. He's born in 96. So I'd be very happy with him. And Jay's rebuilding, just like you did with Lattimore. And I think we're all in agreement that corner's a nice spot to get early in the rebuild because the guys play for a long time, maybe because they're not taking that physical pounding of some of the other guys. Well, the offensive linemen also hold up. Those guys are amazing, those offensive linemen.
Yeah, I'm struggling with the O-line, but I mean, those corners hold their value too, even if they're just a 5. Yep. So every draft will be like this with these corners, you know. So getting guys, Jay had an awesome draft, I thought, and Humphrey was definitely a nice pick there.
Yeah. Pretty much appropriate. It is number 13, pretty much appropriate. You know, this surprised me. Lawrence took Ryan Ramczyk, not because Ryan Ramczyk is not worthy, but Lawrence loves those offensive skill players, and he could have used a running back. I thought for sure he was going to take Dalvin Cook. Now, only because it's Lawrence, were you surprised that he went offensive line over a skill player, or even a George Kittle? We know Lawrence loves the skill players. I think he has a good tight end, but
I don't know if he. I feel like no one ever really goes tight end too early, except for, I mean, even when I think like the earliest tight end was like Jimmy Graham in the top 10. And other than that, they always end up in the very late first or early second. So tight end. The running backs, there were so many. I don't know. Cook had so many damn injuries that it probably turned people off to it.
I guess I liked him more. I mean, I loved him in the fall. I was just concerned that he was not going to be the same player coming back from injury. But once they switched coordinators, second half of the year, he looked like the old Dalvin Cook to me. So I was kind of excited and thinking about getting him. And he was a guy that I was going to take. If I had stayed at number 11, I'd probably taken him number 11. You know, if I had moved up from McCaffrey. But certainly Ryan Ramczyk, pretty rock solid. I think we all agree. Nothing wrong with that.
Definitely.
Can't go wrong with there. That's for sure. Even though he's on the right side now, sooner or later they won't be able to pay 2 offensive tackles, you know, big time money. So they're either going to have to let Ramczyk walk, or by that time maybe if Armstead falls down in 2 or 3 years, sooner or later Ramczyk will be a left tackle somewhere, you know. And that team, you might still get a 7 next year anyway. They'll give you a 5-7. We'll see. Tre'Davious White 50. Now, what did you think about Tre'Davious White? We all liked him in the fall, and then he has this horrible grade. This is why I didn't mock him to be a first-round pick, and Joe Daly said, why? Yeah, 62.5.
Yeah, I would have gone with probably Jackson or even Desmond King over him, but I think Buffalo had a decent defense. I mean, he might get lucky, but
well, they had one of the best defenses.
I would have taken – there's a couple other guys I like better.
Buffalo had one of the best defenses in the NFL. They're certainly in the top 2 or 3 overall. But you know, a guy gets a grade like that. I mean, because we have seen Strat before. I was arguing with someone today about a player they traded for, and he's like, "Oh, I think he's going to be a starter." I was like, "Just because the guy is going to be a starter doesn't mean he won't be a 0."
Yeah, I got a bunch of starters in the 7th and 8th round too, and they all suck.
There's a million zeros running around the Strat, even on good defenses. You know, I mean, I remember the Jets had one of the best defenses during the 2 good years of Rex Ryan, And they had a couple of zeros starting one of those seasons, and I was like, yeah, I can see that. You know, the grades weren't there, whatever. So and also these are stock teams, so Strat can give the guy a zero and give them like these great like pass defense cards, you know. So I mean, 62.5. I mean, that's got to be a zero, don't you think?
You get a 4. I mean, it's a good defense. The defense is good enough. They get a little bump a lot of the time, but you know, I don't know if they're going to put a 0 out there. I don't know enough about this. I've played one stock league one year.
Okay.
I took a crappy Rams team to the Super Bowl though. Didn't.
There you go. Nice.
Managed to knock Dennis out of a couple games, but
take that, Dennis.
It's different. It's really weird actually playing that league compared to these leagues.
Yeah, well, I grew up playing stock, of course, because back when you were playing dice and cards, it was kind of hard to draft and put a team together dice and cards. It's much easier to bust out the stock teams. My brother and I played a ton. And in my first 7 or 8 plus years online, I played a lot of stock leagues. I played Snarl, which was retro stock. I played a couple of Kurt seasons, which are modern stock. So I'm familiar with both. But anyway, so yeah, but I would have taken William Jackson. Got a chance in the 5 over him, and Desmond King. I would take it over. I wasn't sure what to do with Tre'Davious White in this draft. I liked him better late first round, early second round. And a lot of times when that happens, you know how I am. If there's a real question, I just stay away. So I would have taken the George Kittle or the Eddie Jackson or the Dalvin Tomlinson or the Jalen Smith, who I like a lot, or the Dalvin Cook. I have no problem with Joe Mixon either, or the Kenny Galladay. I like guys who are coming up in the second year, not going down, because I feel like you can have a good rookie year. Why are you going down the second year? Tre'Davious, why are you playing worse as a sophomore? Someone answer me why that happened. I don't know. The guy's going up. I feel good. Oh, Kenny Galladay. Oh, he had a better second year. He's on the upswing. So I'm not saying Tre'Davious White is going to suck, because there have been guys, D'Angelo Hall, Janoris Jenkins. They're having guys who come in looking good, have a drop off, and then come back. You know, so
it took Jenkins a while. Though.
It did. I remember. I know you had him.
Yeah, I drafted him. I got him late in the second though, so that was kind of the deal.
Yeah, that's why I got Taki Believe when he was a rookie in spring. But so yes, I'm a little concerned about Mr. White there, 15. Dropping down to number 16, GM Brown. And let's bring up those stats for him. He was really interesting because he was not a high NFL pick. Wasn't he like a 5th rounder? Something like that?
Yeah, he wasn't. Maybe a 4th.
He was a 5th round pick in the NFL. You know, didn't do much as a rookie, but he got like a 4.04. So guys always drafted because of the 4. But my God, he only had 9 starts as a sophomore, which surprised me. But he did have 852 snaps, 85 coverage grade, 63 runs. So he might be a 5.0, okay, or a 5.4, right? 54. But then also 6 sacks. So he's either be like a 10 or a 12.
Yep.
As it is, so you got an inside linebacker 5 pass with like a 10 or 12 pass rush. Those inside linebackers with pass rush are awesome because they don't cover anybody, as we all know. So I liked him a lot. I thought he might be a sleeper to some extent. I should have known better. You know, dream of dreams. I was like, I wonder if this guy can make it to 2.14. Probably not. Maybe we got to trade up to get him. Who knows? But he went 1.16 to Dan, the mighty Thorauer, which I thought was high for him. Dan Thorauer is here, typing on the side. Dan, were you concerned at all about Dan Thorauer? Concerned at all that Jayon Brown was only a 5th round NFL pick? And you took him over Jalen Smith, which I thought was a surprise. Jalen Smith is much more of a pedigree. Why did you like Jayon Brown? And actually, when he first typed in Jalen Brown with an L. And there is no L in his name. It's Jayon Brown. So at first, I thought he made a mistake and he wanted the Dallas guy and then announced the wrong guy. But evidently not, based upon what he wrote later on. So, Dan Thorauer, were you concerned at all about Jayon Brown having a lack of pedigree? And why you liked him over Jalen Smith? Type that in on the side if you can, which you did before. That's right. So type it in and we'll talk about other things. We'll get back to that when you get your answer. But I liked it a few picks later, but I can't argue too much because, again, like I said, once you get past like Jamal Adams and Juju, then it's really amorphous. It's like you could take almost anybody there. Don't you agree?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of players. I mean, even when I took, Kittle, I was looking at a lot of players that it was just personal preference almost to that point. position.
Absolutely.
And just felt like Kittle was unique for his position too, or some of the other guys that might not be. I mean, Jalen Smith actually was really high on my list right at that point, but
yeah, Jalen Smith I actually had as maybe like one of my top guys. I mean, Humphrey and Ramchick, I don't really know offensive tackle, but still, Humphrey Ramchick I liked a lot, but and Dalvin Cook I liked a lot more than you're saying. But after when you get to the second tier, past Jamal Adams and Juju Smith, and you're still in the first round, Jalen Smith was one of the highest guys up there for me. Part of that, again, linebacker so hard to fill right now. I feel like his quality. Also, my team needs linebackers, and that plays into it as well. I was surprised that Jam Brown went before Jalen Smith. Nothing against Smith is a Cowboy. Dan Thayer is a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. Say no more. As that explains it all. He doesn't want the Cowboy on his team, so it's going to be Jam Brown getting the call. There you go. That well answered. Well met, sir. And right to the point, unlike me. So, okay, that does it. All right, we're moving on. LA, I'm having a real problem, Nathan. Every time I see LAC, I think LA Clippers.
Well, that's not a football team, Tom.
I know, but, can Marcus Williams run the point? I don't know. We'll find out. But I keep thinking LA Clippers. I got to think of 1960 AFL LA Chargers with the white helmets. Marcus Williams, I'm saying now, Paul Mankiewicz, half man, half Mankiewicz, tremendous coach and GM. We all know what he accomplishes. He's got a really good offense this year. His offense was he's got Tyrod Taylor and Todd Gurley, and the rest of the guys are good. Let me get down to his roster that Jay did for me. But I mean, you don't need that much more once you have those two guys. The defense, I think, had a good front four, 5'6", 5'5", goes 4'4" linebacker. But his secondary was weak. The back seven was weak. So, I mean, Marcus Williams gives you the 5 for this year, but did not have the best sophomore year either. Marcus was, I think he's a fine player, but only 69 in coverage. So I was really surprised. You now have 3 safeties going before Eddie Jackson. And Paul did, I guess, to help the team for the year more. And Marcus, I think, is a fine long-term player. I don't think he's going to be a bad long-term player. But what do you think of that? What do you think of that? I guess because it's Paul, and he's such a good coach. So if he has a pretty good team, he's an automatic Super Bowl contender. I guess I'm okay with him going for the year more than
it's kind of a middle ground pick. It's not like selling out for the year, but it's not, it's not the best talent either, I don't think, especially even at the position. But I'm not crazy about Marcus Williams, but he's a 5. And having a free safety with all 4s the rest of the way makes a big difference. I mean, my S28 team, I went 15-1 with that exact setup. And it's you need someone back there if you've got all 4s at corner and safety.
Otherwise, it just bombs away, you feel like?
Oh, it should be. I mean, if you're up against the right guy, you're not going to be able to do anything if you can't at least keep a 5 back there most of the time.
Yeah, I feel like maybe I'm not aggressive enough with the bomb. So I feel like sometimes I'm not aggressive enough with the bomb, and other times I'm way too aggressive with the bomb. Got to find the medium.
It depends on who you're playing. I mean, if they're all over you on all the stuff that you should be able to get reasonably, you got to do something about it. And when they're doing that, it's usually because they're exposing themselves, or you've got a quarterback that's got like some crazy pick number and they're like daring you to throw it down the field.
Sure. Interesting. We had a playoff game today where Zeb was going bombs away because Joe Golden was doing everything else. And Joe was saying, I dare you to beat my 6th corner with Tyrell Williams. And Zeb did. He was getting Sniper scopes and receiver readings, and he had like almost 200 yards receiving. So, yeah. But we'll also know the bomb is very hit or miss. I had that as the Ssfa Super Bowl. I was 1 for 17 completing long passes with Peyton Manning. No man gets right, a lot of them. There was dump offs in there, but I threw 17 bombs and completed 1. I lost by a field goal. One more bomb would have been nice, Mr. Manning. You suck. Anyway,
6 versus throwing against a 4. I mean, that's a huge difference. I'll throw short against a 6 if I got a good enough receiver, but
yeah, I hear you. But yeah, I agree with you. I always give. You got to give. You have to concede to the guys who know what they're doing, right? Like who am I to criticize what Paul's doing when he's more successful than I am? You know what I'm saying? I mean, if Michael Reeves had some picks, I could criticize those, right, Michael? I'm sure he's listening. We'll get to that eventually, but yes. So I'm okay with it because it's Paul. I was just surprised, like in a vacuum, and it makes sense because of his team, and the team has got a chance this year to do a lot, even though the defense is still shaky in the back seven. At least got a 5 there now. But
he's on a good team. He could get a 5 again next year. He's on a good. I mean, the Saints have a good defense, and that helps when you're on the fringe. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's a 5 every year. You know, for a while, that wouldn't surprise me. It's just that
I don't know, that 69 coverage grade. That's usually not going to get you a 5. I mean, the Saints defense played pretty well with their offense, but statistically, I'm not sure. I don't think they were top 10, for example, in the NFL. In defense, I mean, he was a second-round pick, and he had a good rookie year, and his second-year numbers weren't terrible. So I think the PFF numbers could come up because the guy's got some ability. So I don't have a problem with the pick. I was just surprised in a vacuum. If you'd have told me before the draft, hey, Tom, Eddie Jackson's going to be the 4th safety off the board, I would have said, really? I was not in love with Eddie Jackson with the naked eye at all. I didn't like him much in the fall. He was one of the guys who really surprised me a lot. For whatever my stupid naked eye is worth. I was just surprised in a vacuum. The guy's got like a freaking 95 coverage grade. Normally, that's not gonna make you go behind a Marcus Williams or a John Johnson, who both have their positive points, no doubt about it. Just in a vacuum, I was really surprised. Eddie Jackson, 4th safety. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that did surprise me, but I mean, it's like I said, it's kind of one of those in between things where the guy's probably going to be a solid 5. And what happens with Eddie Jackson if, you've mentioned some reservations, even though he had a great year and he's on a really good defense. What if he just becomes a 5 after that, or even a 5 and a 4? I mean, then you got Marcus Williams I think could be a 5 every year. I think he's good enough for that. I think he's on a decent team, and it helps him this year quite a bit. So it's a small trade-off, really, I guess.
I agree in terms of if you look at Oakland taking John Johnson and you look at Paul taking Marcus Williams, it makes sense when you look at it. I was just surprised in a vacuum that Eddie was the 4th one off the board. I'm not surprised that he went number 21. I kind of viewed him as easily going late. I could see him going late first round. I just in a vacuum, when normally you see that 95 coverage grade in a spring league, that guy's not going to be the 4th guy at his position, unless the other 3 guys are all like Pro Bowlers. You know what I'm saying?
Especially because a lot of teams at the top to the middle of the draft are rebuilding in some sense, so they're looking to the future, and that's going to help them.
Yeah, well, you had rebuilding teams going ahead of him with both you and Joe Golden, even after the other safeties went. So that brings us. So I don't have a problem with the Williams pick. It just surprised me that Eddie Jackson again was a 4th, but I'm beating that to a dead horse. We get to number 18. That's your 2nd first-round pick. That's George Kittle, who had a tremendous season. He's going to have a crazy card next year. We know how you love the tight ends. Are you concerned at all that? And I saw your write-up about it. Concerned at all that George Kittle might be somewhat of a flash in the pan in terms of, I don't know. I don't know. It's just weird.
Because I watched, I think it was against Minnesota. He caught a pass and took it to the house through the defense too. It wasn't even like he just slipped out. Like he actually was making some moves on people, and he looks better than he came out of nowhere. I didn't know anything about the guy, honestly, in the fall. And then I started watching some games, and he was doing good. I follow fantasy football and all that. So that guy had a lot of bums throwing him the ball, but he's got a good coach offensively, and looks like he's got. I mean, the guy broke the all-time tight end receiving record. So
yes, 1377 with the 15.
What side are you on there?
ESPN, 20 quote-unquote big receptions. Those might be 20 yards or more. I'm not sure.
If you go to NFL.com and look at him and hit career stats on it, it'll show you how many 40-plus he had. And it was like 4 or 5 or something like that. He had a lot of catches over 40 yards. I mean, that's going to be a really nice card.
Oh, it's going to be a tremendous card. You are the tight end guru. You like your tight ends. You like to find the guys who have the big yardage of Vernon Davis and stuff like that. Would you care to share? You don't have to.
No, I don't mind. That big number, I guess that's kind of the same idea. The big they're counting that, I'm sure, as 20 plus. You get that in the 4-to-1 range on any tight end, and that's pretty solid. If you get it better than that, I mean, then some of their cards are just crazy. You get a nice average, especially if they've got a long, and then you get anything with the 20 plus and the 40 plus on their card. You just kind of look at the ratio, is what I usually do, of catches versus how many of their catches were for that amount. And anywhere around 4-to-1 is pretty solid for good yardage on their cards.
Nathan sharing a tip there, a closely guarded secret regarding tight end action. And yeah, now you do have to go to NFL.com because ESPN got the stupid big number now. They redid their stats and they made them worse. Thanks a lot.
ESPN, I used to use NFL.com and then they got all crappy and I went over to ESPN for a long time, and now ESPN's changed a bunch of things I don't like either. So now I'm
you got
more.
Oh, 20 reception, 6 plus 40 yarders, and you get 20 receptions out of 88 for 20 yards or more.
If you go to all pass catchers, if that's an option, just check and see where he even lines up on that. And you hit that 40 plus catch and see where he's like second in the league. That's crazy.
Tied for second in the league in 40 plus catches.
I mean, look at Tyreek Hill at 8. You know.
Yeah, well, George Kittle, he is a speed merchant. We all know that.
Well, apparently.
He's just as fast as Tyler Lockett, don't you see? He's faster than Deshaun Jackson and Juju. Only 5.
Who do you think they were even covering against the Niners? I mean, who are their receivers?
Well, I don't know, because I was watching the first half of that game. I forget who they were playing when he had 214 yards receiving in the first half or whatever, and he was wide open every play. And I was like, why aren't they covering this guy?
They can't.
Well, he was so wide open in that first half only that there was something wrong with the defense in that first half. Because I mean, there's no way that George Kittle is so fast.
No, he's not so fast, but
30 yards down the field with no one within 10 yards of him.
If you look at some of the great tight end cards that have come out in the last 5 to 10 years, I mean, only one that comes to mind, but it was on a small scale and it did turn out awesome, was the Gronkowski card when he averaged like 20 yards catch, and like half of his catches were for 20 plus yards, or 1/3 of them, or something like that.
Well, you know what I'm curious about, Nathan, is typically it's very hard for a tight end to even get to 12, 18 deep. It's very hard typically for a tight end to even get to 12, 18 deep. As a few years ago, there's only like 2 or 3 individual seasons in history in which a tight end got like a 15, 21 deep. One was like a Rich Castor, believe it or not. Yeah, Rich Castor, I think, had one with the Jets, believe it or not, in the early 70s with Namath. And I forget who else had one that was maxed out 15, 21 deep as a tight end. It's extremely infrequent. So I'm curious if George Kittle, with all this yard and this average and all these 40-yard catches, will get 15, 21 deep. He'll certainly be maxed out, flat and short. He'll certainly have double team completions. He'll have buku yardage. We know what those tight end cards can look like. I'm really curious if he's going to get 15, 21 deep. So we'll find out. That'll be something else. But yeah, so he's got a tremendous card. I'm a little concerned, Naked. I don't know how he feels long term. How I feel about him long term. I understand all the reasons you said, Shanahan. And look, Jimmy Garoppolo does not have to be very good to be better than C.J. Beathard and Nick Mullins. So I agree with you that he's going to have a better guy throwing the ball. And not only that, Kittle was kind of the guy Jimmy liked to throw to when Jimmy was there.
He did well with Garoppolo. He did well with everyone. And so,
yeah.
I mean, he had garbage. He did well with everyone, exactly. So that's a really good sign.
Yeah, absolutely, because we all know how lousy these shitty quarterbacks are. But the point I was making, that Jimmy liked throwing to Kittle already. So I mean, so it's not like you don't have to worry about it. Exactly, yeah, So all right, so but he's going to have a great card next year. If only you had a quarterback who could get him the ball, Nathan.
Well, it had occurred to me that I should get him a weapon. Now he's got.
So there you go. You got drafted Patrick Mahomes, one overall. I think what happened is you really wanted Kittle 18, so you only took Mahomes 1, so you'd have someone to throw him the ball. Is that what happened?
Pretty much.
It was Kittle leading Mahomes, not the other way around. But yeah, but that'll be tough to stop next year. I may have to play Joe Molin's a strong safety. I don't know. We'll see. But anyway, probably not. He'll play for your safety. I'll have to double, I guess. With man-to linebacker, we'll see what happens. Unless you go nickel 3-3-5, then what do I do? Well, who knows? I'll go dime 4-1-6 now. But I don't play a 4-3. I can't get rid of Kenny Clark, Nathan, just because I got to play one dime 4-1-6. Anyway, we're getting way off base now. Going to New Orleans.
Kenny Clark.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with him. William Jackson, number 19. I loved him in the fall, even though he had been injured, I think, almost all his rookie year, or not played, or both. So he was like a year older than the other guys. He hit up and down year. You know what I want to look at now that like the season's over, and I don't think PFF would care, is the corners. Make sure our broadcast is good. Seems to be good. Those PFF, like the first half of the NFL season, at least, we all know that the offenses are going wild, and then things settle down some. But the overall numbers would still favor the offense historically, I assume.
Yeah, William Jackson was really rough with the early part of the year, but he ended up with an all right grade.
The low 70s. But for the first half of the year, there was almost no corners in the whole NFL that were like 85 or higher in coverage. And you ended up with, let's see, just the guys who have a number, because these other guys didn't have the stats in it. 1, 2, 3. Levi Wallace, he's a backup. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You ended up with 13 corners in the NFL that were 80 or higher, who met their qualification. And even then, Levi Wallace was not a starter.
Roby
Coleman and Bryce Callahan are nickel guys. Yep. So you got like 10 guys. Yeah, you look like 10 guys that were 80 or higher and clearly starting on the outside. And normally, like 80 is kind of the threshold to get a 5. So, like Dennis and I have been talking about this a lot, and the linebackers forget about it. It's even worse. It's hard to find a guy who's even a 70 a coverage linebacker right now. I mean, are they now? Are they going to really kill all these guys? That we have, we're going to have like just a slew of 4s and 0s in the secondary, or, you know, I think that they're going to hurt the stock team defenses cards, which they can do. We play draft leagues, so we don't care as much about that. I mean, do you think that most of these guys are going to get dinged, and it's going to be all 4s running around out there at corner and 0s? Because not even a ton of guys 70 or higher. It's pretty quickly when you get down to the 60s, which is oftentimes 0 territory. What do you think Strat's going to do next year with this?
I think the threshold might be a little lower, but I mean, because maybe Derby guy would know a little better. It seems like no matter what, I mean, obviously PFF wasn't prevalent for a lot of those, but it seems like there's always a certain amount of these guys getting rated a certain rating. If that doesn't happen, I mean, it'll be hilarious. I'll actually, that would be fun, but
yeah,
I don't know. I don't think they're going to ding him. Maybe somewhere in the middle. Maybe you'll lose a couple, and some of the better defenses will get a bump here and there.
Well, it's going to be interesting because when you look in the 70s, and then you wonder, a lot of them were 76.7. His number really came up in the second half. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't realize, this includes the playoffs now. Okay. Even so.
He got, I think I wrote it down here, what he finished at. I have
a file. I download them at the end.
72.9.
Yeah, William Jackson was 72.9. Yeah. So it's be interesting if some of these guys in the 70s can get 5s or not, and how many of them. Like you said, I mean, if everyone's got 4s running around on the outside, if only you had a strong-armed young quarterback, Nathan, who might be able to get the ball downfield. That might be helpful. Do you have one like that on your team, or?
I think I have a couple now.
There you go, Patrick Mahomes. He'll get the job done. All right, so William Jackson, I mentioned, I liked him a lot in the fall. Again, what do we do with these corners where the numbers were in the 70s? There were 5s in the fall. NFL first-round pick, Tre'Davious White down at 65. Tough spot, but I don't mind taking William Jackson number 19 overall. Certainly, you're fine with that pick, right?
Oh yeah, I even considered him. You know, if I didn't like Kittle so much, or a couple other guys, Jalen Smith, Joe Mixon.
Yeah, plus you knew you had 25 coming.
I don't know.
Yeah, and plus you knew you had 25 coming up. You get another good defender there if you wanted, and you ended up doing so with Desmond King. Dropping down to number 20, Jersey Joe Golden. his second first-round pick of the draft. He drafted Deshaun Watson, number 2. Went for nose tackle Dalvin Tomlinson, who had a good run grade, probably get a 5 next year. I think it's a pretty solid, safe pick. It's kind of not a rebuilding team in the vein of you or I, where he has like nothing, but like a young kind of building team. I think it's a fine, solid, safe pick. What do you think of that pick, Nathan?
I like that pick. I mean, I kind of suspected he might go a little lower because of the DTs and all that. Usually do, but he is playing, I think, nose tackle, and the Giants had kind of a turnaround. They traded Damon Harrison when they were pretty low, and it's not like it was Harrison's fault, but they must have just, I don't really know, but I'm assuming they must have started running more 3-4. Obviously, they liked him, and he played well. So
yeah. Also, I think the rookie B.J. Hill was doing a nice job for them as a 3-4 defensive end type of player, and he got a pretty good run grade. So I think they felt pretty comfortable. I was surprised when they traded Harrison like that, because he's a good player, But
he also doesn't. He never had any kind of attitude that I ever heard of. Everyone said he was a great guy and all that. So it was weird.
That's right.
That he's the guy they got rid of.
Yeah, usually if your nickname is Snacks, you're usually a pretty happy-go-lucky guy. Everyone likes a guy like that. Now, Joe Golden sometimes has a microphone, and he likes to position his webcam so we see only the top of his face from the nose up. Joe, do you have a microphone there? Can you speak up, or are you on strike? Take a vow of silence after Josh McCown beat you deep today, as he posted on the side here. Not supposed to kill my 6 with Josh McCown deep. He's just not responding, so he's probably not there. But anyway, I was hoping to hear from him, but no big deal. Joe, if you do show up with your mic, let us know, and we'd like to talk to you about your draft. Now we have Jay in the audience also, even though we're doing the first round part, we're near the end of it, so let's strike while the iron is hot there. Jay, this was Jay's second or third first round pick. Let's see. Marlon Humphrey, number 13. That's right, 13, 21, and 24 to start off the day. And Humphrey was 13. Eddie Jackson was 21. Jim Mixon was 24. Since Jay's in the audience, let's talk to him now. Jay, is your mic working, and are you willing to participate? There we go.
Just for a little bit, buddy. Played about 10 hours of Strat in my face-to-face league. I'm pretty fried, but
oh wow!
I actually have to work tomorrow, so we'll be getting to bed here soon. But I look forward to. We can talk a couple minutes if you want. So thanks for
sure.
having me.
In that case, I'm glad we got you on. I wish we had the applause sound effect, but I guess times are tough at Google, and they had to get rid of their freebie. We'll see. I don't know how the stock is doing, but I am sure they're saving a lot of money by not allowing us to have those free sound effects anymore. But Jay, you were rebuilding. Now this is interesting. We talked about you actually earlier, Jay, before you were here. As I always talk about people behind their back on these shows, apparently. I
heard it.
Yeah. Okay. But like Nathan and I talked about the fact that Nathan and I have no problem. We're kind of a similar mindset. We have no problem doing the big tear down, the massive rebuild, and going 0-1 or 2 and whatever, 14, 15, 16. But that is not for everyone. You talked about you not being looking forward to losing this year, and you mind how Ed always competing, doesn't have to tear it down. Now here, after winning whatever 2 or 3, I forget the number. How many Ssfa titles? 2 or 3, Jay?
I guess it's 3. It's 3.
Yeah, it's hard to keep track when you win so many. I'm sure that's not a problem that I've had, but maybe one day. But it's the 3 Ssfa titles. One of whom one against me.
Yeah,
I think you beat Nathan in the same postseason. He was complaining about a certain quarterback once upon a time, with Adrian Peterson running wild. We got 3 Ssfa championships. Now it's a total rebuild for you. I have not seen you have to do this or decide to do this before. Is this the first time you're doing this in a modern online keeper league? And what are your feelings about it, positive and negative?
Well, it keeper league, modern keeper league. Yeah, I took over a really bad IFL team, and so I've done it before, and I've been in face-to-face leagues where we've had to do that, but it's a fun project, while the losing, it's nice to play a game with no pressure, and you just go out and try to make it tough on some people. I remember playing you when you had that team that was all zeros and didn't have any. And you, like I said, you muddied the water playing the game. It was, well, I had to slog through it, but I was able to come out on top. But it was, it's kind of fun anyway.
So. Yeah, that was the offense. That was my 0-16 team, where a big part of my offense was the draw play linebacker quarterback.
Yeah,
I was hitting people with 8+ 17 on the defense. I may have had a center 4 because Andre Williams had over 1,000 yards. We had a 3.1 average for the Giants on the regular season. He had a horrible card, so no one's guessing run. And Andre had a big year with 1,000 yards.
Yeah.
And where is he now, though? But good. So you feel like so you don't mind it. You have the right mindset. It's nice making no pressure.
It'll be fun. It was certainly the right time. Palmer's done. AP came back for a little cheesy nice little bonus year here at the end. But and a lot of guys got hurt, and a lot of guys are just old. And I looked at the roster, and about my only real good guy in his prime was Casey Hayward. And even then, he's 29 now or so. So it was just fortunately, some of the guys still a little bit of rubber on the tires. Andrew Whitworth goes back to my initial draft, and
that's right.
Another 6.
You're a excuse me, Jay. If I recall correctly, you are an original Ssfa member, right? You participated in the inaugural draft, right?
I actually took over about 6 picks into that draft, and so the first the franchise picks were taken. I inherited Matt Hasselbeck as the quarterback, and Steve Jackson as a running back, and so I weren't big fans of either of them, but they were who I inherited. So it was mostly my draft, but
but you would have liked to have had those 6 picks, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Certainly, I wouldn't have gone with Hasselbeck, but whatever, we won a championship with him. So it was fun.
Sure. So look at your draft here. Number 13, Kamal Humphrey. We all like that pick. Number 21, you took Eddie Jackson. Were you surprised? Now, we talked about guys going for the year versus the future versus somewhere in between. Were you surprised that number 1, Eddie Jackson, was the 4th safety taken, and number 2, that he was still on the board at 21?
Well, kind of like you said, certainly I like Eddie Jackson better than those other 2. I like Jamal Adams, but I like him better than those other 2, but I'm not playing for the year. So, those guys, you need a bird in the hand sometimes, and that's what those other 2 safeties sort of represent there. So,
yeah, I it's funny. I remember so many times over the years emailing with you about trades and stuff like that, and you talk about how much you love the draft and how much you like draft day. But that so often, you couldn't help but trade for those pieces for the year because you have a good team and you're trying to win championships. And, of course, that worked out for you. So it must have been really nice for you now to come into an offseason and do a draft where you could be stockpiling picks and actually sit there and make selections on draft day.
Yeah, it is. It's certainly was enjoyable. I kidded. Had a couple of times where I had to wait 30 picks to take a selection, just the horror of that. But that was fun. There with that Eddie Jackson pick, you see Jalen Smith went right after, and I was really, back and forth between them a little bit. And I think I mentioned on the write-up the Jalen Smith knee injury as kind of a franchise guy. I just felt like Eddie Jackson is a safer long-term pick, but boy, it's so hard to find coverage linebackers, and
exactly
there's a premium there. So,
that was also part of your thinking there is that, okay, I'm rebuilding. You mentioned it's probably going to be a 2 or 3 year period, which is what it's been for Nathan and for me. My team is out of it now. Last year they made the playoffs. So with Jalen's injury history, and and his very specific and very serious, and the feeling that eventually it might flare up again is something you heard from the beginning with him. That maybe by the time your team is good, maybe Jalen something has like a year where he misses a year or something.
Yep. So, as we say, somebody mentioned it. Everybody's just a play away from their career being in jeopardy, but you can look at certain risks, and I think Jalen Smith is a bit more risk than Eddie Jackson.
Sure. Now, then you ended up with Joe Mixon, 24. I like Joe Mixon. I liked him in the fall, oddly enough, around the same area. I know Nathan drafted him somewhere. I forget maybe if that was an AW or Ssfa, around 25.
Yeah.
Say what?
I have him in 2 leagues. It was in that same area.
Okay. Yeah. And he had a nice year. I think he's gonna be chunky next year. A lot of these backs are gonna be chunky in terms. You look at their 20-yard runs per the regular attempts, and Mixon, I think it will definitely be chunky next year. But you are a Bengals fan. I like Mixon also. You feel good about Mixon. You feel like he's a nice, solid running back, right?
Yeah, boy, he's just run really well. And the Bengals have not been a good run blocking team for years. So I have to give him credit for it more than the Bengals offensive line. And
absolutely,
certainly the second half of the year was a dumpster fire after Dalton got hurt, and the team they lost to the Steelers again. They had a game at home where they had a nice drive, but they left Roethlisberger a minute and a half, and of course, Roethlisberger takes it right down, and they beat the Bengals again, as they always do, and it was sort of, the season was done at that point. But Mixon's just ran really well, and so
yeah, 1,160 yards, 4.9 average. I mean, what some of the things I like about him, I mean, he's just a very aggressive, hard-nosed runner. He runs north-south, and when he gets a hole, he really hits it and takes off. It's hard for me. I watch these videos and I try to evaluate guys with the naked eye because I like doing it. I like the challenge of it. I think the results have been mixed. I'm not going to sit there and say that I figured it out, certainly. But he was a guy I liked with the naked eye. But I liked the other guy backs more in the fall. But I liked him where he went, and I was impressed that he had a good season. So I certainly think that's a nice place to get him. And interesting, like Nathan mentioned, now Nathan, you said you don't like to take a running back highly during a rebuild. But what about down here around number 24? You were drafting 25.
I do like that spot, and I even considered him where I took Kittle also. I was hoping maybe he would slip to my first pick in the second round.
So at 25, you would definitely grab Mixon.
Yeah, I liked Mixon also.
So good call, Jay. There, Nathan,
and
with Joe Golden,
him and Desmond King. So Nathan grabbed him right after that, and as far as with the rebuild, I'm not worried about Mixon being chunky next year. I'm not worried about winning games next year.
Exactly.
He just looks like a heck of a back. So the naked eye, I think he looks like he's going to have a real nice career, and that's where we went.
Naked eye, good statistics, not the best situation, and he still performed. Fine draft pedigree, would have gone even higher if not for the off the field concerns, which appear to be well behind him, as you mentioned in your write up. So a lot of things to like there, absolutely. The big question for you, Jay, I assume I know the answer: Mayfield or Darnold? Because we see you rebuilding, you're going to be up to near the draft next year.
Here's the thing: who knows what happened? Thankfully, I have a year to look at it, because if Darnold comes anywhere close to Mayfield, I would want to take him. Mayfield's just a jerk.
Okay.
So
but you see, these are considerations, Nathan and Jay, that I don't have. Dan Thorau says I took Jayon Brown over Jalen Smith. Why? Because Jalen Smith is a Cowboy, and Jay says Baker Mayfield is a jerk, so I don't want him on my team. Interesting. So you're rooting hard. You're rooting hard for Sit.
This is a kid-friendly program, so
that's right. Yes. I have to remind Dennis of that. But so you're really rooting hard for Sam Darnold this year. So now we don't know.
Yeah. So
it's interesting because I mean Nathan and you, two excellent coaches who are in rebuilds where the roster is going to be hard to find a W. So you guys could be drafting 1 and 2 next year, possibly. Let me ask you. Yes, that's right.
Or Adrian Peterson, maybe.
Yeah,
that's right. I'm pretty sure Jay will give you AP for the 1 overall, Nathan. That sounds fair.
Well, I don't think that's what I meant.
You're breaking up, Nathan. I think Jay, that's a good. We have a deal. It's agreed. We're all good on this.
I've heard the rookie Glennon's pretty good in the clutch, though. So
he beat the hell out of me.
Well, throw them in there. Glennon and AP, the Super Bowl champions.
That's
Glennon
right.
and AP go to the Rams for their first pick in the draft. Hopefully Sam Darnold, which I would be rooting for too, because I need the Jets to get heading in the right direction. I'm ready for that now. We've had enough losing for a while, but I'll take 8 and 8. I'll take 7 and 9 next year. That's how bad it is as a Jet fan. As long as Darnold improves and some of the other guys look okay. Well, we've got a whole NFL season to go before we get to that spot. But it'll be interesting to see if any of the other quarterbacks, Josh Rosen, question mark, Josh Allen, will Lamar Jackson start doing more? If any of them start doing more and look more legitimate once you get past, I mean, I think everyone likes Mayfield as a player. I think in general people feel pretty good about Darnold. Like he'll be at least pretty good. Is that do I have a consensus from you and Nathan on that?
Oh yeah, I mean certainly Mayfield, had the season. He looks like he's ahead of Darnold, like I said. But I just, boy, he's a jerk. And from where I come from, you don't fear anybody, but you respect everybody. And he comes from a different planet as far as that goes.
So,
there you go. I like that.
Mayfield looks pretty awesome, but I hated Phillip Rivers early on in his career. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Mayfield, or maybe for different reasons, though. I mean, Rivers was always talking trash out there.
Yeah.
Mayfield does it a little differently.
Sure. Yeah, but do you guys also? Yeah, I think Mayfield is head and shoulders above Darnold right now. But my question is, I was just doing a cute question of Mayfield versus Darnold, but do you feel like Darnold will at least be pretty good? Do you feel confident that Darnold will be at least pretty good long term?
I don't know. I want to see another season for sure. I wouldn't want to have to draft him in the fall.
Okay. Jay?
I think so, but then again, I felt that Mark Sanchez would look pretty good, I mean,
what do you gotta bring his name up for? Come on now.
Similar spots in the draft, obviously the same town, and Sanchez did not play that badly as a rookie. And
I am so depressed right now. I was like, Darnold looks okay. He'll at least be like a Kirk Cousins type, but at least have a decent quarterback. And then you're going to remind me of Sanchez.
Well,
who I traded for, by the way, who I had in both the fall and the spring.
Certainly, he looks. He'd be number 2 right now on my board. So.
Jay, are you aware? I think Nathan was around back then. I don't think you were in Ssfa, Jay. Are you aware that within a 4-year period in Ssfa, before I got serious about scouting young players, I needed a franchise quarterback. So I drafted Vince Young, Mark Sanchez, and Jamarcus Russell, all in the top 6, all in a 4-year period. Do you have any idea what that does to what it does to you as a human being? Forget about what it does to your franchise.
Oh, that's
yeah. And then I said, I looked at Ed's roster and looked at TJ's roster, and looked at Paul's roster. I said, whatever these guys are doing is right. Whatever I'm doing is wrong. I need to change it. And that's how I started on this whole thing of getting hyper involved with the rookies. Joe Hayden, the first best player available that I ever took. Thank you, Joe. Yeah. He has a special place in my heart, just like Mike Leonard for you. Yeah. Since we got you, let's take a look at your overall draft here. Thank you for doing the round by round. If only I could bring it up properly. Here we go. Okay. Tyler Matakevich. That's you. Okay. Yeah. Marlon Humphrey, Eddie Jack, Joe Mixon first. Derek Barnett, 221. You mentioned a knee injury. I believe Barnett had a shoulder injury, Jay. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, whichever the injury. Yeah, and it was I misspoke on that. But
well, you scared the hell out of me because I drafted him like number 23 in AW. I was like, knee injury. I was like, oh my gosh. Oh, that team has so many injuries. My AW team, I've dealt with Andrew Luck 2 years out of 3. I have Ryan Shazier was a former first-round pick. I traded away 2 centers because I had Travis Frederick, and then he gets diagnosed with an injury, with illness. Yeah. Derek Barnett misses like his whole second year basically with injury. Cooper Kupp. I'm like, come on. Oh, wow. I know injuries are part of the game, but being healthy is supposed to be part of the game occasionally too.
Sure.
So you got Nick Martin, Chidobe, Awuzie. Now you had mixed feelings on Andrew Billings. I kind of like Andrew Billings. What's up with That's right.
4-3 defensive tackle that doesn't rush the passer. But if you got to play a 4-3, Ron Dickinson used to always say, you better have good at least fives there, because they're so huge with the average run cards. When it pops up, you got to stuff them. Those linemen have got to make the play if you're playing that 4-3. And so,
and since we have you, let's talk a little strategy for a minute. You and, of course, our good friend, Ron Dickinson, you guys both played a lot of 4-3, played very well with it. I see Dan Morin is in the audience. Dan has talked about the 4-3, and we've all had this conversation, 4-3 versus 3-4. I've always been a 3-4 guy. I love the flexibility of 3-4. I feel like it's easier to flood zones, to get two linebackers in against the run, to defend against the flat, and then even have the extra flexibility, I think, of doubling with the linebackers down the field, because guys don't want to throw flat as much. But these 4-3s have been doing very well, and they do very well with the good coaches in these strat leagues when you got like all fives or something on the defensive line. And when I played against some of these 4-3s in recent years, I've had a hard time running the ball and then consequently running the whole offense, and I feel like I get sacked a little more. Why don't you talk about, you're one of the more successful coaches in these leagues, your feelings about 4-3 versus 3-4?
Well, I think all things being equal, I prefer 3-4. But things aren't always equal. Sometimes it's just hard to find a nose tackle, and the defensive tackles, the 4-3 DTs, they can be easier to find. And sometimes you get a nice pass rusher or something that sits in real well at the 4-3, and so you just got to go with it. And so I don't like to squeeze a round peg into a square hole, and so and so you just sort of go with that. And I'll say this too: my other drawback of the 4-3 is inside the 10 or inside the 5, they are harder to get a stop. I don't know if you've ever done the breakdown there, but the 3-4.
I have not.
Okay. Well, look at trying to get a 1-yard stop or a 2-yard stop. The 3-4s have more stops at the goal line than do the 4-3s. So that's my biggest drawback of the 4-3.
Interesting. Now, when you talked about having a pass rusher that fits in well in the 4-3, I assume you're talking about a defensive tackle.
Yeah. If you get. I know, like Ron brought up to me one time, I was playing Ndamukong Suh as a nose tackle, and I'm okay with that. But he said, "Well, look, you're dropping a 6 down to a 5, and you're also taking away one of his pass rush. Pick yourself up a cheap 5 defensive tackle. Keep Suh as he was intended to be, as a 6 with a 9 pass rush or whatever it was. You get a 6-8 down to a 5-7. 7's not getting a whole lot of sacks against a decent center. So it was a fair point, and we had success doing that.
I'm fairly cowardly, so I'm still sticking to my 3-4s. But one of these days, I'm gonna have to find my testicular fortitude, and if it's the right situation, try to actually compete with a 4-3. Because I'm always
you do.
I've been running 3-4s with 4 nose tackles, because it's like that's how much I want to play the 3-4. Mm-hmm. So I've got to try to one of these 4-3s one year. When I do, I will come and blame you. When I go 9-7 with a team that should have done better, and I lose in the playoffs because they're giving me too many points, I'll say, well, I should blame you. But anyway, but I'm impressed by how well these 4-3s are going. And they I gotta say, they are hard to run against when you get 5s along the front. They're hard to run against on like 1st and 10 and stuff like that. And a lot of times you're not getting the yardage you feel like you should be getting. I don't know. But Nathan, what are your thoughts there? You're a big 3-4 guy, right?
Yeah, I have been, but I'm kind of switching to 4-3, and you can put that. I'm sure people probably do, but putting that your best defensive tackle, like if you do have a guy like Suh or Atkins or something like that, you put them over the right guard, and you're usually, if you're going to have a decent matchup, that's it. And that left guard is usually a guy where
often a 7.
When you're in a 3-4, you almost have to bring 2 guys to even make it worthwhile when you're going up against a 7, just to get to that second guy.
That's true.
And on the goal line, it is. I have seen those numbers too. I've noticed that with the 4-3 at a disadvantage, but a benefit of it is you can pick any zones you want, at least as far as which ones you want to plug. Like if for some reason you didn't want to plug the line buck, you could do the off tackles and the end runs, and you can't really. The way you have to put your linebackers up to like on the goal line, you're pretty much always leaving one of your end run zones open. I don't think you can do. Well, I guess you could leave one of your off tackles, but you can. It's a little easier to plug zones, obviously, unless you're forced into like a nickel or something like that.
I do like the 4-3 of the older seasons when you have such a great pass rush advantage over the offense at most of the time. And in the summer leagues, I'll play a 4-3. Well, I got to use 85 Bears defensive line in one of Dennis's summer leagues, and I had success with that team. But yeah, the money game, I tend to go 3-4. But I'm trying to. I see a lot of 4-3s doing well. I got to open my eyes and look at it and see what's up.
The other thing I didn't mention, which is actually probably the most important thing, if you're just sitting there calling pass a lot, and the run on the 4-3 when nothing else is going on, there's no one on the line is better than the 3-4 as far as yards given up. When you're plugging the zones, the 3-4 is better if you're able to plug the right zones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I've seen a lot of guys with those 5s in the 4-3 just stand there and not plug zones and have some and play some pretty good run defense. Calling run at times, but 3-4, you got to bring guys up.
Yeah,
and then when you get oh my God, when I play against Paul and Ssfa, and he's got those defensive tackle 6, when you those defensive tackle 6s in the 4-3, that is really tough to run against, man. I find. I don't know how you guys feel, but those two did a nice job. So the only pick we didn't talk about then was number 23, Dalvin Cook. We spoke about him at length already. I thought that was a nice pick by Mick. It was a nice spot to get him. Mick also is trying to make the playoffs this year, and Cook has a very nice rushing card, certainly over Mixon for this year. I get the feeling that you guys like Mixon better than Cook long term. Is that true or false?
I do.
I do too. I mean, Mixon obviously hasn't had the health concern. But Cook obviously had a better rookie year. But Mixon had a better year this year than Cook did. I know Cook came on pretty well in the last 5 games or so, 4 or 5 games. But boy, he was a non-factor the first 10 games, and his yards per carry was pretty I don't know, in the mid to low 3s.
Yeah, I think he was around 3.0 or 3.1 for much of the season. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but the guys sometimes that takes him a little time to come back from that knee injury. He was battling some other injuries too, if I'm not mistaken. So,
yeah, he may have been, and he may have been. I definitely admit that when I like a guy in the 4, there'll be still a little bias for the spring. So I probably maybe like to Cook above Mixon. I like them both. I would have been happy to have either one on my team. I really like to Cook a lot, and I believe it or not, I was considering him at number 11 if I'd have stayed home. But I do think he's good, and he gives me a good call for the year, so I do like that pick. I'm sure you guys both like Cook at 23 in a vacuum, though. You don't have a problem with Dalvin Cook being drafted 1.23, right?
No, especially when he's got Breeze and Juju, and that is the team, right? Yeah.
And he's got Alex Collins, but he could certainly use more carries after trading Lynch, and Dalvin Cook gives you those quality carries. So, so we talk about then, like you said, Breeze, Juju. I think you already had a good receiver there, and now you've got Alex Collins and Dalvin Cook. That offense can do a lot this year, that's for sure. Defensively, you need some help, but it'd be one of those type of teams. And we've seen a lot of teams like that. Dennis was mentioning that to me this morning. We saw it in this past Ssfa season, and I guess Dennis feels like we're seeing it to some extent in Ssfa now, that a lot of guys in sort of that middle area are keeping their players, keeping their good cards, and trying to make the playoffs, as opposed to saying, screw it, I'm probably not going to make it anyway. I don't know if you guys have noticed other than you guys are both in the middle of a big rebuild. That's different. But then it feels like that's
going for it. Made for a good trade market for me, so I liked it. It was good timing for me to come out because several guys jumped on my players, my veterans I was putting out there, and had a good market.
Sure. All right, well, Jay, thanks a lot for all your feedback, and feel free to start if you wish. But I know you said you wanted to go at some point.
Yeah, I'm going to call tonight. So thank you for doing this, Tom, Nathan. Take care, and look forward to seeing the rest tomorrow or later in the week.
That's right. The other 4 hours and 15 minutes.
Good night.
It won't be that long this time. Good night, Jay. Thanks for coming on. There's Jay Villing. It's a good show. We had a lot of strategy talk with Nathan. What's nice is we haven't spoken to you guys in depth before, so it's good to do that. And Jay talked about making it more of make some of these shows more of a more community thing and get more involvement. So that's always good to see. So we finished with the first round there, and let's go a little team by team action. We probably won't go too much longer, I don't think, Nathan. But let's see. I've said that before, but we'll see what happens here. So we'll do this, I guess. I guess I should do alphabetically or draft order. I guess draft order is still the way to do it, because otherwise that way we remember what's going on in the first round. So we'll look at your team now, Nathan. Dennis, Dennis is always pushing wisely for a shorter show. What would he make us do? He'd make us pick a pick that was our favorite pick, and then a pick we didn't like. Do you want to do that? Or you just want to go down the list and talk about players? What do you want to do here?
Whatever you want. I got so many players there that might be time consuming.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I'll do this for now, and then we'll take it as it comes. We got Mahomes 1.1, Lattimore and Kittle. All your first pick we talked about. Desmond King 2-0-1. We talked about him. Certainly a corner 6, a great player. Also a good returner next year, which I know that you Nathan, and I think me. I think we probably do a better job now. Now we're ruining it. We probably do a better job than anyone else in the spring leagues of targeting the second-year returners, the future returners. Do you agree with that or no?
Probably. I mean, I'm always looking at that, especially when you're weighing two things of equal value. I mean, those returners, you're wasting picks on them otherwise.
I was very upset last year. I couldn't believe when you took Farrell Cooper. I said, Nathan is not – he's not going to be good next year. Why does he need Farrell Cooper? I was going to take him. And he took him like in the third or fourth round or something. I was like, come on.
Yeah, it was the third. It was kind of a little early.
I'm like, guy, what are you doing there? And Marlon Mack 2.06, the Dan Morin special. We have Dan in the audience. Dan, do you have a microphone, Dan Morin?
Yeah, I do.
Hey, Dan, how's it going?
Pretty good. How you doing?
All right. It sounds like you're talking with a little quietly. It's 10:40 Eastern up in Maine. Yeah. Are you trying to make sure not to wake the kiddies and the wife there?
Absolutely.
Is there any beverage in your glass at this moment?
Bourbon.
There we go. Very nice. Straight up on the rocks, or how do you take it?
Couple cubes.
Nice.
3 fingers.
There you go. Let it melt slowly over the course of the evening, right?
Yeah, you bet. I'm going to go in the garage in my car. Get easier.
Okay. All right. So we got Dan Moore here. Now, would you guys like to talk about first thing, Nathan, Marlon Mack? Tell us, Nathan, what do you think of Marlon Mack?
I didn't know a lot about him early, but I kind of started watching some of the Colts games. They had that winning streak going. I looked at some of his stats, and they looked pretty decent. I think he had a pretty low fumble amount. I have that. Yeah, 1 fumble. So I wanted Mixon at 2-1, but obviously he went right before me, and I got a pretty good corner there. I didn't want to wait too much longer because I've got Mahomes next year with a good card. I've got some other pieces around him. I wanted to make sure I had at least a decent running back, and getting one in the second round, he seemed like a good option.
Yeah, like you mentioned earlier, you don't know exactly how the cards are going to come out. There's a chance Mack is a little chunky, but not sure. You had 7 carries at 20 yards or more, 195 attempts. But you have Mahomes, at least now you have someone who at the very least has got some carries and should be at least okay for next year, not to mention long term. So at least you're starting off with something pretty good there. You agree?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'll add another running back. I'm just hoping that he's pretty good, and it doesn't have to be great. I don't really need that. I just need good, solid carries probably for my offense.
Yeah, and at the very least, it's very. And if his card isn't as good as you like, or if his card is not a top card, that's when you trade. When you have a good team, you trade for the good running back card for the year. at the very least, Mac will be part of your running back stuff next year. And he's young. And he's a Colts lead guy. He came on well in the second half. So long term, you have to feel like, hey, I got a lead back here. And I like the way the Frank Reich's offense used the running backs in Philly. And I like the way they kind of run that offense in Indianapolis. I wish they threw a little more bombs because it would help Lux Card, I think. But overall, just in terms of an offense, I kind of like the way that Reich and the previous he did things with the Colts and the way he did them with the Eagles previously. Now, Dan, you mentioned a lot, I think, to me, and maybe you're right, I don't recall, about missing, and in the draft talk, about missing out on Marlon Mack because of the trade. Do you want to share with the listeners like how that all went down or what?
Yeah, I mean, I had second and third pick, which, you know, some years I have that. And when I was looking at my team, I didn't think I was going to go for it this year, which I certainly don't have a team that can win a championship, I think. But when I say go for it, I mean, you know, get to the play. So I was looking at the team, and before I made that trade with Jay, I was going to be a 6-10, 5-11 maybe. And so I looked at that second and third round pick, and I said, you know, I have Aaron Rodgers. He's got some years left. My line's getting old. My defense is pretty young. Running back is obviously very important. And Tom, you've pointed out many years I've gotten by with some pretty weak running backs, and it's ended up hurting me some years, and some years it really didn't hurt me that much. But it was time to get a good running back. I've loved Mac. You know, I loved him in Ssfa. I thought he was going to be a good running back. He had a year last year. So when I looked at 2-6 and looked at this draft, go ahead.
Did you get him in Ssfa or no? I forget where he went in Ssfa.
No, I didn't have the picks to get him. I'm never around those picks, so I end up caving. People like Jay and Nathan end up sending me emails with. I hate making like 8 different trades to go for it, but when somebody calls me and throws me 4 players, it's almost too hard to give up. So Jay did it, Nathan did it, and before you know it, all my picks were gone. But
yeah, to talk about that for a moment, it's funny they're all like natural trading partners. It's like I was like I'm that way with Dennis sometimes. It's like I know if I have a guy who's older and I don't really need him, I know that Dennis might be a market for the guy. So and the other way around, like if Dennis knows he's looking for veterans, he might come knocking on my door. So there's always kind of like natural trading partners. But go ahead, Dan.
Yeah. Dennis is obviously a lot better than I am at making, 15 trades. Nathan, I think, is like I am. He doesn't like messing around with a bunch of trades. So he'd rather just, send 5 players away or get 5 players his way. And so before trading, before the starting line or the gun went off by Ed for trading, I said 2-6. I looked at all the draft picks. I said, I can get Marlon Mack or Aaron Jones. I think of them pretty similarly. And I think Marlon Mack's a little bit better. I think he's going to be a top 10 running back. And I'm not talking Strat, just top 10 running back in the NFL for the next 5 years. I think he's that good. Could improve on his pass catching, but I think that'll come along. So I was just eyeing him there. I said, you know what? That'll be my running back for the next 5 years until Aaron Rodgers' career is over. And then I can focus on some other things because I have Amari Cooper as a receiver. And yeah, he had a bad year, but I think, he's still very young. So that's my number 1 wide receiver. But like I said, after I got Josh Gordon and CJ Anderson, which is an average back, Nathan sent the offer for me. Nathan saw my team and I had all 4s in the back, and he gave me the opportunity to get all 5s. And I went, Jesus Christ, if I can have my 10-6 team with a great pass rush instead of all 4s and have 5s back there, that's huge. And I said, I can't, because I want 2-6. I want to keep 2-6 because I need a running back. If I'm going to get all 5s, I need a running back. And I want 2-6. So then Nathan said, well, how about if I give you 4-1? And I went, Jesus, that's going to get me one of those card halfbacks. I know
card only guys. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, and you saw on my recap. I mean, I think unless Nathan was bullshitting me, which I don't think he was, we both thought Darko would be there at 4-1, or there was a good possibility he would be, not necessarily guaranteed.
In Autumn Wind, he went like in the 5th round. And
yeah,
that was a 30-man league.
And I looked at what he went in Ssfa, and I think he went much later than 3-7 in Ssfa too.
Yeah, I got him in Ssfa. I got him at least 4th or 5th round, something like that.
Yeah, so you look at him, You look at the card, and you look at the card, and if he went in Ssfa, somebody drafting in Ssfa might say, well, who knows what he's going to do this year? A team might pick him up, but he didn't play at all. So how could he go higher in this league, much higher in this league than he did in Ssfa when he never even took a snap this year? So that's the philosophy I had. But then again, like I said, in the write-up, I had a fallback. I had Gallman or Foreman, and Foreman I really like. I think he's going to be he's not going to be a great running back, but I think he's going to be a good 50-plus, 100-plus running back.
Player.
Okay. Yep. So that's the thought.
Yeah. Yeah. So then I got screwed because I took Darkwood 307. I guess I can see the analysis now that you guys are saying, Dan, I have some very bad news for you.
What?
I kind of no longer really need Darkwood. But I was trying to get Dion Lewis from Butch. I'm trying to get Dion Lewis from Butch.
Yeah, I saw that.
Since before Christmas.
Yeah,
and it's like, and it's like, I couldn't get Butch even respond for a while, and then he checked out, and then he posts after the draft. I've now decided I can't compete this year. And Dion Lewis available, and I'm like, I already gave away 2.14. I would have given him that for Dion Lewis. I really, really wanted Dion Lewis because he's got a really nice, he's got a better card than these other guys we're talking about. He's got a really nice card, and I got to deal with him. And I was like, I guess I don't need Darko now.
I needed Darko was appealing to me. Gallman's going to gain some yards, but it's only 3 less carries in a game. So Darko appealed to me because with that Josh Gordon card, with those ridiculous long gains, I needed a running back like a Chris Ivory a couple of years ago, a Bilal Powell, somebody that could break somebody that would be a threat rather than having somebody say, yeah, go ahead, run Gallman 14 times for, 6 yards. I'd rather have that than you hit Gordon once. So Darkwa at least offered, a long gain, and I think, 75-yarder on there, along with the short gains where,
exactly.
It's like the Dennis philosophy, and I have good run blocking. So I could have just, if somebody's going to call pass all game, I could have just rammed off tackle. I'm going to hit that 75, or I'm going to hit that long gain, once in a while.
Yeah, well, I think you had Chris Ivory in one of these leagues.
Yeah, I did in Ssfa when I had the number 1 offense in Ssfa 2 or 3 years ago with Teddy Bridgewater and Ivory, because Ivory was breaking 65, 70-yard runs every other game. So
yeah, because I know none of us like the chunky backs, like you're saying. You have a card that's consistent yardage, and then you also have the occasional huge run. If they're going to concede the run all game, you're going to hit those, from time to time. So, and Dennis, I think, had Chris Ivory that spring, and he did really, really well with him as well. So
I've kind of reassessed. I used to, back a ways when I had a couple teams, I used to look for the consistent column, the non-chunky column, and I thought I'd just, meander my way, matriculate the ball down the field, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And then I started listening and watching and seeing some other teams, the Nathans of the world, the Dennises of the world, the Paul Maker, those, you might get 2-3 yard gains, 1 yard gains every, more often than you'd like, but those big gains are what it's all about. And you have to have the ability to threaten somebody, guess wrong, both pass and run,
with the big play.
Yeah. You need the big play.
But you're not talking about the true chunky card. You're saying a card with some big runs. All right, so maybe it's got a few 1s and 2s and 3s sprinkled in.
Yep.
But it's not really chunky. It's just maybe not as consistent as someone else's card. I can see that. Yeah, I am planning on probably keeping Darkwa because I feel like with Lewis and him, I have enough good carries. Otherwise, I'm relying upon Jay Ajayi and Christian McCaffrey's rookie card, which is not really very appealing.
I got nothing to trade you anymore. So
that's the first thing I thought of. I said, that'd be draft picks. This guy's roster. I was like, is there any young players? So I was like,
nope. I have a first, a 9th, and a 10th next year already. That's it.
and we were talking about, I don't know if you were on for this guy, so you came on early. We were talking about people being tired of losing and how people view rebuilding and losing, because did you hear the very beginning of the show tonight or no?
I was on and off listening on and off, so I didn't hear that part. No.
Yeah, because I was talking to Nathan, and I was mentioning, as I've said a few times now, that he and I got kind of a similar mindset and approach where we don't mind the total rebuild and, doing that 0-16 or 2-14 or 1-15 or whatever, and having two like really, really bad years. But then Nathan said that Nathan called them Hugh Jackson seasons, having a 2-year Hugh Jackson run. We don't mind doing that and like acquiring all these young players and making our team good. But I know some other guy, but then like Jay posted when he was talking about in his write-up, he posted, I'm not looking forward to the losing, because like Jay just blew up his team and is now doing a Nathan and Tom style rebuild, and I've seen other guys mention that, like Michael Reeves, like years ago, like I just can't keep losing like this. You mentioned I don't want to try to losing, so like for you, do you feel like you just really just like going 4-12, or just like I can't stand it. I don't want to be going 4-12. Is like really like annoying for you that way? I'm getting the feeling that this is probably not a positive for me, as I mentioned. I get the feeling I'm more comfortable losing than most than most coaches, which I don't think is a good sign of my personality. But you talk about that for a minute, because it's interesting to me.
I just need. I've had good enough teams to make the playoffs, I think, and since I've just, for whatever reason, haven't made it. I think I've gone away. I've gotten too bogged down in the math, I think, and I'm not playing by feel as much anymore. And I think I play better by feel. I've pulled back my aggressiveness on defense for the most part, because I'm afraid of big plays and I'm trying to cover everything. And by covering everything, I'm getting killed by 1,000 cuts. So I've had good enough teams. It's time to get back, to the way I like playing Strat. And those teams losing, I need a season for my own Strat sanity and self-confidence where I at least make the playoffs, because I haven't had teams that should be missing the playoffs by as much as they are. And so that's why it was pretty easy talking to Jay and Nathan this year. I said, you know what, there's going to be a time when I'm going to have to do a reset. I don't think my reset is going to be selling everything off. I think I'm going to keep some vets, and I'm just going to try and keep all my draft picks one year, and just have 10 draft picks and kind of do that sort of reset. I don't think I can do a wholesale change. It would absolutely kill me to know that I'm going to get drilled every game.
Who was your running back last year in this league?
This league. I had
Terrence West. Teron Ward, no. Terrence West, one of those guys.
Yeah, it was Terrence West and Jeremy Hill. I've had Jeremy Hill and Aaron Rodgers in this league for a number of years.
And I don't think Hill was very good last year, right?
He had an okay card. I mean, now, an okay card for me. I mean, I'm the biggest mistake that ever happened. Say second year with Bobby Rainey and Maurice Jones-Drew, because then I thought I could do it with anybody.
I feel like if you're going for it, you absolutely have to have running backs. I mean,
yeah. I mean, there's going for it, Dennis. There's going for it, Dennis style.
You can get him
going for it.
Those Alfred Morris type cards, whatever you can get. Yeah.
Yeah, and they cost a lot. So I probably could have pulled off a good running back card this year, but then I would have had too many holes everywhere.
I think you're okay this year. I think last year's card, because I had your pick and I saw that you were winning less than I thought you were going to, but I looked at the card and I think I didn't like the running back. And I thought
it was Terrence West, I think, too, and Terrence West and Hill, I think, actually. I'm not sure, but
yeah, it's an interesting situation. But yeah, there was a time, Dan, you mentioned getting too much into the math. There was a time 3 or 4 years ago where, for maybe half a year or a season, I felt like I was getting too analytical and forgetting to go when I was a good coach, when I came online, I was playing well and having some success. It certainly wasn't because of math. It was because of feel and stuff like that, and just knowing the game and having your style or whatever, So like so I could see where you're coming from. There was a time where I felt like I was getting too much into the math, and the math has to be a tool, but I still have to coach like the player and coach with whatever's working for me and is strong for me. So let me ask you a question. When you talk about getting bogged down in the math and now wanting to get more aggressive, I know that was your initial tendency. Was the math making you less aggressive?
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of like I use this analogy that, and I'm not comparing myself to my strat to Tiger Woods at golf, but I remember when Tiger Woods was winning all those golf tournaments, I used to laugh because he was winning so much, but then there was always this narrative that he was trying to perfect his swing, improve his swing, improve his swing, improve his swing. And I'm like, dude, you're winning every tournament. What are you trying to improve your swing? So back when I started in these Ssfa leagues and in the stock leagues, I mean, I was, putting up 9, 10 win seasons, and I had an 11 win season a few years ago here in Ssfa. And when I did that, I was playing like, Rex Ryan on defense, and I was, more aggressive on offense. I mean, that year in Ssfa, where I was 9-7, I had the number 1 offense in the league. I had Teddy friggin' Bridgewater as my quarterback, and I went deep a lot. Sure. He had a shitty deep card, but I went deep a lot, and I hit a lot of zero men in zones and enough guessed wrong receiver hits and some of his, random hits on the guessed wrong column. I mean, so, I'm an aggressive. I'm happier when I'm aggressive. I'm better when I'm aggressive. And then the last 2 years, I've played conservatively, because you're not supposed to leave the left, linebacker zone open, because you might get a zero men in zone hit. I mean,
yeah,
you got to move people around. You got to be aggressive. And I have more fun playing it that way. I get more when I've been pissed the past 2 years losing so much, I get pissed more often because I'm not going by my philosophy and my style and the way I like to play. And if I'm going to lose, I'd rather lose. You should hear me when I look at the screen. When it's 3rd and 8, when I decide to blitz everybody, I literally look at the screen and I go, fuck it, here we go. And I throw everybody on the line. And if you beat me deep and score a touchdown, I'm like, God damn it, I'm going to get one of these sacks one of these days. But if I sit back in a 3-3-5 and don't move anybody, and you hit a pass and I see a D roll, I'm pissed because I should have blitzed.
Or we get the dump off.
The dump off. And then
the dump off. Dump off 4. A dump off 4 white die.
No second high linebacker.
The dump off to me is fine even when I blitz everybody, because you know what? That's the only way I could have stopped it, is by getting a sack, and I just didn't get the sack that time.
No. What I mean is, if you sit back and then he gets a big dump off, that's what I mean.
Totally agree. So, I mean, that I'm getting off of the draft here. That's why.
This is good. This is good stuff we're talking about.
Yeah, the thing that I wrote on my review is that baseball thing. I just can't, and that's why finally when Nathan, I mean, it doesn't take, you could sell ice to me if I lived in Alaska, but at the end when Nathan said, "Hey, I'll throw you my 4-1," I was like, fuck it. Just like blitzing all out, I was like, fuck it, give me the 5s. And if you look at, when you do the season preview, look at that defense. I mean, Rogers' card isn't like it was a couple of years ago, but I'm gonna have Ngakoue on the left, Kwan Short in the middle, Jason Pierre-Paul on the right. I'm gonna play a 3-4, and I'm gonna have Barwin at right outside linebacker with an 8 pass rush. He has a 4-0, and I'll have Chandler Jones on the left. And I heard all that conversation about the 0. And this is going to be a case study, I think. I'm going to play with Chandler Jones all the time, and I'm going to rush him all. I'm going to rush him all but 100 times this year. I'm going to do it, and I'm going to see what happens. And, Nathan and I played in Ssfa first game of the year, I think. Well, my first game. And you went 3-3-5 all the time. And you remember what I did, Nathan? I doubled your flanker with that left outside linebacker all game, and I put the free safety in the left flat, and I basically said, go ahead, go deep, and if you hit it, you're gonna hit it. But if you have 5s and 4s back there, Nathan, you talked about it too, when you had a 5 in the free safety zone but you had all 4s in your secondary. I'm gonna be totally fine with throwing Chandler Jones up on the line, putting that free safety on the left, and I'm gonna have a 12-12 10 8-9 pass rush if I throw Chandler Jones up there. And you're going to try and hit the receiver that might be on Chandler Jones if you're not playing a 3-3-5, because if it's a 3-3-3-5, nobody's going to be on him. But he has no coverage when he's on the left on a 3-3-5 unless it's fullback, unless it's 3 wide fullback. But if you're doing a normal offense with that, you can throw to the guy that he's covering, but you got to hit a receiver roll because the zone's going to be covered. And that's a 1 in 4 chance you're going to hit the receiver. And if you do, it's wrong, and you're going to gain a yard. You're going to gain short pass yardage on a guessed wrong flat pass. One play, boom, new set of downs.
Well, the sacks are killers.
Anyway.
The sacks are killers, though. So you're doing a trade-off. It's interesting because I was thinking about that because there was a big discussion about the edge rushers and them all getting the zeros, the 3-4 outside linebackers against the pass. And I was thinking about that, like, well, what if you just played it like Strat means you to play it? What if you just literally blitz the guy like every play and messed around your free safety and as a linebacker? I do think I was looking at like your team, because we talk a fair amount, Dan, and about stuff like that, and you're an active participant in the forum, and I think the schedule was pretty favorable for you, especially in the first half of the season, so I think you're in good shape there.
That's also why I made those trades.
You already looked at your schedule?
Yeah, because in Ssfa, nice. had I done that in Ssfa this past year, I would never have. I would have sat back and not done anything because my schedule in Ssfa was brutal. I should have known I was going to have a less than adequate year.
Okay. Well, I would tell you, you've had success. I think you've made the playoffs more than you realize. I know in that summer league you played in the Super Bowl, and those battle royale and summer sprint leagues, they have very, very. They have a very good concentration of good coaches, in my opinion. Almost every year. Yeah, that's right. We're doing that one coming up. So I think play with what works for you. It's funny you said that about getting killed when you go away from your philosophy. Like I don't play the same way that you do and that Nathan does with the aggressive blitzing. And Nathan's reconsidering it now. But when I feel like I should do certain things and I don't do them, and then I get killed, I feel the same way. It's like. It'd be like Zeb losing because he didn't do enough line buck. That's his thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So it's
exactly.
like, there's a lot of different ways to be successful, I think, and to be competitive. And that we probably all kick ourselves more when we go away from that thing that we feel works for us and that we're comfortable with. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And that conversation you had with Nathan back about the changing of strat and it's funny when Nathan brought up the 4-1-6 because I've wanted to play the 4-1-6 for a couple of years on third and long. I've actually tried it.
Probably since 1985.
Yeah, who did that real well actually in a couple stock leagues I was in is fuck's his name? Junu.
Oh yeah, he's an excellent coach.
Yeah, and he played that on third and long with one of his Buffalo Bills teams that had a good free safety, and he did it really well. But Nathan talked about how he is changing his strategy. I heard that, and I think he's right. He had a lot of really good points. But one final thing on this defense I have this year, I'm gonna do this Chandler Jones thing. I'm gonna do what I argued on the forum, where it said a 0-5 really awesome outside pass rusher isn't necessarily a liability. I'm gonna try and prove it, and if I lose, I lose. I'll reassess my philosophy, but I'm actually gonna try and put it in action, put my money where my mouth is, and see what happens.
Yeah, I think it can definitely work. I think it's the hardest against a team that can run it, a team that has a good receiving blocking back, or can run that 2 tight end 1 running back, where that extra guy is a good receiver, and also if they have an inside running threat. But not everyone's going to have those things, so I think it can work. It'll be interesting. And I give you a lot of credit for being willing to do things differently and thinking outside the box and not feeling like I'm going to play this, vanilla style. It's like the old thing. Like, did you ever read When Pride Still Mattered, the Vince Lombardi book?
No, I should.
Oh, you got to read it. By this, it's awesome. You'd love it. By this guy David Morancis is the writer. But Lombardi was a Catholic guy and a family guy, and in his personal life, like a conservative guy, and but his favorite player on the Packers was Paul Hornick, who was like a playboy and and like a nightlife guy. So it's like he admired that this part of Paul Hornick that wasn't in Vince Lombardi's personality. You know what I'm saying? He was Mr. Order and discipline and stuff like that. So it's like I'm got all the spreadsheets and the numbers, the analytical, and I play I think a pretty conservative style. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I feel like I do. So it's interesting to me to see a guy who plays a much different style, hair on fire, as you like to say, outside the box, and having at least some success with it. So, I like to watch what you're doing. So I'll see what you guys do. Do we play this year? Do I need to?
No, we don't, Tom. No, we don't, Tom.
Go ahead, Nathan.
I play Nathan, I think, at the end of the year, but I don't play Tom.
Nathan, do you want to say something?
Yeah, a lot of the, aggressiveness and your style of play and all that, I don't feel like I necessarily have a style of play. It just depends on what I've got and who I'm playing. I mean, you know, some teams you have to be aggressive. Some teams you can't be aggressive. And especially some coaches won't ever be aggressive on third down. So I don't blitz them because what's the point? They're going to throw flat. You know, I mean, I'll blitz them here and there after I've sat in the zone 3 or 4 times on third down. But, you know, there's no point in letting them do the only thing they're going to do, you know?
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah. Well, you have to have the flexibility. And we all know, you know, whatever league you're in, I mean, there's always some coaches who just simply aren't very good coaches. And, you know, their tendencies become very predictable. And obviously we're not going to do something that's our preference if it's going to give them the only opening, like you said. That's a good point, Nathan.
Well, even like the bombs away against the 6 earlier that you were talking about, I didn't see the game, but I mean, I wouldn't do that. I almost would probably never do that.
Yeah, but it was sad, but he's an excellent coach. I think there was some free safety blitzing involved. And he said he had a couple of sniper scopes off of that. So I didn't see the first. And I don't know if it was bombs away or if he was just hitting the bombs he was throwing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I didn't see the game, but so that's the type of thing I wouldn't be doing.
You know, and that goes probably not bombs away, but it goes to what Dennis talks about that I don't think we do enough. And, you know, just throwing deep, even if you know someone's going to be back there, just because throw deep and try and hit that 8-9 long gain. I mean, it seems just like the double fumble. It seems to happen more often than it should when it's against me anyway. So the game does seem to reward you when you're a little more aggressive at times. And sometimes I swear I'm crazy about this. I really feel like sometimes the big name players will be successful more than they should. I had Larry Fitzgerald for like the first 10 years of Ssfa, and I swear to God that when Larry Fitzgerald got a long gain, it would go for 65 or 70 yards, way more than like my other receiver who also was very good and had the similar like numbers and average. His long gains would be 45 and Larry's would be 65. You know, or if it just seemed like my bombs to Larry would hit more than they would to the like some guy in the Steelers who was like a 15-21, but not his big name player. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Hopkins is for me.
Yeah, Roethlisberger's hit a bunch of, you know, shake away from the defensive end, third down short pass guess rights against me in a number of leagues. So yeah.
There you go. And Nathan, who's the guy you were saying does it for you?
DeAndre Hopkins.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Where'd you get him, Nathan? Where'd you get him?
Yeah, that was a good pickup.
Yeah, we got a good deal on him.
So, but yeah, I hit a double team long pass completion to Julio Jones in like the final 90 seconds of a game like a month ago. At the first time
it was against me.
I think it was against you. It was against you, yeah. And I was like, you know, if that was another guy who had the double team completion, maybe it wasn't named Julio Jones. I don't know if you guessed.
Do you know what's funny about that, Tom? Is you hit that, I saw it. It was double team, and as soon as I saw that he caught it, I was like, here we are playing Strat. The odds are still infinitesimal. And I looked and I went, oh, it's Julio Jones. He makes catches like that all the time, so I wasn't mad.
Exactly. Yeah, and even though that's the first one I've ever seen, long pass double team in game receiver completion, and even though like it is such a small chance of it coming up, it is so great that they put those on the card. They just look nice. They make you feel better about having those guys. You know what I'm saying? And every now and then you might get,
I mean,
I
thought about that in Strat 28. I have Julio Jones, and I used to shy away from throwing to him when he got doubled all the time. And then I started looking at him, and those double team catches, we still throw every once in a while to those 11 short pass right guys.
That's true.
You know, hoping to get a completion. Well, he's got 11 double team. So why not give it a shot, even if he's double team?
And at least you have the dump off.
You know? Yeah, exactly.
You have another great receiver on that team. Who's your other receiver on that team?
I have Mike Evans, Julio Jones, and Golden Tate on that team.
Nice. Mike Evans are the guys. Yeah. All right, let's get back. This has been great. Let's try to get back to some draft coverage. So I can eat something and go back to sleeping on a normal schedule. We're going to do it. Dan, maybe you want to join us for this if you don't mind, since you didn't have a lot of picks, but I know you follow young players. Let's do Dennis's version of go down the guy's draft. You pick out your favorite pick for the guy, and maybe a pick that should I get away from the negative? Should we not say I didn't like to pick that much?
I thought you were going to ask. I thought you were going to ask me to go through Nathan's picks because those are all my picks anyway.
That's right.
No, I like the negatives because I don't know some of these guys. I don't know if I made.
Oh, you want the negative? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is why I'm the most hated man in Strat-o-Matic.
All right, let's do it.
Everyone wants to beat me.
The best pick and the worst pick. Let's
all right, we're doing the Rams first. Let's skip. All right, let's skip Patrick Mahomes because it's too easy. He's disqualified. Okay, he's too good. Can you see this on your screen? Okay, Dan, or no?
Yeah, perfectly.
All right, is the bourbon vision okay, or?
Yeah, I need another one so I can see it better.
There you go. Bring it to focus. Favorite pick just means like at that round in the draft where he got the guy. I kind of like getting him right there.
George Kittle, no doubt.
It doesn't mean the best player. Dan goes George Kittle, no doubt. Understandable. Nathan, it's your own team, but we'll give you one anyway. You can do your own team. For where you got the guy, I really like getting this guy at this spot. Doesn't have to be the best player or even a great player.
Yeah, I liked Kittle, but I liked King too a lot. I like those two.
Okay.
I'd say Elfline is right there short behind Kittle as far as a good pick. And we know I was talking to both of you off to the side during the draft about Elfline.
That's right. All right. I'm going to do one where you guys can say, are you fucking kidding me? I'm going to do Josh Lambo, the kicker at 423. Because you screwed me. You guys screwed me with the kicker. Put him right. I've been so good at figuring out where these kickers go and getting the right kicker. And this year I didn't get any of the three I wanted. He's not even going to be good this year. What did you have Josh Lambo for? It made sense. It was a good pick, but it hurt me. Also, I like Josh Reynolds at 703. I like him in the fall. I like him as a player. It's just a matter of the opportunity in that offense because he's the same three guys all the time. But sooner or later, I think he could do real well. But I've been there before with Chris Conley and now with Demarcus Robinson. Both of them Dan also likes. Well, Dan likes Demarcus Robinson, I know. All right, now I got to insult Nathan to his face. We got to find a player that we don't like to pick. Let's see. This got a really good grade though, so can I dig a pick? I don't like the grade. Anthony Harris. I don't know what to make of this guy. Was he the real starter all year? He had a good grade. I don't know. I'm too tired.
He said like 700 snaps or something because of Sendejo got hurt. That was a pick for a rate. I think he's going to get a rating next year.
Okay, you get a 5+. Okay.
Yeah, I think I got him in like the 50th round in Strat 28.
Very nice. So, all right. Yeah. So, well, that doesn't have to be a negative. We can criticize if there is a negative. Who had the second?
Only because I don't know about Austin Blythe. I don't know anything about him, so I'm going to go with that pick as the worst one.
He had a good grade, so he was a top 12 PFF.
All right. Well,
but
we'll see.
Yeah. Okay.
I just don't know.
I got you. Yeah. All right. We'll go. Well, we're not going to go pick. We're not going to go in the order of the draft. We'll do the alphabetical because it's easier, and we're not going to. We'll do lightning rounds of style. Arizona, good. Bob Ojak. Let's see. So how should we do the order here? Dan, you can go first. Pick that you really like here for the round that you got him in. That doesn't have to be any. There's no one I loved. It's fine. No one I loved and no one I hated is fine. Fournette at 213. That's a good choice. Yep. All right. And Nathan, you got somebody? You're allowed to pick the same guy. It's okay.
I think Shaq Griffin's probably still. I like
Shaq Griffin 311.
He didn't have a great
I'm going to go. I like John Lapio in the 7th because even though they hurt, I think come back and start. I like both Kendrick Bourne and Mac Hollins where he got them. Even though Hollins out for the year, I liked him before that. I'm going to go D.D. Westbrook because I liked him in the fall. He put up a lot of catches, not a big average, but he also returned. They didn't have much of a passing attack, so maybe he can come back and do more. So that's not a bad one. Any picks we hated? Any picks we really want to criticize here?
I don't like Tre'Davious White at 15. I don't like Tre'Davious White. Period.
Okay,
there were a lot of players there in my opinion that I would have taken that I would have liked a lot better.
He had a very poor sophomore grade, 62.5 in coverage. Nathan?
Yeah, I liked because of who was still there. I didn't like White that spot.
All right, I'm going to go with Andy Vanderdoes, who I liked with the naked eye, but who was injured all the time. He drafted him for the year. He should have traded me for Chris Baker instead. It would help me out. Okay. So I guess thank for not giving me a job. I could have kept this 5. I would have taken an 8 next year. All right, go to Baltimore. This is Jeff Bevier. Well, first, let me ask you guys. So this is a big part of his draft. Jeff traded number 9 overall and Eric Kendrick for Joey Bosa. From Jeff's standpoint, you like the trade or don't like the trade, Nathan?
No. Don't like
Dan.
it.
It's Joey Bosa. I like it.
Okay, Dan, there you go. The pass rush. Okay, Dan likes it. Okay, good. All right, now let's see. Draft picks we liked here. Doesn't have to be any. It's always a negative.
I know he was injured. But I'm a huge Carl Lawson fan. So I like it. I like it where he got him at that low risk, what he could turn out to be as a pass rusher.
I remember that from the fall. Dan was big on him. A lot of guys liked him in the fall. Nathan?
Yeah, I like the Bulls where he got him. I actually thought about taking him in a pretty similar area. Yeah,
Bulls a little bit of a sleeper. Mike Munchak, in fact, hopefully that's not bad either. I like I guess there's no one I'm really in love with. I kind of like J.D. McKissick. I don't think he's able to do anything, but he's kind of a fun player. And Dylan Cole was one of my sleepers in the fall. Liked him a lot. He looks like he has a lot of athleticism. Could be great in coverage. He's stuck behind McKinney and Zach Cunningham, and he got injured half the year, and he's a little older, so nothing great, but it's the 10th round. Any negatives to ding here?
Nope.
Nathan?
Yeah, I don't see anything that sticks out.
Yeah, nothing. I agree. Okay. Moving on to the Bears. Brad Lane. This is so mean. We're trying to pick out. We're trying to pick out something we can criticize the pick about. This is the environment I set. This is all my fault. I have to take the blame. Chicago Bears. Picks that we liked a lot. Dan?
Keelan Cole,
314. Very nice card for the year. With the big average. Nathan?
I liked Ramczyk, especially being on the Saints. That seems like a 5-7 every year.
Yeah, pretty rock solid. Probably will eventually. Maybe it'll take 3 years, but eventually he'll be a left tackle somewhere. Picks that I liked a lot. And nothing leaps out on Ramczyk solid, but nothing that makes you go, yeah, I love. Those are great value here. I'm going to start with the negatives first, so I can get criticized, everybody. Matt Breida at 2.15. I know he had the big average. This guy is chunkier than chunky gets. Matt, now, I said that. They couldn't really pass the ball that well, so watch you get the great card. But where is Matt? Well, I don't mind him as a player. 5.3 rushing average. He had 153 carries. 10 of them were for 20 yards or more. That is crazy. One of 15 carries, that's like a 6.7%. What I've seen the last 2 or 3 years, once you hit like 5%, is like automatic chunky. So at 6.7, to me, that's going to be crazy chunky. I don't think he's a bad player, but I think the card is not going to be what you're thinking when you're drafting a guy 2.15 largely for future value. You guys, anything that you – I didn't even have a chance to see if I like something, did I? I went straight for the negative, didn't I? Oh, no, it's the same team. That's right. Any negatives here for you guys?
No.
I didn't like Breida there either because I would have rather had James Conner or probably even Aaron Jones or Derek.
Yeah,
I mean, there were players, but even just at that position, I mean, I might have even taken like Tariq Cohen, but the fumbles were kind of crazy with Cohen. All
right, then we move down to, as we're going to wrap this up soon because I'm getting pretty tired. I got to eat something, go to sleep. Cincinnati, that's Butch, right? I was thinking Jay, even though it's Jacksonville Jay. Butch is Cincinnati. We got Buda Baker, Cam Robinson. Anything you guys particularly like here?
Cam Robinson. I think he eventually will turn out to be a pretty good a starter for pick. A number of years at that pick. That's a good one. You know, you see I'm liking some 3rd round picks. So I
was actually thinking that too, because he did start off much better this year before getting hurt. Mm-hmm. And, you know, people were in the fall.
Yeah, I noticed his grades were pretty good through. It's only 2 games, but you have a guy who was a high second-round NFL pick. I didn't like him in the fall. I was killing him, so we'll see what happens there. But and also like we talked about the linebackers, offensive tackle seems like a little bit of a tough position to fill right now in Strat. So mid-3rd round, that's not bad. I agree with you guys there. Probably the guy I liked the best. I liked Monty Nicholson a lot in the fall. He didn't really come through like I wanted. 6th round, not bad for him. Justin Evans was one of my guys I loved in the fall. He didn't play that great either. Coverage grade in the high 60s. I'll go with Justin anyway. I'll believe in him, even though I was concerned he was the next Von Bell. And he might be turning out to be the next Von Bell. We'll see what happens. Any picks you guys really didn't like?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
No. I was going to say Schweitzer, but with that pick there, that's
fourth round's not bad.
Yeah,
Nathan,
the Buda Baker, I kind of liked a lot of the players that went after him a lot more. You know, Matt Milano, Derek Barnett, Cup. I liked obviously. Even
Buda's tough. I love Buda as
DeMonte Casey. I mean, you know, he's going to have probably a pretty decent rating. Might be a pretty good player.
Probably give you 5 next year. Buda's tough. I love Buda as a player. I was talking to Jay about him last year before one of the drafts when he was getting ready to make some picks in a different league. I just don't know in Strat what they're going to do with him. Is he going to be a slot corner? Is he going to be a third safety? And you know what that's going to do to his ratings. I don't have too much of a problem there. A little I liked. Sean Mannion, can't take him. 9.18, bad pick. I'm just teasing, but okay. It's a 9th round. Probably need a backup quarterback. The Cleveland Browns. Oh, good. Now the show's going to get long. Michael Reeves. He's not listening. He's not in the room. He listens to the live YouTube broadcast. Michael Reeves only had 4 picks because he traded everything last year. Michael. I'm so upset with him. I'll get to that in a minute. But any picks you guys? You only have 4 picks: 2, 3, 4, and 7. Any picks you like a lot?
I think Everett's going to turn out to be pretty good tight end.
He looked good in the playoffs, I thought. Good, Nathan?
Yep.
I was looking at Everett. It looks like he's drafting a couple guys. Those tight ends have pretty good cards this year. And Everett being a second rounder, I kind of liked that pick. Is his team good this year?
You had to ask that question, didn't you? Michael.
That's the type of draft it looks like. Like you have a good team, don't have any picks, and those are the types of players I would expect to see. Except for Casey, looks like a good future pick as far as at least a rating.
I do not believe that Michael's team will reach 500 this year. Michael believes he has an outside shot at 9-7, or maybe 8-8, 7-9. It's better than his 5-11 S28 team. He told me. I'm upset with Michael because Michael traded either today or yesterday.
I saw that.
His number 2 next year for Shaquille Barrett.
Yeah,
He's an outside linebacker 45-7. Now, I kind of like Shaquille Barrett as a player. I think he has some ability. I understand that 45-7 is not bad for the year, especially current environment. But Shaquille Barrett
backup
had under 300 snaps next year. Under 300 snaps next year. Looks like a backup and only had like a 57 or something coverage grade. So I think he's going to be a pass coverage 0 next year. So you're talking about a team that is not going to make the playoffs this year, Michael's Cleveland Browns, that has some good pieces in place for next year. It just gave up. We all know, Spring League especially, high second-round pick is very valuable, and he gave it up for a guy who's going to be a 0 in pass coverage next year. Michael said, I like the player a lot long-term. I liked what he did before this year, which is true. He's going to be a free agent after the year, so I think he's going to get a big contract somewhere, and then he's going to shine. And that all could happen, but high second-round picks are pretty valuable, and I don't think that was a good trade. That got me angry. I don't know. Only because Michael, a couple years ago, Michael had come online, was kind of taken him under my wing, and I guess like all children, he's disobeying the parent, and he's going in a different direction. Of course, Michael's my age; he's not my child, but we had that type of dynamic. So he said, "I'm trading on my own now. I didn't come to you to seek it out first." So, anyways, I'm very happy with that. And what do you guys think of that trade? Am I out of my mind?
No, I thought that was a horrible trade.
Dan?
I didn't like it.
Yeah, even I wouldn't do that.
Considering that Dan would have gotten 3 5s for that second-round pick, I'd rather go that route than get 1, 4, 5, 7. So no, he has no running game. He's got Dak Prescott, who's bottom, who's okay, but he's below average. He's getting no running game. He still has like Alfred Blue. It's like it's still his best friend. Alfred Blue and Devontae Booker are his running backs. He doesn't have a particularly good offensive line, and his linebackers are like 4-4-4 and a 4-3. So I don't see that group. Prescott, Booker / Blue, bad linebackers. I don't see that team as probably making the playoffs. So anyway, that's my view. Michael agrees not making the playoffs this year, but I don't know. But then next year, I have a pretty decent team, and I just gave. So wait till next year, and then trade that 2 for something really good if you want. That's what I would have advised him to do, and probably could have got Barrett more cheaply. Maybe the 3 if you're going to speculate. But anyway, that's trade made. So nothing here I really like a lot. I would say nothing here that I would ding too hard to either. I think there were pretty good picks, I would say, for those four, which means that maybe you should keep your pick, Michael, because you drafted pretty well. This is a pretty good draft. OJ Howard, high 2, DeMonte Casey, high 3, Gerald Everett, high 4, even Vincent Taylor in the 7. That's pretty good for those rounds. Do you guys agree?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I like his 4 picks.
So, anyway, see what happens. All right. At least you didn't get dinged, Michael. So we liked your draft. We did not like your trade. 3-0 against. See, Anthony, I told you I tried to get kinder and it failed. I'm back to being
mean. It was kinder. You would have taken you 25 minutes in the fall.
That's true. If you spoke with the draft chart, no one would win. I was the Tremont Williams pick.
Tremont Williams too.
Tremont Williams pick.
Got me Desmond King
over Desmond King. Why?
And he went to my team and was very happy for me.
Why would you draft the 35-year-old corner 5 over 23-year-old corner 5?
Hey, I have Tremont now. Come on now.
Why would you got him for the right price.
I know. I'm kidding.
You drafted with Desmond King. Why would you even do that? Why? I don't know how much bourbon that guy was drinking. I mean, he's 35 years old. How hard is it?
I drafted him in the 4th round in this league back in 2009.
I have a 35-year-old 5 and a 23-year-old 5. Which one should I take? Okay. I'm going to get hit by a truck. Whatever. But all right, Detroit Lions mixed draft. This looks pretty good here. He had no 3, but number 10 overall, Juju. Number 23, Dalvin Cook. 2.08, Jabril Peppers. That's a pretty nice 1, 2, 3 there. And he's trying to. Now the mix is an interesting spot. He tried to trade Drew Brees last year, and the league stopped him, which was good for him because that trade in hindsight would have been terrible. Then he ended up Alex Collins. He had Marshawn Lynch. So he said, I'm going to try to surround Brees with players and do something. Dan would approve of that. And it's going kind of okay. I think he will make the playoffs. And then you add Juju and Dalvin Cook and Jabril Peppers. He's also kind of trying to rebuild and not be too bad and take advantage of Brees' next 3 or 4 years. So that's a pretty nice hole, I think, there. Takk McKinley in the 4th round. We know what happened recently with the mental issues, but he has some ability. Ricky Seals-Jones is pretty nice in the 5th round. I like that. Hardy Nickerson played a little. Not a big fan, but now you get into the second half of the draft. Alex Redmond, Cody James, and Nazir Jones. So nice job, I thought, by Mick. Any picks that you guys like a lot that stand out for the value?
Well, who could have seen that Takk McKinley was going to have some problems with that interview right after he got picked on draft night? I mean, if you remember, he went off that night. I mean, I know I love my grandmother too, but holy cow, dude! I actually like Takk. I was, I think in that place that's a great pick because if he can come back, see a theme here, the sack guys. But
I was going to say yes,
if he can come back and be a good sack guy on the line, which is now more valuable because of those linebackers. I mean, that would be a good one. And I agree. I mean, those first 3 picks that team he has, that's really good job.
Very solid, yeah. Nathan?
I thought Juju was awesome at 10. He should have probably gone a little higher. Peppers is nice too.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like I said, if Jamal Adams wasn't a Jet, I would have taken Juju. So, but I went home at one time. I'll go with. I mean, I just love. Like we talk about, we talk about spring leagues and how much easier it should be to draft in a spring league and consequently to rebuild in a spring league. And this is why. I mean, you get 10, 23, 2.08. I like Dalvin Cook better than the rest, but Juju, Dalvin Cook, Jabril Peppers, that's so nice. I really like that. So I'll give him kudos for the whole draft. I'll go Ricky Seals-Jones, 5.02. Oh, I can't go above the other guys, but I like to pick because I liked him in the 4. I liked him in the naked eye. His numbers were okay for a tight end. Nathan is the king of the tight ends, we know. I know they have a different offense now, so who knows how the new offense is going to use the tight end with Cliff Kingsbury. This is awesome track record at Texas Tech. You know they were interviewing Vance Joseph, the defensive coordinator, and they were interviewing somebody lousy for offensive coordinator. I was like, they're going to have the worst coaching staff. I don't know what Kingsbury can and can't do. It was just funny at that moment. But that's a nice pick in the 5th round. I need to take a brief pause here because I haven't eaten in a while. I'm getting a little lightheaded. I got to get my assistant to get something ready here. So hold on a minute. I got to take a 3 to 5 minute break and be right back.
So what are you running out there, Nathan?
What's that?
Team. What are you running out there this year for offense?
On this team?
Yeah.
Well, I have Blaine Gabbert, so that's a good start. And then I'm going to have Eddie Lacy and Marlon Mack as my running backs.
What about line?
Oh, it's pretty bad. This is a pretty bad team. My defense got better, but I don't think I had – my line is lagging behind everything. So it didn't seem like a great draft for me to build it.
Nathan, you don't mind waiting until I do – you don't mind waiting for me to do my spreadsheets before we play in week 1, do you? You
might need them. 100% everywhere.
Okay. But I like those running backs. You got fat and skinny.
I'm going to be line bucking behind Pat Alflin because he's a 4. The rest of my line is 0.
I'll be watching Gabbert in the linebacker. I promise you that.
The linebacker draw.
I'll have to move Matt Skira to left guard to be my 0-4. The rest of the line is a 0-0.
So I just need to blitz. I still got to blitz 2 guys, though. 3, 4.
Please blitz because I'm still going to throw bombs to Marquise Goodwin and Cooper Kupp.
Okay.
Jesus, I'm not even playing you this year. I swear to God, I think I'd free safety blitz every play.
You'd get some sacks. I guarantee.
I'd free safety blitz with every play with everybody and have you run your carries out and see what happens.
You are getting
irritating is if anyone tries to do anything other than run and flat pass against me because I actually have a really good secondary. And I might play time.
You do get Jay in a massive rebuild there in the first block of the season.
Do I?
Yeah, I think he's the only – honestly, I think he's the only guy I've played in the Ssfa family that I've actually never beaten. Not once.
He's pretty good.
Yeah, so we'll see. This could be it. I better take my shots while I can.
All right, so now, guys, we're going to have to really go lightning round because I really need to eat something. So we're going to go real quick here. Kansas City Chiefs. That's you, Dan. Okay,
hey.
Dan's picks. First pick is the 4th round. Wayne Gallman, 401. Dietrich Wise, Jordan Willis, Jordan Lucas, Greg Mabin, Obi Melifonwu. Nathan, any picks you really like?
I mean, I like Gallman because it made sense for the team for sure. You know, you need that running back, even though it was more of a short-term pick.
Any picks you want to ding while Dan is here on the air?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't know a lot of those guys. I think they had some pass rushes, what it looked like during the draft, I recall. Because a lot of these don't know that well.
That's one of the reasons I love the write-ups, because guys are showing you what they think about some of these other guys, the lesser guys, and some of that. Picks I liked the most, believe it or not, I liked Obi Melifonwu a little bit as a sleeper in the fall. I think he's got some ability. I didn't realize on the Patriots now. I wasn't 100% of my own draft prep this year, but I have a fondness for finding these guys who I think will be sleepers and trying to grab them in the round 7 through 10. I just have a lot of fun doing that. Even almost none of them ever do anything. For some reason, I enjoy doing that. So it's nothing I can kill here. It's hard to kill a guy when he drafts a Carter running back in the 4th round. That's all he has until the second half. You can't really kill the second half of the draft picks, So. But I would assume that Jordan Lucas did not do anything noteworthy in the championship game that you were able to brag to your daughters about. Is that true or false?
There was a game yesterday?
I heard there was. Does anyone know how that ended?
Yeah, D Ford. I better not ever see him in a Chiefs uniform ever again. So,
yeah, that's all right. Leave it to the Jets. He'll be the guy who blows the AFC championship game. We're going to give him $100 million. Or whatever. Give him 5 years, 65 mil.
I'm drafting Sam Darnold. Anything that the Jets defense can do to help him, I'm good.
There you go. Well, I'm hoping Sam does well. We'll see. All right, moving on to the Chargers. I'm looking forward to the season preview show this year too. This is a busy time. I got to call all the Ssfa games, the final 8, and then Ssfa season preview after that. At least we have a couple of weeks for that because I got to get through the supplemental and the stuff like that. The Chargers. This is Paul half Mankiewicz, Marcus Williams, James Conner, Gerard Davis, Zay Jones. Paul, he didn't trade any picks. 1 to 17 every round. Ryan Switzer, Jonnu Smith, Deshaun Kaiser, boo, James O'Shaughnessy, Chris McCain, Mike Roberts, Dexter Bell. Any picks we really like here, besides, of course, Deshaun Kaiser?
James Conner there, outstanding.
Should have a good card, too, next year.
Mm-hmm. I think it'll be chunky next year with the 20 pluses, but still.
He had like 120 plus. Was that a different guy?
That's a different guy.
I don't know.
He had, I'm looking at, let's see, James Conner. He had 9 20-yard runs in 215 attempts. So not guaranteed to be chunky, but it could be. 4.5 average. But regardless, you're getting, like Dan, I think what Dan would say, you're getting the guy who obviously is the Steelers feature back and the workhorse, and the next guy is going to get, all the carries for the next 5 whatever years, So, and that spot, I agree, that's very good to get him there. Any negatives to really ding?
I didn't like the safety. I didn't like that safety at that pick that much, but I mean, we kind of covered that. It was definitely a need, and it's not horrible long term. He's still probably be decent.
Compromise pick. He helps him for the year, and he's got some future.
Yeah,
is the way you viewed it.
I got.
Okay. I really liked. I agree about Connor. Also, I really liked Jonnu Smith a lot. He was a guy before Delaney Walker got injured. He was a sleeper for me in the fall. I loved his athleticism. I thought he would put up better numbers this year. So that bothered me, but I think he has some abilities. So we'll see what happens there.
I would have taken him. I would have taken him instead of Dietrich Wise, by the way, if he'd have fallen 4 more picks.
There you go. Okay. He's got such great athleticism. We already went through a Nathan's draft, okay, because we were starting with number 1 and we went down. Now we go to we gotta get to letter N, guys. Yeah, so that's the big one. We go to Miami here. That is Bob Ojak, right? No confirmation. Okay, we'll assume it's Bob Ojak. Was getting him in. You know what? That's the problem. Is that he's Miami here. He's Arizona in the fall, and then Kurt's Arizona in the spring. And none of those guys is on the forum much and stuff. So I'm always confusing them. It's like the 2 invisible coaches who they're Arizona fall and spring. So Bob Ojak, Miami, Adoree Jackson, Deion Dawkins, Ben Gideon, Solomon Thomas. Bob almost always drafts guys who can help for the year. Anything you guys want to ding here? I suspect there might be some candidates.
I got no criticism, actually.
All right, Nathan.
Who went in front of Adoree Jackson there or behind him? I would have rather had Humphrey probably, or I don't know. I guess Humphrey it's not a returner also.
Humphrey did go behind him.
I liked. I don't know. I guess my favorite pick would have been what's his name? The tackle, Dawkins, but I don't like that he's on a team with the quarterback that's probably going to get sacked a million times.
Yeah, with Josh Allen, that was a comment somebody had in the spring. Where the hell is the regular draft? I can't find the regular draft. Hold on. Opening and closing too many things
Humphrey
here.
went right after him, and you had some other.
Yeah, Humphrey Ramchick. Yeah, yeah. I was not as big on Adoree in the fall as everyone else was. I know I read these glowing things about his athleticism in the spring, so in the camp last year. So I was like, well, maybe I'm wrong, but he's going to take a guy who helps for the year. He also returns. That's a must. And Ben Gideon in the 3rd round, it helps for the year, but he's really not much of a future guy. I know Dan and I both like DeMarcus Robinson to get him in the 8th round. Pretty nice. Solomon Thomas looks like he's going to be a bust a little bit. He still plays against the run, but it's the 4th round. So there you have it. Okay. Moving on to the Vikings. Tony. Yeah, he did a very nice job. Andrew Luck's out. I don't know if you heard. And Tony made a bunch of moves for the year to defend his championship, and I thought he picked up some real nice pieces. I mean, he got Alex Smith and Marshawn Lynch and Cameron Wake and Andrew Whitworth, and that team looks a lot stronger now. So I know Dan and Dennis would approve of that. Getting the team stronger. No picks in the first 4 rounds. Let's see. Anything we really like here? Sort of a nondescript group.
Duke Riley might get a couple all right ratings for the 6th round. I mean, you know,
yeah.
Sure.
Post six a good thing to stash away because you never know.
Yeah, that's a good point. A 2nd-round guy struggled this year, lost his starting job. It's the 8th round, and sometimes those linemen take a while to come around. So, and the guys replacing him were playing, I guess, fairly well because the Seahawks were running so well, even though the PFF grades were weird. But yeah, I hope you're right, Dan, because I drafted Poaching in the 4th round to like 2 different fall teams, and he's been a disaster from that standpoint. But here, late 8th round, much better. Daniel Ross, I thought was nice. He had a pretty good run grade in the 9th round. He was a backup for the Cowboys, but wouldn't be surprised to see him start somewhere. I think he's a free agent this year. Dallas might lose him. Anything real negative? All 2nd-half picks. They can't be too negative. The New Orleans Saints, that is Scott. Buffalo in the fall. He's got the Ryan Tannehill franchise this year. Oh, that's going to hurt him. But he did a really nice job building this team from nothing a few years ago. Anything we like here a lot? William Jones, Aaron Jones, Reggie Ragland. No number 4. Then Trevon Cole, Julian Davenport, blah, blah, blah. Andy blanking Lee. Someone cursed it with Andy Lee.
I love Aaron Jones, and so that I love him there because I love him. Period. So
there you go. Okay, Nathan.
You know, William Jackson at that spot could end up being a really nice deal for him long term, and Aaron Jones is nice too. I didn't really have Jones targeted too much because his card was a little too good for my team. I didn't want him to ruin my pick next year.
That's right. Well, that Blaine Gabbert Aaron Jones combo would have been lethal. So
well, it could have been.
No, I believe it. I've been there. I know what you mean. I've intentionally not acquired or traded away guys to make sure that I didn't have that 0-4 making a key block at the wrong time. I still coach to win. My W team's got a couple of scrappy wins, but you just make it so it's impossible to win no matter how hard you try. Then you try your best. Then we can say anything. I have to confess, I was not big on Aaron Jones in the fall, and he looked great for the Packers. I was wrong about him so far. And I can't say anything I really loved then since I was negative him. Maybe Chuck Clark. I kind of liked him as a sleeper in the fall. Not the greatest athlete in the world, kind of workman-like, but they say they like him. He's supposed to be heady and this and that. I think he got a fair amount of snaps, so maybe down the road he could do something. I think he's a little older, though, for a young player also. The New York Football Giants, Joe Golden, who's kind of doing the rebuild thing, but his team is not terrible either. He's got famous Jameis. He goes Watson, Dalvin Tomlinson, Taylor Moton, Davin Gotcho in the 3rd round, Hassan Chop, Reddick, Michael Davis, Curtis. See a lot of picks. Curtis Samuel, Aldrick Rosas.
Now he's the reason you didn't get your kicker, Tom.
Yeah, well, although it turns out that Keith was going to take Josh Lambo ahead of me anyway. Quincy Wilson, Josh Jones, Chris Wormley, Elijah McGuire, P.J. Williams, Rigoberto Sanchez, best name of the draft. Chris Manhertz. Dennis likes to say that, applying the Manhertz. Any picks you guys really loved here? A lot of picks for Joe.
I'm a Quincy Wilson fan. Getting him that low is a good pick.
Okay. Nathan?
I actually kind of liked Moton here, even though I don't think you did. What I've been reading and what I saw of him, he looked pretty solid in a draft that doesn't have a lot of good tackles.
Yeah, his run grade was not that great, but everyone else liked everything else about him. They view him as a long-term rock, although he may slide into guard. He may not play the left side. Maybe will. Who knows? I liked Chris Wormley at 6.11. I know he's backing up right now, but he had a good run grade. He's kind of a run stopper only, but is the 2nd half of the draft. I wouldn't be surprised if he eventually becomes a multi-year starter and gets some 5s, sort of in like the Mike DeVito vein. And is the 2nd half of the draft. Interesting. Some interesting guys here. Davin Gotcho was the player since I did a mea culpa on Aaron Jones that I hated in the fall. I really hated. Not just like I don't like him. I hated Davin Gotcho. He was a waste of time. And he had a tremendous run grade this year. So it looks like I'm wrong with him. Going into, what team is this? The New York Jets, the green and white. I had to lose to my last 5 games last year. Have you ever done that? I've never done anything like that before. It was very, very, very sobering. I started out 10-2. And then lost, much like the 86 Jets, I think it was, we were 10-1, and then didn't win again the rest of the year. I lost my last 4 regular season games and my playoff game. That did not feel good. That was rough. So here's my draft: Myles Garrett, Christian McCaffrey, Jamal Adams, Evan Ingram, Ole and Darkwood, Jake Elliott, JoJo Natson, who I went on too much about in my write-up because he'll be LP next year. Chris Moore now traded in the Dion Lewis deal. My apologies, Dan. Elijah Wilkinson and Jalen Reeves, maybe not. Anything you really like, Nathan?
Evan Ingram for that spot. I would have taken him if I didn't have Kittle, and if I wasn't kind of looking probably at a lot of 3 receiver sets. I would have prioritized him a lot higher.
Dan?
I'll go with Ingram too. I'm still regretting taking Dalvin Tomlinson over Ingram and OJ Howard and Ssfa.
Okay, I loved Ingram in the fall. A little worried about his possible tendency to get injured here, which tends to be common to tight ends. I guess they take a beating with trying to block and then trying to catch things. Different skill, different muscles being used, whatever. Who knows? I'm theorizing. I can't do my own. I guess I'll do my own team. Well, I liked Darkwood because I needed him for the year at the time. Otherwise, no one I was crazy about. I liked Wilkinson, but that's a typical Tom Cook project. Most of them don't pan out. I know Dan has on him also. Anything you guys hated, by all means, come at me with the hate. After all my years of criticizing things.
I could be on the wrong end of this, and I have been lately in a lot of plays. But I'm not a McCaffrey fan. I don't like him that high at all.
Okay. Well, you like his season, though, right?
Yep.
All right, Nathan?
I actually didn't like the Darkwa pick. I felt like, especially since you went and traded for these other guys, I mean, there were some pretty decent players you could have had there. And especially because, I mean, you had Cooper Kupp sitting there he has a pretty decent card, doesn't he? I haven't even looked at it.
No, but you took Cooper Kupp ahead of me. Kupp went 301. This is 307.
Okay. That's right. Well, never mind that then. No, I don't know. Darkwa in the early third round, there was still a pretty good amount of. I know you're at the point now where you're more willing to spend the assets because you've accumulated them, but that seemed a little early.
Yeah, I wouldn't have taken Darkwa there either if I were you.
Yeah, I probably should trade into 402 and take it in there, but yeah, no, I kind of agree that it's a little early for Darkwa, but I kind of felt like the rest of my team, I had no running back. I had no running back for the year. If I got to overspend to make sure I get the guy, I'd rather do that than not get him. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's the thing, man. Because McCaffrey versus Kamara, I mean, it's not like Kamara could really, even if you drafted him, you can't really win necessarily with him. You have to have someone else too. So yeah, I can't say that either.
I like Kamara a lot. I can certainly understand guys being skeptical about McCaffrey. Obviously, as I did in the fall, I just really, really like him. So we'll see what happens there.
Well, they're both future oriented picks either way, McCaffrey or Kamara. Kamara just has a little more top this year.
I loved your McCaffrey pick in the fall. I just think at 5 it's too high there.
I hear. Well, hopefully, we'll see what happens. It'll certainly help me next year. Oakland, who is that? Who the hell is Oakland now? At least two guys
That's Dave Gabbard.
That's right. New blood to some degree. Not his first year with the team, but John Johnson, 111. Austin Eckler, 27. Then no picks for a while. Then Kai Forbath. Michael Pallardy, due to the second half of the draft here. Dan Jordan, Brendan Langley. We already spoke about feeling that John Johnson was too high. We like the player. We think he's a solid player, but 11 felt too high. Although, in fairness to Dave, he made a bunch of moves for the year, and John Johnson and Juwan James kind of completed this team for the year, and he did have a very good team for the year. What do you guys think? Anyone you really liked here? That might be harder to find.
This is going to be weird. I both like the Eckler pick and I don't like the Eckler pick.
I hate the Eckler pick.
I think that dude has the ability to be a pretty solid 50 to 100 carry back for a number of years. And I mean, is that worth 2.7? I mean, I think those backs are friggin' valuable. I've been burned by a lot of those really good ones. And I like it and I don't like it. I don't know. I can't figure it out.
I hear. You say I got you. You say you like the player, but you feel like maybe that was too early. You're not sure. I got you. And Nathan,
I hate the Eckler pick. I mean, especially because he looks like he's going to have a need at tight end. He could have had Ingram, for instance. I guess his Forbath have a good card. He's at round 6.
Yeah, he's around the number 10 kicker of the draft, and he's
that's
sorry
pretty good in the 6th round.
Yeah, nothing next year for him.
Yeah, he only missed like 8 kicks for me in Strat 28. So yeah,
there you go. Out of how many? 9?
Yeah, pretty much.
That's an aggressive thing. You got to go for it more.
Yeah, there you go. I hear you.
So yeah, fourth and 7 from the 25. But yeah. Like I mean, we mentioned Johnson. Yeah, I'm not crazy about Eckler either. Because also, I mean, Eckler's not that great. His card's not that great for the year. And again, we're talking about running back James Conner and Aaron Jones. And even though I dinged at Matt Breida, I mean, Eckler's got to be behind. Eckler has to be behind James Conner and Aaron Jones.
Yeah,
I mean that's like no contest, right?
I would have jumped on Fournette there, man. Jesus
well, yeah, I was going to say about Fournette. Although I took
Holy
Mac
shit.
over Fournette, so I don't know.
Yeah, but I can understand having mixed feelings on Fournette, but I agree with Dan. Future wise, if I got to choose between Fournette and Eckler, I'd rather roll the dice with Fournette. But definitely Conner and Jones will at least going to do something good for you next year. And if you wanted a third down back, you get someone in trade or something, or trade down or do something. You don't have to invest $207 in a third down back. So, but he had good stats next year. Say what? Say that again, Nathan.
Tariq Cohen is like the ultimate third down back.
That's true. Now we say all that, but maybe Eckler is going to get a great card next year. Well, he had a 5-year average, didn't he?
He's gonna have a really nice guess wrong 100+ carry card, man.
Only 4 20 pluses, 106 attempts, 5.2. So maybe he's going to get a really good card.
That's why I like if he can pull a couple of those off and maintain. Nice. That's worth it.
All right, we speed up even more now because I'm super hungry. My tenants here. Pittsburgh. That is someone help me out here. Dan Thorauer, the mighty Thorauer. We did him earlier. We got J.M. Brown, Cleveland, Zach Cunningham, Mike Williams, Kenny Moore. You see the names. Dan Moore, and pick you really like.
Kenny Moore.
Nathan, pick you really like.
Mike Williams.
At 3.3, I'm going to go. Believe it or not, Dan, I'm going to go Donta Foreman. Even though I have mixed feelings about him for the future, I do like that off-tackle card, 603. And I feel like he will be a back in the league. Lead back or not, he's going to get carries and contribute.
Yeah, he's just off from injury, I think.
That's right.
Achilles.
Any picks we didn't like? Real negative pick. Move it up. Oh, my goodness.
Let's talk about it. That's a little too high.
Yeah. Any picks we really didn't like? What say it again, Dan? What did you say?
He could have got J.M. Brown at 2-3.
Possibly, but definitely too wide, probably 116. I agree with that. Nathan?
I didn't really not like it, but I mean, I probably would have taken Jalen Smith over J.M. Brown.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, because Jalen Smith is there, I like that. The Jalen Smith pick much better. Brown's going to be good next year, but a little more questionable future. I feel like that if Jalen Smith is healthy, no doubt he's a very good player. Brown came from nowhere, so we're not sure. A little less certain about the future there. Seattle Seahawks. Dennis had only a late 2 in the first 3 rounds. Tariq Cohen, Harrison Butker, and then Kevin King, Ryan Anderson, Camu, Greer, blah, blah, blah. The rest of you guys. Pick you really like?
Kevin King.
Yeah, Kevin
523. King. Nice. He was one of my favorite sleepers from the fall. He's had injury problems in the past. He has tremendous ability. I like Kevin King too, but I'm actually going to go, even though I like Kevin King just as much as you guys. I give him props for Ryan Anderson at 6.14. Didn't play a lot. Didn't play a lot, but he's a second-round NFL pick. Had really good grades for only a couple hundred snaps, which you can't always go by. But also Washington got, I think, Preston Brown or Smith, whichever one they have. The Washington Preston is a free agent. Ryan Kerrigan's getting older. You can see a pathway somewhere being opened for Anderson to step into the starting lineup within the next year or two. I don't know how well he's going to do. With the naked eye, I thought he was only okay. But I like that. And also King. And I got to give Dennis credit for both of those picks. Really taking some good-looking future possibilities instead of going for you like he usually does. And that can help him out. We'll see if anything comes through. And Tim Williams at 722. Dan and I both liked him in the fall. Did not get the PT this year. Had some injuries. Did a lot of guys at the position, but sometimes, you know, Baltimore, you know, Terrell Suggs can't play forever, and Tim Williams will probably work his way into the lineup eventually. Any picks really didn't like?
Isn't Lambo better than Harrison this year and next year?
It's close. I think I got Bucker a little better this year. They're pretty close both years. So and then I see I had a real good team this year, so I don't have too much of a problem there.
Cool.
So we're saying no, nothing we like. Tariq Cohen, maybe a little too high for me, but I'm not going to kill the pick. Super chunky next year. I do like the returning, but I don't know from the scrimmage that he's really giving you much in the running game either year. Even though I love to play in the NFL, I just don't know if he's ever going to get a good rushing guard. One of these years he probably will, though. San Francisco, we got 4 teams left here. That's the commissioner, Ed. Any picks we really love?
I would have taken Jalen Smith if I had a pick around. I wouldn't have taken him at 6, but if I had a pick around 10, 11, 12, I would have taken him up there.
Yeah, he was, I think, my top guy after, like, the Juju Jamal Adams types. Jalen was like my best of the rest type of guy. Nathan?
Yeah, Jalen Smith was tough to pass on even for Kittle, but that was a guy that I really liked. For a lot of the picks, I looked at him and thought he would be better.
I also got to say, I love Connor McGovern at 6.22. Didn't have the greatest grades, but decent enough. Held down a starting job most of the year. Maybe I like him like Munchak too much, but he is a starter. Was not a UFA. Was a 5th-round pick. Late 6th round, very nice pick to get him. I'm not sure what position he's going to play this year for Denver, but it was somewhere on the interior line. And we're going to skip the negatives because I really need to go. Tampa Bay, that is Dale Ripley, I believe. It is his debut season in Ssfa, believe it or not. No picks in the first 4 rounds. You know it's Dale Ripley. He's with Dan's approach there with the trading. Dan keeps that one a lot, though. You know, Dale usually trades everything. They both trade a lot. Any picks we really like here?
Jamal Williams is probably some bad.
I guess Tevy it could be something, even though he sucked this year. So there, if he can, you know, at least I don't know. You know, live can take a while sometimes.
Yeah, at least he's playing. Yeah. Tough to get too excited about any of these. I guess it's nice to get a great returner like Jamal Agnew in the 6th round. Usually that card would go a little earlier. Tennessee Titans. That is John Madden. Any picks really like here?
Ebukam.
Ebukam. Dan targets a pass rusher. Nathan?
Whoa.
Put the cigarette out, man.
This is not a drill. Nathan, any picks? Oh, is he gone? He's gone. Okay. It's starting a forest fire over there. I have some solid picks here. I was huge on Njoku in the fall. I love his athleticism. They say his hands aren't that great. PFF pass receiving grade wasn't that great, but I don't worry about the PFF grades for offensive skill players, really. Strat doesn't just do the stats. You know, I know it's 7. I like Mike Hilton a lot as like a really good long-term slot corner. He just looks like a guy who's bored to play slot corner. He's very good at it. Might only get a 4 again next year, but I like him. I was kind of eyeing him as, hey, maybe get like a guy who's like a perennial slot corner 5 cheaply. That'd be nice, but it didn't happen. Nathan's back.
I liked Nkemdiche a little bit for that spot. I actually think I was about to pick him, or I thought about picking him right before I took someone else.
Well, the 4th round is kind of the home of the potential bust 1st-round picks. They all tend to go there. I don't like Nkemdiche much right now at this point. I liked him more in the fall. Obviously, I didn't like him a lot there either, but I said, man, maybe if he falls hard enough. But he could do something. And look, last pick of the 4th round, why not, right? You're almost in the 5th round there, for Christ's sake. Washington, that's Keith Mowbray. Man, he gave himself a D+, and we all loved his first 2 picks. Picks that we love for the round.
Definitely Galladay.
Yeah, I have picked 2-1 and Ssfa, and if he's there, you can bet that I'm going to consider him.
Okay, I love the first 2 picks for this team. We talked about that earlier. I'm going to give him 10th round. Jordan Evans, who is a pass coverage linebacker, got some run for the Bengals. Didn't play that great. They had a ton of linebacker injuries, and he didn't stand out, so that's not good. But I like his athleticism. I think he has a long-term chance to do something. And that's it, guys. We're going to wrap up now. Thank you so much for coming on. This was a great show because we got long interview with Jay Villing, long time picking Nathan's brain. Got Dan on with his approach. A lot of good stuff, and talked about the draft. So really good show tonight. I think it'll be well received. And thanks for everyone for doing it.
Hey, thanks, Tom. See you, Nathan.
Thanks, guys. See you.
See you guys. Adios. Bye-bye.